Chapter 1, Dog Licking? This is just my protective color. Dasha Kingdom, Jiangnan University, downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Many people stopped to watch, looking expectantly at the boy in front of them holding flowers. Shinshotsi, I like you, can you be my girlfriend? Xiaoran, holding 99 roses in her hands, anxiously stopped Shinshotsi, who had just walked out of the dormitory building. Hey, Xiaoran, why are you doing this? You know me. I'm so busy with school right now, how can I have time for a relationship? Shinshotsi looked at Xiaoran with gentle eyes, gently stroked her hair, and revealed an apologetic smile. Why are there only flowers today? There are usually some small gifts. Is this poor loser's value going to be squeezed out? A barely perceptible trace of disappointment flashed across Shinshotsi's eyes. Xiaoran, are you annoying? You stand by the door every day to confess your love, but you don't even look at your poor appearance. Do you deserve it? It's just that our Shin University campus beauty is kind-hearted and doesn't care about these things. If you came to confess your love to me, I would have sued you for harassment and sent you to jail. Shinshotsi's roommate Zhao Manman had a look of disgust on her face, rolling her eyes to the sky, not hiding her inner contempt. Xiaoran was wearing clothes that were washed so much that they looked bleached, and her face was filled with fatigue. Compared with the two glamorous, youthful, and lively female college students in front of him, he seemed out of place. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance that he is a bootlicker. For 3 years, in order to satisfy Shinshotsi's material desires, he worked 6 jobs a day and spent all the money he earned on Shinshotsi. Breakfast every day, small gifts every now and then, and an attitude of being available whenever you call. He did everything a bootlicker could do. If there are ranks for bootlickers, then Xiaoran is undoubtedly at the T0 level. Because of this, he was often looked down upon and ridiculed by others. However, in the face of these taunts, Xiaoran turned a deaf ear and just wanted to be a bootlicker. Xiao I am sincere. As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I will give you my all. Xiaoran spoke in a firm tone, his eyes full of heat, and he stared at Shinshotsi with scorching eyes. At the same time, he knelt on one knee and raised the rose above his head. He took out an exquisite little box from his arms and handed it to Shinshotsi. Inside was a lipstick worth more than 3,000 yuan. In the morning, Shinshotsi had just posted detailed lipstick shades on her moments. In the morning, Xiaoran emptied out all the money he had earned from working late at night and bought it. Look at you, you're wasting money again. You're not rich, so there's no need to give me things all the time. Shinshotsi said that it was unnecessary, but he took the small box swiftly. I knew there would be gifts. This kind of small wire can still make some money if you squeeze it. She tore off the exquisite packaging. Oh. Isn't this the latest limited edition lipstick that LSY just released? This color suits you best, Shinshotsi. It's much better than those gifts from some rich young men. Zhao Manman said in surprise. It is obvious that Shinshotsi has more than one bootlicker, Xiaoran. As a goddess, this is normal. A bootlicker should have his own awareness, he has no right to be jealous. Shinshotsi glanced at Zhao Manman beside him. Fortunately, Xiaoran is strong inside. If this bootlicker runs away, you will have to make up for his share. It's too expensive. This lipstick costs more than 3,000. I can't accept it. Shinshotsi looked serious and was about to return the gift. But there was no movement in his hands. Xiao, you see the packaging is damaged. It's useless for me to keep it. Just accept it. This is a token of my love. Hearing that he didn't want to accept it, Xiaoran was shocked and pushed the gift back with a willing look on her face. Not accepting? That won't do. If I don't accept Xiaoran, all the efforts of nearly 3 years will be in vain. In the eyes of others, he is the ultimate bootlicker. Only Xiaoran himself knew that this was just a temporary act of enduring humiliation. 3 years ago, Xiaoran suddenly awakened the godly rich system. I am waiting with great joy for the system to awaken and start a happy life without any effort. Who knew that after the system loaded to 99.99%, the progress bar would stop moving? This feeling seems familiar, as if you can never finish cutting once you start cutting on pin CC. Fortunately, at this time, a task box popped up. As long as you accept the prerequisite tasks and complete them, you can fully unlock the Shinhao system. But the content of the task left Xiaoran dumbfounded. You must bind to a school beauty recognized by the system, become the ultimate bootlicker of the school beauty, and confess your love to her 1,000 times before you can awaken the system. It's easy to find a campus beauty, but it's hard to find one that's recognized by the system. It must be pure natural and without additives. Just then, Shinshotsi appeared. She was beautiful and had a good figure, and was recognized by the system. This marked the beginning of Xiao Ran's career as a bootlicker. Today is the 1000th time Xiao Ran confesses his love, and this confession is recognized by the system. Then his life of great wealth began from today. But until now, the system has not responded. Is it because the confession is not sincere enough? Fortunately, Xiao Ran was well prepared. He winked at the crowd. I saw a few people walking out of the crowd and slowly unfolding a red banner. It reads, "Love will always bring happiness to each other." It also has the names of Xiao Ran and Shinshotsi, as well as a heart. The other two unscrewed the salutes in their hands. Bang! Fireworks exploded and colorful streamers filled the sky. Shinshotsi, accept me. Be my girlfriend. Xiao Ran shouted loudly with full of emotion. Several people started to make a noise. Promise him. Promise him. Xiao Ran, I. Shinshotsi did not move, looking at Xiao Ran with tenderness in his eyes. This glance was full of longing, melancholy, relief, satisfaction and shyness. It perfectly portrays a person's hesitation and confusion. Xiao Ran trembled all over and her heart suddenly palpitated. Shinshotsi wouldn't really agree to it. He is just licking it for fun, don't take it seriously. I watched Shinshotsi subconsciously take a step forward with his right foot. Zhao Man next to her appeared. Alright, stop making trouble. We'll just accept the gift reluctantly. Don't do this again. We can't afford to lose face. Xiao and I have urgent business, so don't block our way. After saying that, he pulled Shinshotsi and walked out of the school without looking back. Seeing the protagonist leave, the people around him slowly dispersed. Only Xiao Ran was left, standing quietly there, his face full of excitement. Just now, an exciting mechanical voice rang in his head. The system is unlocked. Ding! The daily sign-in system for the super rich has been successfully unlocked. As long as you insist on signing in to the host every day, you can get rich rewards. Simple and direct, the system is so powerful. Xiao Ran quickly and excitedly started signing in for the first day. Daily sign-in successful. I have obtained a McLaren P1 and it has been parked at the school gate for the host. Please check it out as soon as possible. Note, all items given by the system are from legal sources, please feel free to use them. Chapter 2 Please stay away from my car. On the campus of Jiangnan University, Shinshotsi casually threw the roses given by Xiao Ran into the trash can. This Xiao Ran really doesn't know what's good for her. She wants to be your boyfriend just by giving you a small gift worth a few thousand yuan. Who gave her the courage? It's so embarrassing to have such a loser around. Just get rid of him right away. He's like a fly around me. I feel sick just thinking about it. When Shinshotsi heard what Zhao Man said, a smile appeared on his face. Send away? Where can I find such a high-quality bootlicker? Normally, he doesn't cling to me and each licking is just moderate, which makes me feel warm inside. It's just that people are a little poor, and the gifts they give are all around 1,000 yuan, but even a small mosquito is still meat. If he could become a rich man, maybe I would marry him. Shinshotsi shook his head. How could Xiao Ran become a rich man according to his own standards? It would never be possible in this lifetime. Come on, let's stop talking about him and go shopping. The two of them walked towards the school gate hand in hand, looking very close. As soon as I walked out of the school gate, I saw Lu Xiaojie standing at the door. Where are you two beauties going? Lu Xiaojie was wearing designer clothes, had a slicked back hair, and was twirling a pair of car keys in his hand. Your number 2 bootlicker is here. Zhao Man said in a low voice. I was just about to go shopping. Who are you waiting for at the school gate in such a hot sun? Look at you, you are sweating. There was some concern in Shinshotsi's words. Lu Xiaojie felt warm in his heart and laughed. It's nice to go shopping. Do you want me to take you guys in my new car? It has air conditioning and leather seats, which guarantees you a luxurious experience. As he spoke, he waved the car keys in front of the two women. You bought a new car, so I have to take a look at it. Shinshotsi looked behind Lu Xiaojie. I saw a row of cars parked on the road, one of which was the most conspicuous and seemed a bit out of place because it was too luxurious. Is that fancy new car yours? Xin Xiaozi's eyes sparkled brightly. She knew Lu Xiaojie had some money, but she didn't expect him to be so rich. Seeing Xin Xiaozi's expression, Lu Xiaojie felt a little complacent. Oh, woman! I'm obsessed with my second-hand BMW X5. Come on, I'll take you to see it. Lu Xiaojie shook his head, swayed his butt, and walked towards his car with the two beauties. What kind of car is this? I rarely see it on the street. Hearing the compliment, Lu Xiaojie became even more proud and turned around to introduce his second-hand BMW X5. But he saw two women stopped next to his car. The two were staring at a supercar with great interest. His face flushed slightly, looking a little embarrassed. Ahem, that. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Zhao Manman. Low body, radical shape, this supercar is yours. I didn't expect you to be so rich. What brand is this? Xin Xiaozi on the side stopped exploring the supercar and turned to look at Lu Xiaojie with anticipation. Women are naturally sensitive to brands. As long as it is a big brand, they like it. However, the brand of this supercar has exceeded their cognition. This. Lu Xiaojie hesitated, a little at a loss. Xin Xiaozi came to Lu Xiaojie's side and the two of them moved closer. A pleasant aroma drifted into Lu Xiaojie's nose. This was the first time he was so close to Xin Xiaozi. Beautiful women just smelled good. Wow! McLaren P1. This car costs more than 10 million. Zhao Manman couldn't wait to use her mobile phone to check the value of the supercar in front of her. She looked very excited, as if she had discovered a new world. She held the phone in front of Xin Xiaozi. At the same time, he unknowingly came to Lu Xiaojie's side and his arm touched the other person inadvertently. More than 10 million? Xin Xiaozi was a little surprised. At first she thought the car was worth only 2 or 3 million at most. But after seeing the price, she was tempted. Isn't this the person she is looking for? Anyone who can buy this car must be worth at least 10 billion. It has always been her dream to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. Open it quickly and let us take a look inside. Zhao Manman grabbed Lu Xiaojie's arm with both hands and shook it, with a somewhat flattering expression on her face. Xin Xiaozi was also waiting with shining eyes. This is not my car. Lu Xiaojie was a little embarrassed and pressed the car key in his hand. A second-hand BMW X5 honked behind him. The two women turned around and discovered the black BMW. Xin Xiaozi took a 1-meter step forward and put some distance between himself and Lu Xiaojie. We are just ordinary friends. Why are you so close to me? What if people misunderstand you? If the owner of a supercar saw this, he would have a hard time explaining it. Zhao Manman also shook her hand away, with a look of contempt on her face. It's really amazing, why didn't you tell me earlier that the car is not yours? Xin Xiaozi looked around to see if there was anyone around who looked like the car owner. She has to seize the opportunity, this is a good time to achieve class leap. The owner of the car must be found. It will not be easy to catch him with her own skills and beauty. Didn't you say you wanted to go shopping? Let's go. As he spoke, Lu Xiaojie took a step forward and wanted to pull Xin Xiaozi into the car. Well, I suddenly have something to do today, so I don't want to go shopping. Xin Xiaozi turned around and dodged, came to the front of the supercar, squatted down, took out his mobile phone and started taking selfies. You can go shopping at any time, but you can't always see the owner of this multi-million supercar. When will a super-rich second generation appear on this campus? We must wait for him. Zhao Manman standing by also started to touch up her makeup. She has good qualifications and is more than qualified to be the class beauty. Although she is not as good as Xin Xiaozi, her makeup skills are very good. If you don't have good looks, make up for it with makeup. Zhao Manman also wants to compete for this super-rich second generation. Jiangnan City is known as a furnace, and the hot summer is the most unbearable. The three of them wandered around the McLaren for nearly an hour under the scorching sun. The scorching sun made the makeup of the two women fade away. The sweat mixed with the makeup on their faces turned into an oil painting. Why don't these people get out of my car? At this time, Xia Ran was sitting at the window of the milk tea shop next to him, enjoying the air conditioning, drinking milk tea, and looking at the three people outside the window. He had arrived a long time ago and wanted to drive away. But he saw Xin Xiaozi staying beside him. If people knew it was his car, they would definitely harass him like crazy. He knew too well how it felt to be harassed by a bootlicker. Being a super rich man is about enjoying a carefree life. How can you be entangled with a green tea bitch like this? Who could stand it if she kept calling him her girlfriend? Come into my car first and cool down. It's too hot today. Lu Xiaojie couldn't stand it anymore as he had been exposed to the sun for a long time. Man, go to the car and rest for a while. Shinshotzi would definitely not get in the car, for fear of causing misunderstanding. I won't go. I don't know this person well. Zhao Man refused directly. Everyone knows this little trick. I just got into the car and a super rich second generation came. What should I do? Shinshotzi looked at himself in the mirror, feeling a little annoyed. My makeup is all ruined, why hasn't the person come yet? No, if someone sees me like this, I will have no chance. I have to put on some makeup. Then you stay here, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going too, wait for me. The two just left. Then I heard a roar coming from behind. The beast-like roar also attracted the attention of everyone around. Shinshotzi hurried back, only to see the McLaren speeding away. Just that little bit. Shinshotzi stomped his feet in anger, countless regrets surged into his heart. Student, did you see who was driving the car? Chapter 3 I'm telling you. I'm the first generation of rich people. It was more than 2 hours later when Xiao Ran drove his McLaren back to school. When entering the school gate, the security guard attentively lifted the barrier and let us in without even registering us. The car is really good. But my back hurts a bit after driving it for a long time. Xiao Ran's hands kept rubbing the steering wheel, and she seemed reluctant to let it go. The first sign-in reward is so impressive. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's sign-in reward. He parked his car in the faculty area, and the security guard didn't stop him. Rich people nowadays are really hard to understand. They drive such nice cars, but they don't dress as well as me. A security guard in the booth muttered softly as he watched Xiao Ran's receding back. Non-teaching staff are not allowed to park here. But except for those who drive supercars, those super rich second generations all have bad tempers. He is just a security guard and there is no need to provoke others. They can crush him to death with just their little fingers. A few minutes later, Xiao Ran returned to his dormitory. The excitement of getting the supercar has passed, and the fatigue of working a part-time job has suddenly hit me. I have to go back to the dormitory and get some good sleep. Pushing open the door, Xiao Ran walked into the dormitory, which was a 4-person room. At this time, Lu Dong was the only one in the dormitory. Lu Dong is also from another province, his family is from the northwest. His background is similar to Xiao Ran's, he is as ordinary as can be. Ha? Didn't you go to work? At this time of year, Xiao Ran is either working or being a bootlicker. No more fighting, never again. Why would I need to work when I have the system? I will never work in my life. You really don't want to work anymore? Then how can you? Shinshotzi's expenses are very high. He didn't say directly that Xiao Ran was a bootlicker, even though he was. Lu Dong had advised her many times before, but Xiao Ran wouldn't listen, and he just thought she was being affectionate. Her high expenses have nothing to do with me. I won't lick her anymore. Not only will I not lick them anymore, from now on I will make them kneel down and lick me. You only lick people when you have no money, but of course you want to be licked when you have money. If you ask me, you should have realized it long ago. What's so good about being a woman? Isn't it good to play games with me? But this kind of thing cannot be done by just talking about it. This is just like when he lost more than 10 games in a row playing King of Glory, and swore in his heart that he would never play again and would uninstall the game. After a night, I would continue the next day and couldn't control myself at all. Want to play a game of King of Glory? Change your hobby. Lu Dong took out his cell phone and looked at Xiao Ran expectantly. Xiao Ran looked at his ancestral Mi 6 mobile phone and decided to give up and not cheat others. Did you hear that pleasant roar? That's the echo of money. Another roommate, Shui Chao, ran in excitedly from outside. His face was filled with excitement. Shui Chao is a native of Jiangnan City. His family took advantage of the bonus period and made a little money. His family's conditions are also the best in the dormitory. There's a McLaren in our school, a supercar. As he spoke, he was fiddling with the steering wheel with his hands and imitating the roar with his mouth. Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches, and fools play with computers. People like him who have a little money like cars. If anyone can let me drive a McLaren once, I will definitely recognize him as my godfather. Even if he doesn't lend me the car, I can still recognize him as my godfather. Lu Dong said from the side. These two roommates, one regards games as his girlfriend, and the other is crazy about cars. Add in Xiao Ran, the ultimate bootlicker, and the three of them can be said to be birds of a feather. Here are the keys to the McLaren. Take them, my adopted sons. Seeing Xuechao's eyes full of desire, Xiao Ran took out the keys to the McLaren. It's just a car, it doesn't matter who drives it. Why is the car key so ugly? Xuechao glanced at the McLaren car keys in Xiao Ran's hand with a bit of disgust. Many people have seen cars on the internet, but car keys are rarely seen. Xuechao didn't know Xiao Ran's background yet, the most he could afford was an old man's music. This must be a prank toy like a lighter. Do you think I'm stupid? I don't believe such an ugly car key that I said it was from a walk-behind tractor. If you can afford a McLaren, I'll drive a Bugatti. Then I'll reluctantly open a big one. Lu Dong added. The two looked at each other and smiled, neither of them taking Xiao Ran's words seriously. I'm going to be honest. I'm actually a super rich first generation. That McLaren is mine. If you miss it, you won't be able to borrow it next time as your godfather. Xiao Ran looked sincere, he really wanted to fulfill his roommate's wish. He has obtained the godly rich system, and his life will definitely change a lot in the future. We all live in the same dormitory, so why not just be frank? But the only response he got was two middle fingers. No one took the fact that Xiao Ran was the first generation of rich people seriously. They had lived together for 3 years, so everyone knew each other. Besides, everyone pretends to be the second generation of rich people, but no one pretends to be the first generation of rich people. On the other side, Shinshotzi waited there in high heels for more than 2 hours, but did not see the McLaren come back. I was extremely upset, as I was just a little bit away from meeting the owner of the car. But she did not give up, her desire to marry into a wealthy family would not be easily erased. At this moment, she was wandering aimlessly around the campus with her tired body, hoping to find some clues about the owner of the car. Hey, it can't be from another school, then it will be difficult to meet again. Just when she was in trouble, she happened to see a silver McLaren in the faculty and staff parking lot. The hope that was about to be extinguished was rekindled. Not caring about his tiredness, he trotted to the parking lot. I walked around the McLaren a few times and compared it with the photos on my phone. The color and license plate were the same, so it was that car. The hope of marrying into a wealthy family and becoming a rich wife is back. But where is the owner of this car? Looking around, there was only a security guard nearby. Just sit there and wait? I don't know how long I have to wait. Is there no way to make the owner show up? Shinshotzi started to think seriously. Got it. If she scratched the car, the security guard would definitely notify the owner. When the car owner came, she acted weak and helpless again. By then, the car owner will feel pity for her and will definitely be reluctant to let her pay for it. But as a beautiful and qualified college student, she had to pay compensation. How can I compensate you if I don't have money? I can only repay you with my body. With her beauty, intelligence and tender eyes, she could easily win over the car owner. Thinking of this, Shinshotzi's shoulders trembled, and his excitement was beyond words. She has already begun to imagine her future life as a wealthy wife. She swallowed her saliva, made up her mind, and decided to do it. Looking around, he found a branch on the ground. Shinshotzi just didn't believe it. She was not even worth the price of a car. The branch in his hand swung directly towards McLaren. Afraid that the strokes were not obvious enough, he drew a few more strokes with force. Looking at his masterpiece, Shinshotzi was extremely happy. The first step is completed, it's time to move on. She strode to the security booth and pulled the door open. I scratched the most expensive car. Please call the owner over quickly. I can't wait any longer. Chapter 4 Mysterious Owner. In order to force the owner of the McLaren to show up, Shinshotzi scratched the car. Now she is sitting in the security booth, watching the young security guard calling the gatekeeper to get the car owner's registration information. How do you do your job? You don't even register the parking. You are so irresponsible. She is very angry now. The solution we finally came up with was unable to proceed to the next step because the security guard did not register the car owner's information. Just tell me whether it makes people angry or not. Yeah, got it. The young security guard hung up the phone with a worried look on his face. There is no registered owner of the car at the guardroom. This kind of car owner information may not be true even if it is registered. Classmate, if you damage property worth more than $3,000, you will go to jail. You can't run away. He just took a look and saw that the scratch on the car was very long, so he would definitely have to pay a lot of money. We can't let this crazy woman get away. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Just find the owner of the car for me. I'm the owner's girlfriend. Hurry up. Shinshiotsi adjusted his mood as he had to meet the owner of the car soon. The young security guard was also anxious. It was the first time he saw someone crying and shouting to see the owner of a car after it was scratched. They were all trying to avoid it, so they secretly cycled away. This must be a debt of love. The rich second generation was just playing around, but she became addicted and had to pester him. The young security guard shook his head and looked at Shinshiotsi pitifully. I don't know which honest person will take over in the future. Why are you looking at me? Go find the car owner. Shinshiotsi raised his voice by 8 octaves. She was unwilling to give up after trying for so long but still couldn't see the owner of the car. There is only one way left now, and that is to call the police. As he spoke, the young security guard took out his cell phone and prepared to call the police for help. When he heard that they had to call the police, Shinshiotsi stood up and immediately snatched the security guard's cell phone. She couldn't call the police, not because she felt ashamed to do so. If it's a lawyer who goes to the police station to handle the matter, how can he meet the car owner? Then this plan would be in vain. At the same time, she also posted the news of McLaren being marked on the campus forum, trying to spread the news so that car owners can know it quickly. Soon she was flooded with comments. Shinshiotsi read through them one by one, very carefully, not daring to miss a single one. There were comments like very punishable and some mocking that the person who scratched the car would be in trouble. Not very nutritious. No, the post will sink quickly, it has to be pinned to the top. Shinshiotsi found Xia Ran's WeChat and sent her the link to the post about the car scratching. Pin this post for me. Xia Ran is from the computer science department and he can get an administrator account for the campus forum. It's easy to pin a post. Ha! Weird. The message was sent for a long time, but there was no response at all. Abnormal. It's so abnormal. I used to reply to WeChat messages within seconds, but today I haven't replied for more than 3 minutes. Exist? Say. If you don't tell me, I'll ignore you. I sent several messages in a row, but received no response. This was the first time in 3 years that this had happened, and Shinshiotsi found it hard to accept it for a while. This was her initiative to send a WeChat message, and she didn't respond? Nothing went well today. If we walk around a bit longer, maybe we can run into each other. Shinshiotsi made up his mind and was about to get up. You can't run. The security guard immediately blocked the door to prevent Shinshiotsi from escaping. If he lets her run away, he won't have a job anymore and he might even have to pay for the car scratches. Don't worry, I won't run away. I still need to find the owner of the car. As she spoke, she found a piece of paper and wrote down her phone number, Xiaoqiu, WeChat, email, Douyin, all the ways to contact her. Wai Dao also sent his photo to the security guard. This is my contact information. If the owner of the car comes, please notify me as soon as possible. Remember to notify me as soon as possible. Shinshiotsi looked serious and gave instructions several times. What does the owner of the car look like? Describe it to me again. We must dig out the car owner today. What does it look like? This stumped the young security guard. Which man would pay attention to another man's appearance? I didn't see her face, but from the back she looked very ordinary, and her clothes were a bit simple. He wanted to say shabby, but after thinking it over he didn't say it. Simple? That's called low-key luxury. Shinshiotsi rolled his eyes at the young security guard, thinking that the useless guy knew nothing. It seems that this super-rich second generation is still very low-key and not the kind of person who is particularly ostentatious. It's better to be more stable. The probability of him being a scumbag will be much smaller. After finding out the direction the car owner left, Shinshiotsi walked in the same direction. Soon, she reached the edge of the campus. There are only 2 dormitory buildings along the way, one is for faculty and staff, and the other is where Xia Ran lives. This is her first time here. Has Xia Ran ever met the owner of the car? This kind of super-rich second generation should be recognizable in a crowd at a glance. Maybe he has a clue. Thinking of this, Shinshotsi took out the phone. Still no reply, not a single word. This is impossible. I sent a few more messages, but got the same result. Xia Ran, I'll deal with you later. Shinshotsi directly called the chat room. This was the first time she took the initiative to call someone in 3 years. Beep beep beep. There was a constant busy tone on the phone. Shinshotsi frowned slightly. What on earth is going on? Was it because I was too decisive in rejecting you this morning? But it doesn't matter. I just want to break up with him. It's not good to be misunderstood by the car owner. I should keep a certain distance from all the bootlickers in the future. But that is after the owner of the car is found. It can still be used before that. In short, you must reap all the benefits that you deserve. Shinshotsi glanced at the dormitory building in front of her. It was too difficult for her to find someone by herself. This damn stinky licker, he can't find anyone at the critical moment. Hey, man, can you send me Xuechao's phone number? Nothing, I just want to contact Xia Ran. Of course not. How could I be with Xia Ran? I just had something to do. At the beginning, when Xia Ran was pursuing Shinshotsi, Xuechao also joined in the fun and pursued his roommate Zhao Man. However, Xuechao did not lick her. After seeing that there was no result, he just treated her as an ordinary friend. I got the phone and dialed it immediately, and the call was connected quickly. Is Xia Ran in the dormitory? Still sleeping? Tell him to get up quickly and come downstairs. After thinking for a while, Shinshotsi changed his words again. It would be easy to explain if someone saw her here taking the initiative to meet Xia Ran. It's better not to let her go downstairs. Let her answer the phone. Who am I? I am Shinshotsi. These men are really speechless. On the other end of the phone, Xuechao was extremely surprised when he heard Shinshotsi's name. This is really unbelievable. The goddess actually took the initiative to contact the dog. Is Xia Ran's spring coming? He quickly woke up Xia Ran, who was sleeping soundly. If he missed this opportunity, Xia Ran would probably blame him for the rest of his life. Lu Dong also looked at Xia Ran with interest. He just said that he would not lick her anymore, so let's see what you will do this time. Chapter 5. I am the car owner. Wake up, your goddess is calling you. In a daze, Xia Ran heard someone calling him. At the same time, he felt a sense of pressure in his ears, and Xuechao's cell phone was pressed tightly against them. Xia Ran, how dare you not reply to my message? Do you want to be blocked by me? Pin the link I sent quickly so more people can see it. Also, I heard that the spicy hot pot at the normal university is very good. Go buy me a spicy hot pot for dinner. Shinshotsi's angry voice came from the other end of the phone. It's so noisy. Xia Ran hung up the phone, turned over and continued to sleep. I was sleeping soundly and no one wanted to be disturbed at this time. Xuechao and Lu Dong, who were standing by, were stunned when they saw this scene. It was hung up directly. Really awakened? This is the goddess you have been licking for nearly 3 years. This person is really ruthless. He won't lick it just because he says he won't lick it. Downstairs in the boys' dormitory, Shinshotsi looked at the hung-up phone in a daze. He said I was noisy? Looking back to about 3 years ago, it was an afternoon shortly after the start of my freshman year. Shinshotsi immediately spotted Xia Ran's potential to be a bootlicker in the crowd. No tricks were used, he just licked me for 3 years and had his blood sucked for 3 years. But today he actually disliked Shinshotsi's noise. Calm down, calm down. Shinshotsi closed his eyes, took 2 deep breaths, and put his phone back into his bag. Go back to the dormitory now. The new McLaren owner made her confused and at a loss. Shinshotsi has now lost her ability to judge, so she has to hurry back to the dormitory to make new plans. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the bright moon was already high above the treetops, and the sounds of games could be heard from the dormitory. Xia Ran slept for several hours and finally had enough rest. The fatigue left over from working for a long time has almost recovered. Awake? Do you know what you did this afternoon? Lu Dong was playing King of Glory on his phone. Now he needed to remind Xia Ran what had happened. He wanted to see an expression of regret on Xia Ran's face. Oh, you really reminded me. After hearing Lu Dong's words, Xia Ran took out his mobile phone and directly deleted Shinshotsi's contact information. This kind of tool used by the awakening system should be deleted after use. Why keep it? Your McLaren is scratched, why don't you go check it out, huh? Xueqiao stood aside with a sly grin on his face, selecting 9 photos of him and McLaren from his phone album and posting them on his Moments. In the campus forum in the afternoon, Shinshotsi posted a message saying that his McLaren was scratched in the staff parking lot. He rushed over following the smell and came into close contact with McLaren. If you can't open it, it's okay to take a few selfies to satisfy your pleasure. Whose McLaren is this? Another roommate, Wang Yang, stared at Xueqiao with a puzzled look. Now McLaren has become a hot word on the Jiangnan University campus, and everyone is very interested in who the owner of the car is. Xueqiao glanced at Xia Ran and said with a sly smile, his. Previously, Xia Ran boasted that the McLaren was his, and Xueqiao was teasing him about it. Xia Ran also raised her hand, that McLaren is mine. Ha ha ha. Lu Dong and Xueqiao smiled at each other. Man, you're really into the role. Wang Yang stood up from his seat and said solemnly. I have to say something to you. How can you be so hypocritical? Everyone knows your family situation, and no one looks down on you because of poverty. We are going to find an internship soon, so it would be better to focus more on this and stop pretending to be so arrogant. This sounds uncomfortable no matter how you sound. It's 9 years of compulsory education. What qualifications do you have to educate others? Xia Ran ignored Wang Yang, who was chattering, and walked straight out the door. What are you doing? Xueqiao felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that a joke would cause Xia Ran to lecture him. This Wang Yang is really a man who takes things too seriously. He's the only one in the dormitory who likes to act noble, which really spoils the fun. I'm going to see what's happened to my car. After saying that, he quickly left the dormitory. In the staff parking lot, Xia Ran squatted beside the car and looked at a scratch under the door. The scratch is very long, almost 10 centimeters long. The security guard gave Xia Ran all of Shinshotzi's contact information and said that it had nothing to do with him and was all Shinshotzi's fault. Xia Ran didn't make things difficult for the young security guard. As for Shinshotzi's compensation, that must be demanded. But there are more important things to do now. I haven't eaten for a day, it's time to go out and find something to eat. At this time, there was nothing left to eat in the school cafeteria. With a step on the accelerator, Xia Ran left the campus with a roar. I wanted to eat something good, but the system only gave me a sports car and no money. Xia Ran counted on his fingers the money for gas, meals, phone bills, etc. Shit. He is a super rich man, but the money he had couldn't last more than half a month. It seems that I can only find a roadside stall to eat as usual. There are often such mobile stalls around universities. A bowl of noodles costs only 10 yuan, which is economical and affordable. It was already a little late, and besides the owner, there was only one girl at the stall. Boss, give me a bowl of fried noodles with an egg. Xia Ran found a seat and sat down. The girl opposite was wearing only a shirt and just kept her head down eating noodles, not paying any attention to Xia Ran, who got off the supercar. The boss was cooking very hard. This was the first time that a rich second generation came to his stall to eat. I'll quickly take a photo of the supercar and upload it to the fan group. Maybe my fans will get an increase of $2 in the future. Hey, little sister, it's so lonely to eat alone, do you want your brother to accompany you? A vulgar voice came. Xia Ran looked up and saw a drunkard teasing the girl. The smell of alcohol on his body had already reached Xia Ran, and it was smelly and unpleasant. Don't go, why do you dislike me? Why are you pretending to be innocent? Just name your price. As he said this, he was about to reach out to pull the girl who was about to leave. Oops, sorry. While the girl was avoiding the harassment of the drunkard, she accidentally bumped into Xia Ran's table. Xia Ran didn't say anything, just glanced at the girl. The shirt was washed so much that it looked like the school uniform of a high school, and there was a look of panic on his face. The girl has a pretty face and fair skin, especially a pair of curly waves under her shirt that can't be hidden at all. But this tacky outfit is comparable to Xia Ran's. Kid, stop meddling in other people's business. This is none of your business. Get out of here. The drunkard chased after him and started spraying at Xia Ran's nose. I didn't want to get involved in this matter, but who can tolerate being pointed at and scolded? He is at the age when he is full of vigor and vitality, but he can still be bullied by a drunkard like you. He picked up the chair under his butt and threw it at him. Xia Ran is nearly 1.8 meters tall, and has developed a lot of strength due to being forced to work all the time. I'm still somewhat confident of dealing with a drunkard. Luaire, you're causing trouble again. Do you want me to call the police and invite you in for tea? The boss also came over with a spatula. He glanced at Xiao Ran. This kind of rich second-generation people all have bad tempers and are especially ruthless. Beating up Luaire is a small matter, but if his stall is smashed, who can he turn to for justice? Luaire was half sobered after being hit on the head by a bench. After seeing the boss coming over with weapons, he could only curse under his breath and run away in shame. Thank you, thank you. The girl's voice was trembling, and it was obvious that she was frightened by what had just happened. Nothing, go back early. Xia Ran waved her hand, signaling the girl to leave. I just sat down and was about to try the boss's cooking when I heard the girl's voice coming from behind me. I saw the girl fell off the bicycle and fell next to the McLaren. Chapter 6: The owner's phone number. Hey, classmate, why are you so careless? Brother Yong, the owner of the fried noodle stall, helped the girl who fell down up from the ground. She was still a little flustered because she had just been molested by the drunkard. The girl just fell off the shared bicycle and fell next to Xiao Ran's bike. See if anyone has scratched their car. If they have, you might be in big trouble. This car is not cheap. Brother Yong was more concerned than Xiao Ran. He squatted in front of the McLaren and carefully inspected the car body. It would be a shame if such a nice car was scratched. Every man has a dream of running a supercar, and they will cherish it even if it is someone else's supercar. No. No way. The girl was a little nervous and hugged her arms tightly in front of her. She just rubbed her body against the car door when she fell to the ground. It was not such a coincidence that she scratched the car. Damn, it's really scratched. You're so unlucky. Brother Young said confidently, pointing at 2 new scratches on the car body. One of the scratches made by Shinshotzi was slightly longer, and the other new scratch was slightly shorter. After hearing what Brother Young said, the girl also bent down to check together. The scratch was exactly where she had fallen. She carefully glanced at Xiao Ran, who was sitting there motionless with his head down eating. How much compensation will it cost? The girl asked anxiously in a low voice. It looks like a new car. It will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars in compensation. Brother Yong touched his chin and said seriously. In fact, he has no idea how much money he has to pay in compensation, but there are similar plots in TV dramas. Many of these super sports cars have to be sent to their country of origin for repair, which results in very scary repair costs. So much? The girl was a little surprised. This was completely beyond her understanding. Let alone hundreds of thousands, she couldn't even come up with tens of thousands of dollars. She was able to pay for her tuition thanks to a student loan. Her family would not give her the money. She has a younger brother and most of the money in the family is spent on her younger brother. In her family's eyes, she is just an outsider and will get married sooner or later. She began to hate herself a little, wondering why she was so useless and couldn't do anything right. Why can't you just bear the hunger a little longer? The day will soon be over. If you didn't come here to eat fried noodles, so many things wouldn't have happened. Of course, as to how much exactly it will cost, you have to see what the car owner says. Brother Young pointed at the car owner next to him, Xiao Ran, and motioned for the girl to go over and ask how to get compensation. Yeah, I'm sorry, I accidentally scratched your car, I really didn't mean it. Can you pay less money? I really don't have that much. The girl stammered and kept apologizing to Xiao Ran, with tears in her eyes. Xiao Ran finally finished a bowl of fried noodles. He glanced at the embarrassing look of the girl in front of him and found it quite interesting. He ignored the girl's words and went straight to the car. Here. Brother Young pointed at the 2 scratches. It was a very deep and thick mark that was obviously made by Shinshotzi. If you don't look closely, you can't see any scratches on the other one. I checked it again carefully to make sure there were no new scratches. Xiao Ran took a look at the girl's clothes and thought it would be difficult for her to come up with the money for compensation. Forget it, I just happened to be full, so she doesn't have to pay for it. It's just a car. But before Xiao Ran could say anything, Brother Young next to him started shouting. 100,000, you have to pay 100,000. I just checked on the internet, and there was a similar case where the compensation was 100,000 yuan, Brother Young said with certainty. As a fried noodle stall owner, why are you causing trouble here instead of just frying the noodles properly? After hearing the amount of compensation, the girl was shocked and a complex emotion appeared on her face. You can see that she is struggling fiercely inside. After a few seconds, the imagined crying and pretending to be pitiful did not happen. The girl wiped away the tears in her eyes, mustered up her courage, and said seriously, You give me a call. Xia Ran was a little disappointed and felt a little uneasy inside. The girl in front of him, who was dressed simply, was just like those green tea girls and just wanted his contact information. I thought they were different from Shinshotsi and the others, but it turns out they are all the same. Seeing someone driving a supercar and wanting to jump on him is not something an innocent girl should say. I don't have any money now, but when I have money, I will pay you back the 100,000 yuan I owe you, I promise. The girl spoke very seriously, her eyes were determined, and she was no longer as nervous as before. No, the scratch isn't that serious, so you don't have to pay for it. You can go now. Xia Ran didn't care at all. With the rich system, why would he care about cars? There would be plenty of such consumables in the future. No, I must pay you a penny. Give me some time and I will definitely pay you back. Bai Yuwei didn't know where the stubbornness came from, but she always insisted on paying the money. Oh? You are quite principled. He stared at the girl in front of him and became a little interested. First he scratched the car. Then he asked for the owner's contact information. Finally, because he couldn't pay back the money, he offered to marry him. Isn't this the trick used by Shinshotsi? How come this trick has become a standard for green tea now? Could you please spend more time thinking about it? Trying to unlock the rich second generation through such inferior means will probably not help you stand out. You have to be more careful. Not everyone is qualified to be a bootlicker. Xia Ran raised his eyebrows and gave out his phone number. Well, there's already one scratch, and you made the lighter one, so you should pay less. As for how much, it's up to you. Since she wanted to compensate, Xia Ran would not stop her. He wanted to see if Bai Yuwei would really pay the compensation. I've got it. I called your number. Please save mine too. My name is Bai Yuwei. Xia Ran nodded mechanically, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. I will definitely return the money to you, but it may take a little longer. Bai Yuwei's eyes were firm. Xia Ran waved his hand indifferently. Now he had no interest in Bai Yuwei at all. Anyway, the scratch wasn't made by Bai Yuwei, so it doesn't matter whether she pays back the money or not. I have done what I need to do to cooperate with your performance, now it's up to you to perform. You're just going to let her go like that? You should have a student ID or ID card or something like that. At the very least, you should write an IOU. Otherwise, what if she doesn't acknowledge it later? Besides, you didn't even ask which school she was from. It will probably be difficult to find her in the future. The stall owner, Brother Yong, reminded. Looking at Bai Yuwei's receding back, Xia Ran just smiled briefly. I'm already super rich, why would I need that little bit of money? After Xia Ran paid for the fried noodles, he also left the fried noodles stall. The stall owner was the only one left, reveling in the roar of the supercar as it drove away. It's so damn good to have money. Wherever I go, beautiful girls will approach me. Then he casually sent the few photos of supercars he had just taken to the fried noodle takeaway group. The post added a sentence, Brother Young's fried noodles, if you eat it, you will have the chance to become friends with the owner of a supercar. Chapter 7 New Sign and Rewards. Xiao, has anyone contacted you privately? What kind of girls do rich people like? Zhao Manman looked at herself in the mirror while trying to find out the news. Today, the two of them discovered McLaren, who suddenly appeared in the school, and her heart became excited at this moment. Although her appearance and figure are not as good as Shinshotzi's, Zhao Manman can also be considered a beauty. Now that a new super-rich second generation has been discovered, it would be unreasonable not to fight for it. If that doesn't work, isn't there still medical beauty? With a little touch-up, she's not much worse than Shinshotzi. Shinshotzi did not respond to Zhao Manman's words, but just stared at the pile of cosmetics on her desk. These were all given by Xia Ran, and each one is not cheap. If she were asked to buy them herself, she would never buy them. So far, Xia Ran has not replied to any of her messages. This is very abnormal. If it happened in the past, he would be crying and apologizing downstairs of the girls' dormitory, begging for forgiveness. It just so happens that the face cream is almost used up. It's time to ask Xia Ran to buy a new one. The same goes for the McLaren owner. The post she posted about the car being scratched has received a lot of views, but no suspected owner has appeared. The performance of both Xiaoran and the McLaren owner made her suspicious. In the past, she was treated like a star, and everyone rushed to greet her. No. I had no goal before so I could play with those bootlickers, but now it's time to let go. Because she has a boyfriend goal, and that is a McLaren owner. He drove a McLaren in college, so his family must be very wealthy. Shinshotzi understands her own advantages, which are her beauty and figure. These advantages will make her feel at home among college students, but when she enters society, her horizons will gradually expand and she will consider different things, including family background, growth experience, social experience, etc. These things are not her strengths, so her goal is to find a boyfriend with particularly good conditions in college. And today that person showed up. He was the owner of the McLaren. This is her chance to achieve class advancement, and she must seize it. This is where Shinshotzi is smart. She knows where her strengths lie. She also knows that boys in college are more immature and easier to coax, but when they enter society, those super rich second generations are used to seeing beautiful women, and she can only be their stepmother. Thinking about this, Shinshotzi made up his mind to win over the McLaren owner. In the past, when she couldn't find a suitable boyfriend, she could still flirt with those lickers for fun. It's different now. Shinshotzi's boyfriend has been decided. First, delete all the contact information of those who are bootlickers to make your attitude clear. Don't bother me anymore. Shinshotzi began to edit the text message and prepared to send it to Xiaoran. This is a warning and also a punishment. If you want to be a bootlicker, you need a chance, and now Xiaoran has lost that chance. After sending the message, I received a reply immediately. Now you know to reply to messages immediately? It's too late. Ha! How could this be a message to turn on friend verification? Xiaoran actually deleted her. Xiaoci, say something, why are you staring at your phone? When Zhao Manman saw that Shinshotzi did not respond for a long time, she thought she was reading the news about the McLaren owner, so she took the initiative to come over. You actually deleted that poor loser. You should have done that a long time ago. Zhao Manman didn't look closely at the contents on the phone, just took a quick glance. No one would have thought that a bootlicker would take the initiative to delete the goddess contact information. However, the main reason why she didn't take a closer look was a message in Younga's fried noodle group. The owner of the fried noodle stall actually posted a photo of himself with the McLaren in the group, and said that the owner of the car was eating at the stall and kept praising his fried noodles for being delicious. At the same time, there is a photo of a girl falling next to a McLaren. Has anyone resorted to the car scratching trick again? But this girl is much smarter than Shinshotzi. She will definitely be able to add the contact information if she scratches the car in front of the owner. Zhao Manman put on her clothes quietly. The car owner had already appeared, so she had to try her luck at the fried noodle stall. Wait, I'm going too. Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. Shinshotzi has recovered from his trance. She also saw what happened at the fried noodle stall. She is not afraid of competition and she is confident that she can crush anyone. The news that the McLaren owner had appeared gave her hope again. The two of them rushed to Brother Yong's fried noodle stall, but they were still a step too late. Xia Ran had already driven away. Why didn't you stop him and just let him go? Zhao Manman complained to the stall owner. Such a good opportunity was missed again. Brother Yong was suddenly speechless. Who would be so nice as to stop guests from leaving for no reason? You said that girl's name is Bai Yue? Shinshotzi carefully asked Brother Yong about the car owner's meal. She just used a little trick and Brother Yong told her all the details. He told her everything, including Xia Ran beating up a drunkard, Bai Yue scratching a car and asking for contact information, etc. But when it came to the car owner's appearance and phone number, Brother Yong was very vague and said he couldn't remember clearly. This Bai Yue got the car owner's phone number. Shinshotzi was a little annoyed. This whole plan was hers to come up with, but someone else stole the script. She was really unwilling to accept this. But it was not without any gain. At least according to Brother Yong's description, the car owner was quite kind-hearted. This kind of person is actually easier to control, but the one we should be afraid of is the kind of person with a heart of stone. Bai Yue. Shinshotzi repeated the name silently several times in his mind. It seems that this person has some means, and we should collect some information about her. The owner of the car is my boyfriend. If he comes to eat fried noodles here again, please notify me. Shinshotzi added Brother Yong on WeChat. The notification she mentioned was a private notification, not a notification in a group. Zhao Manman, who was standing by, was full of jealousy in her eyes. Why didn't she think of this excuse? But she also took the initiative to add her boss WeChat. Want to get exclusive information about McLaren owners? No way. Xia Ran didn't rush to bed after returning to the dormitory. It's almost 12 o'clock, and we'll be able to sign in for the next day soon. He was looking forward to what kind of reward he would get when he signed in the next day. It would be best to sign in and give him some money so that he can change all his clothes. Now this outfit is totally incompatible with the identity of a McLaren owner. As soon as 12 o'clock arrived, Xia Ran immediately started signing in. Sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Obtained a set of Yunding Villa worth 100 million yuan. The host's information has been registered with the property registration office. Please go to the property to collect the house certificate and key. Note, the host's full set of receipts for purchasing the Yunding Villa has been placed in the villa. All funds are obtained legally, so please feel free to use them. Chapter 8 Mysterious Owner. Hentaying Villa is the highest-end residential complex in Jiangnan City. Its location is unique, with mountains behind and water in front, and beautiful scenery. Those who can afford to buy houses here are all big stars and wealthy businessmen. It is a truly luxurious community. Early in the morning, Xia Ran couldn't wait to appear in front of the gate of Hentaying Villa. As expected of an upscale residential complex, the security guard in the entrance booth is dressed in a black suit and stands straight, much better than those second-rate security guards. Sorry, we can't let you in if you're not the owner or don't have a reservation. The security guard did not let Xia Ran pass just because he was driving a supercar. Why is it different from what is shown in TV dramas? When the security guard sees the supercar, shouldn't he salute and then trot over to open the door? How could he be so cold? I am really the owner. Can you ask the property management to come out and pick me up? Xia Ran communicated with the security guard patiently, but she didn't expect that as a distinguished villa owner, she was stopped outside by the security guard. However, this cannot be blamed on the security guard. He couldn't even tell the house number of his villa, so how could the security guard believe that he was the owner? Xia Ran was a little speechless. The system gave him a villa, but did not tell him the specific address information. All the procedures had to be handled at the property management. Today is the day when the new house is delivered. The property management is very busy. If you are the owner, please find your salesperson and ask her to take you to get the key to the new house. The security guard pointed to the sales office not far ahead, then looked straight ahead, completely ignoring Xia Ran and not saying anything else. But how would Xia Ran know who the salesperson is? It was all done by the system, and the system doesn't explain it clearly. I called the system several times but got no response, so I had to go to the sales office myself. Xia Ran parked the car at the designated location and walked slowly to the sales office nearby. When you push the door open, the first thing that catches your eye is a huge crystal chandelier, which is so bright that it can cast shadows on the floor. The decoration here is quite luxurious, filled with a lot of golden elements, showing a sense of luxury. Most of the houses in Hentaying Villa have been sold out, and not many people come here to view the houses. Most of the people are property owners who come to collect their houses. Many salesmen are leading their clients to go through the procedures of taking possession of their houses. I have to say that the salespeople in this high-end community have very high personal qualities. Looking around, these female salespeople all have curvy figures and are dressed beautifully. There were only 2 or 3 idle sales ladies nearby, chatting with Xia Ran with their backs to her. Xia Ran walked over and planned to ask about the procedure for taking possession of the house. Excuse me, I want to ask. Hearing the voice, several sales ladies turned around. The sales lady standing in the middle had a smile on her face and listened to Xia Ran's questions seriously. Why is it you? Did you follow me here? The sales lady sitting closest to the 3 people is none other than Shinshotzi, who works part-time here. Of course, she wasn't really doing this part-time job just to sell houses. These days are the days when Hentaying villas are being collected, and there are many opportunities to come into contact with wealthy people. She came here to spread her network and realize her dream of becoming a wealthy wife. Hey, do you regret it? It's too late to tell you. Now you don't even have the chance to be my dog. When Shinshotzi saw that the person opposite him was Xia Ran, he knew what he was here for. He must be here to ask for forgiveness because he regrets the stupid thing he did yesterday. She has seen a lot of such lickers. It is normal for her to swear not to lick them on a whim and then regret it after sleeping. Stop pestering me. I already have a boyfriend, target. Shinshotsi spoke the last few words very quietly. She now regarded the McLaren owner as his first choice for boyfriend. What's going on, Shioci? The two sales ladies nearby gave me a gossipy look, as if there was a lot to dig up here. This person has been harassing me for 3 years. I have clearly rejected him many times, but he still came and stalked me. Shinshotsi said righteously. This guy can't be a pervert. He actually followed us here. Shioci, you have to be careful. People like this are prone to doing extreme things. Why don't we call the police and have him arrested? The other two sales ladies immediately put on an expression of disgust and were full of contempt for Xiaoran. Xiaoran looked at Shinshotsi with pitiful eyes and thought to himself. I'm a super rich man following you? What are you dreaming about? The mission is over, you've graduated, why should I still bother with you? If you knew I was the owner, wouldn't you explode? Xiaoran was about to fight back and let Shinshotsi know who the real idiot was when she heard a man's voice next to her. What are you arguing about? You really know how to pick the right time to call the police. A man in his 30s walked out of the VIP room nearby. He was wearing a gray-blue suit and looked quite elegant. The man's name is Li Yuan. He is the private property manager here. He is one level higher than the ordinary manager and only serves high-end VIP customers. He came here today just to wait for a mysterious owner. Last night, the most luxurious villa in Hentaying Villas was suddenly sold to someone. All the procedures and formalities were approved along the way, and the transaction was completed within a few minutes, and the full payment was made. It was the first time he saw someone buy a villa in this way. The transaction was completed without even meeting the person, just like ordering takeout online. The buyer behind this must be very powerful, and such an owner deserves his personal reception. Although he didn't know when this mysterious buyer would come to take possession of the house, Li Yuan was already prepared to wait at the sales office every day. Manager Li, this person. Shinshotsi was about to explain immediately. Okay, can't you see that everyone else is busy? Why don't you go and serve tea and water? Are you here just for show? Li Yuan didn't have time to listen to their nonsense, he had important things to do. He still has to wait for the mysterious owner. After seeing Manager Li give the order, Shinshotsi glared at Xiaoran and left. What else do you want? Li Yuan was quite cultured and did not look down on Xiaoran because of his clothes. But his speaking attitude is average, not good, but not bad either. I bought a house here, and I'm here to collect it. As he spoke, Xiaoran handed over his ID card. After being distracted by Shinshotsi, I almost forgot about the important matter of taking over the house. Normally, Li Yuan would not personally receive ordinary people who came to collect their rooms. He only served high-end people. But he felt that Xiaoran looked familiar, so he glanced at the name on the ID card. Xiaoran? How come she has the same name as that mysterious buyer? The man's name, Li Yuan, was deeply engraved in his bones, and he recognized it immediately. Hello, please go to the VIP room and sit for a while. We will check it out and it will be ready soon. Li Yuan immediately changed his attitude and became much more humble than before. Anyone who can get the position of private property manager is a smart person. He would never easily draw conclusions about a person just because of the way he dresses. Xiaoran was invited into the VIP room, and Li Yuan arranged 2 Cheongsam girls to serve him tea and water. It only took a few minutes to verify the identity. Xiaoran is the mysterious buyer who spent 100 million yuan to buy Hentaying 1. Hello, Mr. Xia. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Li Yuan. I am your private property manager of Hentaying Villa. You can come to me for anything you need in the future. At the same time, he respectfully handed a business card to Xiaoran with both hands. Congratulations, Mr. Xia, for becoming the distinguished owner of Hentaying 1. Chapter 9 Car Owner? Owner? Which one should I choose? The procedures for taking possession of the house were completed quickly. A red house deed and a shiny golden key were handed to Xiaoran. This is a 24K pure gold key, weighing about 10 grams. It is not worth much, just a few $1,000s. It's not really a house key, just a slightly prettier decoration. Which villa is mine? Xiaoran fiddled with the golden key in her hand. This is it. Li Yuan pointed lightly on the sand table. He doesn't even know which house he is buying. Only a truly wealthy buyer would do this. For them, buying a villa is like buying vegetables. No, people don't even have to be picky when buying groceries. These people just spend money for the sake of pleasure. Xia Ran's eyes swept across the sand table. This residential complex is indeed a high-end villa area, with a huge green area, pavilions, towers, and everything else, completely in a garden style. The villa is built on the mountain. At the foot of the mountain are rows of townhouses, and further up are villas with their own doors and courtyards. The higher you go, the higher the grade of the villa and the more expensive it is. Li Yuan was referring to the most luxurious and expensive modern single-family villa in the community. The villa has a total of 6 floors, 2 underground floors and 4 above-ground floors. It has a swimming pool and a garden, and is fully furnished and ready for move-in. The location of this villa can be said to be quite good. It is surrounded by mountains and water, overlooking the river at its feet. The surrounding greenery and dense forests ensure maximum privacy for customers. In addition to me as a private property manager, we will also provide 3 private nannies to serve you and your family, which are all included in the property fee. Property fees? The system only said that a house was given to Xia Ran, but never mentioned the property fees. I don't know if I need to pay the property fee separately. If so, I'll have to rely on the system. Li Yuan took out a folder from the side, which contained their service content. From small things like changing light bulbs at home to big things like private babysitting services, we have everything you need. However, most of these contents appear in the form of value-added services, which means that you need to pay extra. After taking a look at the service price, Xia Ran closed it calmly. I prayed silently in my heart that the next sign and reward must be more cash. Seeing Xia Ran's calm expression, Li Yuan knew that he might have done something wrong. I understand. For a supreme-level client like you, the people around you must be carefully selected. Our services are for ordinary families at the foot of the mountain. People of your status generally don't use our nannies. Xia Ran nodded silently. No wonder you were able to become a private property manager. You have a very accurate grasp of user needs. How about I take you up there to have a look? Let's go. Let's take a look. Xia Ran also wanted to see what a villa worth 100 million yuan looked like. Wait a moment, I'll arrange a vehicle to pick us up. As he said that, Li Yuan was about to use the intercom to call the driver over. No, I drove here today and just happened to be familiar with the route. Xia Ran's McLaren was still parked outside. The community was so big, and he was afraid he would get lost if he didn't drive it himself once. Under Li Yuan's guidance, the two left the sales office directly through the VIP customer channel. Xin Xiaozi on the side was very depressed. After coming here, all she could meet were ordinary customers. And most of them are middle-aged men with families. Those truly high-quality customers go directly into the VIP room, and it is never her turn as a part-time staff to serve them. She was a little annoyed as she was scolded by Manager Li for no reason today. It's all because of that stalker, that pervert. I must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Xin Xiaozi, who was in a bad mood, came to the sales office to get some fresh air. I have to say that the air here is very fresh, and just taking a breath can make people feel relaxed. She looked at the rows of villas not far away, her eyes full of expectation. I wish I could be the hostess of a villa. Just as Xin Xiaozi was dreaming and fantasizing, the roar of a sports car brought her back to reality. She turned around and saw a sports car passing by her and heading towards the mountain. It's that McLaren. The McLaren that appeared in the school. The car was not driving very fast, so she could see the license plate clearly. The car owner came to the sales office? It's all that loser Xia Ran's fault. If he hadn't come here to cause trouble, I would have been able to find the owner of the car at a glance. Having missed the chance to meet the owner of the car, Xin Xiaozi's already irritable mood became even more irritable. Xiaozi, what are you doing? Why do you look so sad? Several female salespeople who had just been gossiping with Xin Xiaozi came out. Nothing, I was just scared by the stalker just now. Xin Xiaozi's eyes were still fixed on the direction McLaren left, wondering which road he would come out from. How about we find a necessary road to stop the car? Being bumped into seems to create some unspeakable fate. I just don't know if it would hurt if being hit by a supercar. Several female salespeople who had just come out also saw the supercar that just drove past. Whose sports car is that? It's so cool, I like it so much. Having a sports car is nothing. Many owners in our community have one. There are differences between sports cars. The sports car just now is worth at least 10 million. Upon hearing the price, several female salespeople were surprised. Most of those who came here to work as salespeople had other purposes. However, Shinshotsi did not participate in the discussion about the sports car, as she would not reveal the owner's information to these people. If they knew that the car owner was a college student, they would appear on campus every day to wait for the car owner to appear. This kind of thing is enough for her to know alone, there is no need to share it. What's a supercar worth 10 million? The most expensive villa in our community was sold today. Hentaeing one? The villa worth 100 million? Shinshotsi was a little surprised. She had heard of Hentaeing number 1, but it had not been selling for half a year due to its high price. Who is the buyer? The down payment for that house must be more than 30 million. Down payment? They paid the full amount directly. They didn't even look at the house before buying it. They just completed the formalities online. And I heard the buyer is also very young. Young? Did you see what the owner looked like? Shinshotsi quickly looked into the sales office, wanting to see who this young owner was. At this moment, other thoughts began to arise in her mind. In just a few seconds, she had already begun to imagine the scene of sitting in Hentaeing one and taking care of her husband and children. Don't look, he's not inside. This kind of VIP client won't show up in public casually, he's very mysterious. Only Manager Lee is there to receive him. A female salesperson next to him had already seen through Shinshotsi's thoughts. Shinshotsi simply smiled, but at this moment she began to struggle in her heart. Either she doesn't show up, or once she shows up, there will be 2 high-quality boyfriend candidates. Is it better to choose a McLaren owner in his 20s? Or choose the owner of Hentaeing one who is in his 30s? In her mind, young people who can afford Hentaeing one must be at least 30 years old. It seems that each has its own advantages, one is young and energetic, the other is mature and steady. Which one is better? It's so hard to choose. Chapter 10 Personal Assistant. This is the community's own golf course, this is a private club, and this is. Along the way, Li Yuan kept introducing the different functional areas in the community. Everything that is necessary is included. Soon, the two arrived at Xiaoran's villa. This garden lawn is a bonus. As soon as we entered the door, Li Yuan began to introduce himself. The 3-meter-high exterior wall separates the villa from the surrounding environment, and as soon as you enter the gate, you will see a neat and lush green lawn. Each floor of the villa is 300 square meters, with a total of 6 floors. On the ground floor are the parking spaces, 6 in total, dedicated spaces for your car. The 2 underground floors are functional areas, including an indoor basketball court, an indoor swimming pool, and a private cinema. The 2nd to 4th floors above ground are the living areas, with a total of 8 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, 3 living rooms, and 2 kitchens. Li Yuan introduced the purpose of each room in a torrent of words, while Xia Ran beside him just nodded quietly. As expected of someone who has seen the world, he showed no emotion at all when seeing such a luxurious villa. This house is finely decorated. The materials inside are all the best. Even the network cable has a gold core. The decoration alone is worth 20 million. After hearing Li Yuan's words, Xia Ran just said calmly, "The best?" Yeah. Of course it's what we think is the best. It's definitely not comparable to the best in your opinion. Toilets are not made of gold, but you can't say they are the best. Coming out of the bathroom, Xia Ran walked to the window and recalled the property fee list he had just looked at. Not to mention the property fees, even the maintenance costs of those equipment are a considerable expense. Fortunately, there is the super rich system to back me up, otherwise I wouldn't be able to afford to live in this villa even if it was given to me for free. Li Yuan felt a little uneasy when he saw Xia Ran thinking seriously in front of the window. What did I say wrong? Why does this big shot look unhappy? Not satisfied with the decoration? Isn't this good? If my house was decorated to this standard, I would wake up happily in my dreams. Thinking of this, Li Yuan slapped his thigh and finally figured it out. Although his annual income is 500,000, it is probably not as much as what Xia Ran earns in 1 minute. How could his own taste compare to that of a truly rich man? Mr. Xia, if you are not satisfied with the decoration here, you can tear it down and redecorate it again. Li Yuan came to Xia Ran and said proudly. As a private property manager, his job is to help clients solve their problems. What do you say if I turn the lawn outside into a vegetable garden? After saying that, Xia Ran looked at the phone in his hand and saw that it was a call from an unfamiliar number. He stepped aside and answered the phone. Li Yuan came to the window and followed Xiao Ran's gaze towards the lawn in front of him. Vegetable plot? What does that mean? Bang! I slapped my thigh and got it. What Mr. Xiao wants is the Chinese pastoral style, not this European luxury style. Hello, who is this? Xiao Ran answered the phone cautiously. Hello? Hello, I'm Bai Yue, the one who scratched your car last night. I didn't expect the action to be launched so soon. Xiao Ran only thought of him as a green tea like Shinshotzi, and wanted to hook him, a rich man. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Xiao Ran said lightly. Nah, can I see you for a moment? The voice on the other end of the phone became smaller and smaller, and finally it sounded like a mosquito. See me? Xiao Ran was a little surprised. These tricks were used by him when he was a bootlicker. Identify the target, ask for contact information first, then look for an opportunity to ask for a meeting. But your licking was too stiff. We were in a hurry to meet the next day. You were moving too fast. At least you have to chat first, send each other a few cartoons, find common interests, and then find a reasonable reason to meet. For example, repairing the computer, my cat can do backflips and so on. No one would just come up and say they're going to meet each other. Even if you're a bootlicker, you have to be attentive. But, can I? Not hearing Xiao Ran's reply, Bai Yue asked again in a low voice. Of course, come find me, I'm at Hentaying Villa. Xiao Ran gave his address. He wanted to see what other tricks Bai Yue had. Mr. Xia has something else to do, so I won't bother you anymore. When Li Yuan heard that someone was coming to visit Xiao Ran, he quickly found an excuse to leave. Xiao Ran nodded. It was just right for him to take a good look around his villa by himself. It is luxurious, but a bit empty. It would be a waste to live there alone. While shopping, Xiao Ran also saw the house purchase invoice and deed tax invoice in the hall. TSK, that's a lot of zeros. Hey, I've paid the property management fee and selected all the value-added services. In other words, he can use those nannies for free. It is worthy of being a super rich system, it is very thoughtful. He took out his phone and started calling Li Yuan. Li Yuan, I've thought about it. I still need a nanny for now, but I need to choose one. Xiao Ran, a young man just 20 years old, doesn't want to live with those female nannies who are in their 40s or 50s. After receiving Xiao Ran's call, Li Yuan began to think. It's hard to guess what this rich man is thinking. It seems he has to pass the first hurdle and pick some smart ones. Manager Li, you're back. Seeing Li Yuan coming down the mountain, Shinshotzi immediately moved over. Li Yuan looked up and saw that it was someone from their sales office, but he couldn't remember his specific name. What's the matter? Shinshotzi stopped Li Yuan in the residential area. Seeing that she was alone and had a somewhat flattering smile on her face, he probably wanted to ask him something. I don't have anything to do. I just saw you busy all by yourself, Manager Li, so I wanted to help you share the burden. When Shinshotzi heard that a young owner spent 100 million to buy Hentaying 1, he began to inquire about the information. But only Li Yuan knew about this high-end customer. She waited for Li Yuan outside in advance so that she could ask for the owner's information. What can you do to help? Go do what you should do. Li Yuan ignored Shinshotzi and went straight to his office. Manager Li, I want to ask you about an owner. Seeing that Li Yuan was about to leave, Shinshotzi directly stated his purpose. Stop, the owner's information is confidential. If you don't want to do this anymore, just tell me. Li Yuan was a little angry. What are the female saleswomen thinking about every day? Seeing Li Yuan's expression change, Shinshotzi hurriedly explained. Manager Li, don't get me wrong. I also want to better serve these owners, starting with understanding their hearts. Know their hearts? What are you going to do? Li Yuan felt that what she said made sense. Understanding customer needs is what service practitioners like them should do. I heard that every villa will be equipped with a personal assistant. I wonder if I can do this job for a while so that I can understand what the customers want. Shinshotzi had inquired about this before, and found out that the position in Hentaying that had the most contact with wealthy people was the personal assistant. Personal assistant is actually the internal name for a nanny, which sounds more high-end. If she could become the personal assistant of the billionaire, she would be in a great position to get the upper hand. Li Yuan looked Shinshotzi up and down. She had a pretty face and a great figure. There is indeed a position that is very suitable for you. Go back and prepare and wait for my notification. Okay. I just came back from henteing one and got a new job. It must be prepared for the billionaire owner. Thinking of this, Shinshotzi seemed very excited. After saying thank you, he left happily. I hope the old owner of henteing 20 will be satisfied with this personal assistant. He always complained about his assistant being too old before. This time I will introduce you to a younger one. Chapter 11. I can accompany you. Half an hour later, Bai Yue arrived as promised. Still dressed similarly to yesterday, with a different shirt and high school uniform pants. Find a place to sit. Xia Ran sat casually on the sofa. Bai Yue, who was standing in front, seemed a little reserved and at a loss. She was shocked along the way. Bai Yue had never come into contact with rich people and had no idea what their lives were like. After seeing Xia Ran's villa today, I finally understood what life is like for rich people. Bai Yue looked around and saw that only Xia Ran's sofa was available for sitting. If she sat over there, they would have to talk sideways, which was a bit inconvenient. I'm used to standing. Bai Yue found a lame excuse. Xia Ran smiled inwardly. You want to act pitiful to gain sympathy, right? Then let you do it. What do you want from me? I. After hesitating for a long time, Bai Yue couldn't say anything. He just slowly lowered his head, looking a little dejected. Xia Ran narrowed her eyes slightly. This wouldn't work. There's no way to hook a rich man this way. Although he has never hooked up with a rich man, he has 3 years of experience as a dog licker, and the principles are similar. Bai Yue's pace was too slow. She couldn't keep getting stuck at the cowardly start. She had to move on. At this time, you should find a way to talk about the difficulties in life and those pitiful backgrounds. If you're okay, I'll leave. Xia Ran decided to help her and help her get into the state quickly. Oh, this is for you. Bai Yue's confused eyes lit up, and she hurriedly took out a neatly folded A4 paper from her pocket. What is this? An IOU. Xia Ran was stunned. This is a handwritten IOU with clear and neat handwriting and rigorous content. Not only the date and the borrower's ID number were written, but also a fingerprint was placed in the lower right corner. The amount above is exactly the 100,000 yuan compensation for the float mentioned last night. But that was what Brother Yom, who sells fried noodles, said. Xia Ran didn't want the money to repair the car at all. For a moment, Xia Ran looked at Bai Yue in front of him with a little confusion. Did I see the wrong person? This isn't real green tea? You want to see me just to give me the IOU? Xia Ran held the IOU in his hand and waved it twice in front of Bai Yue. Bai Yue nodded vigorously, her hands constantly fiddling with the corner of her clothes. It's too much. I don't need that much. I told you that you only scratched lightly. Just give me a little as a token of your appreciation. It's okay if you don't give me anything. This is a good girl, not a green tea at all. Xia Ran felt ashamed for her groundless speculation. Now he didn't want to ask Bai Yue for compensation for any money at all. No. Not much. I wanted to borrow some money from you. Bai Yue's voice became softer and softer as she spoke, and the last 2 words were almost inaudible. What do you mean by asking me to lend you money? Xia Ran leaned back slightly and leaned on the sofa. He stared at Bai Yue, who was standing in front of him, trying to see through her true nature. It seems that it is too early to draw a conclusion. She is still here for the money. Bai Yue took a deep breath, as if she had made some kind of decision. I checked last night. Your car is really expensive. Even a minor scratch would cost you a lot of money. So I'll just consider it as I owe you 10,000. But your IOU says 100,000? This morning I suddenly received a call from home. Grandma is sick and needs money for surgery. This is 90,000 yuan. So you think I'll lend you $90,000? I have no choice. You are the only person I know who can come up with 90,000 yuan, and you are a very nice person. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back. Bai Yue spoke in a firm tone and looked at Xia Ran with expectant eyes. That's right. This is the normal scenario for catching a rich man. A sick mother, a gambling father, a disappointing brother, and a broken self. He is such a nice person, but he just wants to get 90,000 yuan for free. I am afraid you think he is a fool. There really is such a good thing in the world, but Bai Yue has chosen the wrong person. Xia Ran was so angry that she laughed. Although he has a car and a house, they are luxury cars and villas. But now he couldn't even spare $1,000. Even if he had the money, he would not lend $100,000 to an unrelated person. Come on, you just met last night and you didn't say a few words in total. The progress is too fast. How can you catch a rich man this way? Just because I'm a good person, you think I'll lend you $100,000? Besides, how can you, a student, pay back the money? Are you just going to earn a little bit from a part-time job? Xia Ran put the IOU aside and looked at Bai Yue in front of him with a playful smile. 100,000 is already a considerable number for many ordinary people. After a moment's silence, Bai Yue was no longer hesitant. She pulled her hair back to reveal her entire delicate face. She also rearranged the loose shirt to fit her upper body more closely, showing off her perfect curves. I am a sophomore student at the School of Economics and Management of Jiangnan University. I am 166 centimeters tall and weigh 95 caddies. My measurements are. Why are you telling me this? Xia Ran's face showed a trace of horror. His eyes unconsciously wandered over Bai Yue. Especially when you see the chest, your face will turn red unconsciously. You weigh 95 caddies? That's a bit unreasonable. There's a saying that if you weigh less than 100 pounds, you're either flat-chested or short. But you don't meet these 2 points, which goes against common sense. Who do you take me for? Xia Ran was a little angry and looked up to meet Bai Yue's charming eyes. My brain froze for a moment. Your combo is a bit too much to bear. This face, this figure, is in no way inferior to Shinxiuzi's. No, even better than Shinxiuzi. Under these conditions, if Shinxiuzi had his tricks, let alone 100,000, there would be people willing to pay even 1 million. At worst, you can just shake the coin a few times online and earn more than you would from doing odd jobs. I really have no other choice. I know this little money is nothing in the eyes of rich people like you, but it can really save lives for me. As long as you lend me money, I can accompany you. Bai Yue spoke very firmly, with no sign of struggle on her face. She had already made up her mind about this matter. Good fellow, I thought you were of a low rank. I didn't expect you to be smarter than those green tea lovers who are only after the money. You are here for people. Want to make things a fait accompli and get started with a guide? Put your hands off your clothes first, it's a bit dizzy. Xia Ran waved his hand. It is impossible to borrow money, not to mention whether he has it or not. In this case, I won't lend you the money directly. You have to rely on your own ability. You said, I'm willing to do anything as long as you lend it to me. Hearing Xia Ran agree, Bai Yue immediately leaned over and sat next to him. Cough cough. Don't be impatient, just listen to me first. Xia Ran told the story of Shinxiuzi scratching the car, and her meaning was very clear, as long as she could get compensation from Shinxiuzi. This money can be given to Bai Yue for free. You mean, I should help you get compensation? Chapter 12 I will never default. Since he had made up his mind to ask Shinxiuzi for compensation, Xia Ran quickly took action. He drove his McLaren directly to the 4S shop to have the damage assessed. Since it was just a scratch and not a serious accident, the damage assessment form came out quickly. Original imported car paint, fuel injectors, labor hours. Xia Ran looked at the messy contents on the damage assessment form, and it really would cost 100,000 yuan in total. With this, I don't have to worry about Shinxiuzi cheating. Drove away and returned to campus. It was already afternoon, and based on Xia Ran's experience of licking Shinxiuzi, she should have just returned to the dormitory at this time. This is the video of Shinxiuzi scratching the car, and this is the damage assessment form. Xia Ran gave all the evidence he could to Bai Yue. Go ahead. Here is the complete chain of evidence for car scratching. The parking lot security guard can also testify. As long as you can get the money back, I will lend it to you without any interest. Bai Yue looked at the information in front of her with a complicated expression. She had some experience in owing debts, but this was her first time to collect debts. Thinking back to the time when my family was being harassed by debt collectors, those people were very vicious and ferocious. Can she really get her money back? Bai Yue looked at all the evidence carefully, including witnesses, physical evidence and videos. As long as Shinxiuzi was reasonable, she should be able to get it soon. In order to raise enough money for her grandmother's surgery, she had no choice but to go ahead and do it. 10 minutes later, Bai Yue gathered her emotions in the staff parking lot. She picked up the phone and dialed Shinshotsu's number. Hello, can you come to the parking lot to discuss compensation for the scratched McLaren? Or I'll find you wherever you are. Bai Yue mustered up her courage and stated her purpose in one breath on the phone. Shinshotsu on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. She only scratched a McLaren. It's the one parked in the faculty parking lot. But she had confirmed with the security guard at the time that the owner of the car was a young man. But how come it was a woman calling her? Could it be the car owner's lawyer? This is bad. The original plan was to negotiate compensation with the car owner, then use her charm to win the car owner over and become a wealthy wife. But it would be difficult to deal with a female lawyer. Excuse me, who are you? Shinshotsu asked tentatively, wanting to confirm the other party's identity. I'm Bai Yue, and I'm here to ask you for compensation on behalf of the car owner. Bai Yue? Shinshotsu unconsciously raised the volume a few degrees. It's great that he is not a lawyer, and it's even better after hearing the name. She has always been thinking about this name. She was the first to get the phone number of the McLaren owner. I was thinking about how to find this person, but I didn't expect her to come to me on her own initiative. Bai Yue? Zhao Man in the dormitory also heard the name and jumped off the bed. Quickly came to Shinshotsu's side. Although she didn't know who called Shinshotsu, she remembered the name Bai Yue. She also knew that this was one of the clues to finding the owner of the McLaren. Shinshotsu glanced at Zhao Man who was coming over, and realized that he had been too careless and shouldn't have shouted so loudly. She quickly adjusted her mood and said to the other end of the phone. Never mind, where are you? I'll go find you. Okay, I get it. You must not run away. Just wait for me there. If she was called to the dormitory, she wouldn't be able to directly ask Bai Yue for the information of the owner of the car because there were so many people around. There were few people in the parking lot, which was convenient for her to do it. After hanging up the phone, Shinshotsu immediately started to put on her makeup. Maybe she will have a chance to meet the owner of the car later, so she has to dress up beautifully. Xiao, where are you going? Zhao Man, who was standing by, saw Shinshotsu dressing up and started dressing up too. Nothing, I just went to meet his sister. Shinshotsu made up a lie. It's Bai Yue, right? Zhao Man smiled and pretended with her. That's right. Since it was discovered, Shinshotsu did not hide it. When it came to competition, she was not afraid of anyone. You can tell from their makeup. Zhao Man is the type who wears heavy makeup. She looks beautiful at first glance, but looks tacky after a while. But Shinshotsu is different. She wears natural makeup, which makes her look fresh, beautiful, and unworldly, full of youthfulness. After finishing the painting, the two quickly went out to the faculty parking lot. At this time, there was only one girl standing next to the McLaren in the faculty parking lot. Bai Yue also saw two beautiful college students walking towards her. Bai Yue, who was originally a little worried, felt relieved after seeing how the two were dressed. Both of them have delicate makeup and are dressed fashionably, so they shouldn't default on their debts. Are you Bai Yue? Where is the car owner? After Shinshotsu arrived, he looked around and found that there were no other men except the young security guard. The owner of the car is not here. He asked me to give this to you. Bai Yue handed over the damage assessment form. Shinshotsu took the list and looked over Bai Yue. She is quite pretty. This outfit can only be described as shabby. Which college student still wears high school uniform pants? She didn't wear them when she was in high school. Damage assessment? What does that mean? Shinshotsu carefully looked at the list handed over. The above are the repair costs item by item, and the total cost is as high as 100,000. I'm here to ask for compensation on behalf of the car owner. You scratched the car and you should pay for the repairs. Bai Yue said this cautiously, because she had noticed that the two people's expressions had changed a little. Why didn't the owner come? Why did they ask you to come? What's your relationship with the owner? Shinshotsu asked 3 questions in a threatening manner. I don't know about that. He just asked me to come and ask for compensation. He didn't say anything else. It was obvious that Bai Yue's momentum was much weaker. Why waste your words on her? Look at how poor she is. What relationship can she have with the owner of a McLaren? She's just like your big bootlicker. I get so mad when I see her. Hand over the McLaren owner's phone number quickly, and then disappear on your own initiative. Zhao Manman was adding fuel to the fire, she was purely jealous. Forget about Shinshotsi. How could a poor bastard like her have the phone number of a McLaren owner? The two of them are simply not from the same world. Yeah, didn't you scratch your McLaren too? Why are you the only one asking me for help? Give me the owner's phone number so I can get to the bottom of it. As he said that, Shinshotsi was about to snatch the phone. I don't know. He just asked me to come and ask for compensation. He didn't say anything else. Bai Yue showed a stubborn look and pursed her lips tightly. Xia Ran didn't mention giving her the phone number, so she wouldn't give it to her. You want compensation, right? Well, that depends on whether you have the ability to do so. With a sneer, Shinshotsi slowly tore the damage assessment form in his hand into pieces. Okay, we've finished talking about compensation. Give us the car owner's phone number, or you can't leave today. Chapter 13 Bullying. Seeing the debris of the damage assessment form all over the floor, Bai Yue felt uneasy. The two girls kept approaching her, gesturing with their fingers in front of her eyes. Hurry up and give me the owner's phone number. It's useless for you to keep it. There's no way the two of you can do it. Give me your phone number, and I will remember you for a favor. When I become a rich lady, I will let you come to my house as a nanny to serve me. Nannies in rich families have a much better life than you do now. Don't try to be pitiful and try to gain sympathy. I didn't use this trick when I was in high school. Faced with Shinshotzi's relentless pressure, Bai Yue could only retreat little by little until she reached the edge where there was no place left to retreat. What are you talking about? I'm just here to ask for compensation on behalf of the car owner. Bai Yue was almost crying, she just came to ask for compensation. What had she done wrong that these two girls had to be so aggressive? Bang! Zhao Manman raised her arm and hit Bai Yue directly in the face. Don't waste your words on her. I think she is a tough person and doesn't respond to soft words. First there was a burning pain, followed by a feeling of swelling on Bai Yue's left face. She covered her slapped cheek with her hands, her eyes filled with anger. How dare you stare at me? I see you've never been beaten before. Zhao Manman suddenly stretched out her hand again and slapped him 3 times in a row. Shinshotzi was not to be outdone. He stretched out his hands, grabbed Bai Chotzi's hair, and pulled him towards him. How dare you disrupt my plan and steal my initiative? If it weren't for you, I would be the car owner's girlfriend now. As he spoke, he kept shaking Bai Yue's head. Bai Yue was hit in the face and her hair was grabbed, and she looked painful for a moment. She bit her thin lips tightly, with stubbornness in her eyes. How could Bai Yue easily do as they wished when facing such bullying? He didn't even ask for mercy. At the same time, he was also fighting back with his hands. However, he was no match for Shinshotzi and the other two in strength. How dare you fight back? I think you've had enough of living. Slaps, fists and kicks hit Bai Yue like a violent storm. But she said nothing and endured everything silently. Shinshotzi was also surprised. It was just a call from the car owner. Why was he so angry? Give it out earlier to avoid physical pain. Here you go. Shinshotzi finally snatched Bai Yue's phone. At the same time, Bai Yue was forced to unlock the phone with her fingerprint. Seeing that the phone was in hand, Zhao Manman stopped and hurried over. Hurry up and find the owner's phone number. Bai Yue's address book is extremely simple, with only a few people, but none of them is the owner of the car. Look at the recent calls, last night's call records. Zhao Manman shouted anxiously from the side. There are only 3 call records, 2 of which are marked as calls from home. There was another person whose specific name was not saved, but the number of calls was 2. Is this it? Zhao Manman pointed at the number 159. The time the call was made matches, but why does the number look so familiar to me? Shinshotzi always felt that he had seen the number 159 somewhere before. It sounded very familiar, but he couldn't remember who it belonged to. The phone numbers are all similar, so hurry up and dial them to check. Zhao Manman urged. Shinshotzi didn't think much about it. The most important thing was to contact the car owner as soon as possible. The call was connected, and soon a very familiar voice came from the other end. How's it going? Did you collect the payment smoothly? Similar, very similar. The man's voice on the phone is so similar to Xiaoran's. This voice confessed to Shinshotzi for 3 years, there was no way she could have remembered it wrong. Not only Shinshotzi, Zhao Manman also felt particularly similar. Xia Ran? Shinshotzi asked tentatively. Shinshotzi? Why do you have Bai Youwei's phone? Where is she? Xia Ran also recognized Shinshotzi's voice at once. How could it be you? Shinshotzi asked loudly, could it be that Xia Ran is the owner of the car? She tried to slowly overlap the image of the rich car owner with that of the bootlicker Xia Ran, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get them to overlap. How could she not know Xia Ran's background? San Lai Lai had already been thoroughly investigated. He is just an ordinary person, a young man from a small town. Even if his house was demolished, he would not be able to afford a McLaren. Oh, I see. This must be Xia Ran's way of taking revenge on you after being blocked by you. Didn't Xia Ran work part-time at a 4S store before? He must have stolen the damage assessment form and asked this woman to blackmail you. Zhao Manman, who was standing by, used her clever brain to figure out the whole story. No wonder I hate Bai Youwei the moment I see her. It turns out she's in cahoots with that poor bastard Xia Ran. Zhao Manman rolled her eyes and spat at Bai Youwei beside her. What did you do to Bai Youwei? Feeling that something was wrong, Xia Ran shouted anxiously on the phone. Humph, don't bother me again. This time I'm just teaching you a lesson. Shinshotzi hung up the phone and her attention returned to Bai Youwei. I didn't expect you to be so scheming. Not only did you delete the car owner's phone number, but you also teamed up with the dog lickers to harm me and try to extort money from me. Hand over the owner's phone number. You scheming woman, go eat shit. Shinshotzi grabbed Bai Youwei's hair with one hand and pushed her to the ground. Bai Youwei was knocked to the ground, her hair scattered on her face, and she felt pain from time to time. Her heart was filled with pain. Why was she so useless and was bullied everywhere? She struggled to stand up and resist. But he was knocked to the ground again and again. Stop hitting me. If you continue hitting me, something bad will happen. The young security guard at the booth couldn't sit still any longer. It was really too bullying. Shut up, or I'll beat you up too. Zhao Manman turned around and glared at the security guard. The young security guard sighed. He was powerless and could only leave the parking lot silently. You stupid girl, don't tell me, don't tell me. The more Shinshotzi and his partner fought, the more excited they became, and the more sense of accomplishment they felt. You didn't say a word. Do you think you are brave? Do you think you have backbone? The two of them kept cursing at each other. Just then, a strong big hand appeared. Bang! He slapped Shinshotzi and sent him flying, and at the same time kicked Zhao Manman 2 meters away. He quickly helped Bai Youwei, who had fallen to the ground, up. Looking at Bai Youwei, who was covered in scars, Xia Ran felt a little guilty. He originally wanted to see the two T-girls fighting, but he didn't expect that it was Shinshotzi who was the one-sided violence. He also didn't expect that Bai Youwei would actually dare to go collect the debt alone. After all, in his impression, a green tea girl only does things that are good for herself. How dare you, you lick my dog, hit me? Let me teach you a lesson. Shinshotzi got up from the ground cursing. Yes, let this licking dog know that we are not easy to bully. Zhao Manman also leaned over, holding her waist. But they suddenly met Xia Ran's eyes, a look they had never seen before. For a moment, they calmed down a lot. I'll let you go today. Just wait for me. Dare to blackmail me. As they spoke, the two of them supported each other and were about to leave the parking lot. Stop. I let you go? Chapter 14. Sign and reward 90 million. What else do you want? You are a grown man, you won't embarrass us two little girls, right? Seeing that they couldn't gain any advantage and that staying would only cause losses, Shinshotzi and the other person thought about leaving. Shinshotzi, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I thought you were just a little bit of a green tea, but I didn't expect you to be so vicious. Xia Ran helped Bai Youwei up, temporarily placed her in front of the car, and found a place to sit and rest for a while. Don't blame me for not reminding you. That car is not cheap. You can't afford to pay for it if it's damaged. Shinshotzi said in an arrogant tone that she just thought Xia Ran was a country bumpkin who didn't know the value of the car. I can do whatever I want with my car. What's it to you? Also, you scratched my car, so hurry up and pay me back, as well as the money for the beating, or else don't blame me for turning my back on you. Xia Ran looked at Shinshotzi and the other man with anger in his eyes. Ha, I'll give you your car back. You're really into the show. You're just a poor bastard. Why are you pretending to be the owner of the car? And which eye of yours saw me scratch my car? Shinshotsi curled her lips, her eyes full of disdain. She 100% didn't believe that Xia Ran was the owner of the car. I have the video of you scratching the car. Do you think the police will believe your empty words or my video? After saying that, Xia Ran opened the car door and carried Bai Yue in. When Shinshotsi saw the scene, he stood there in a daze for a moment, and his mind went blank for a moment. Could this car really belong to Xia Ran? And where did the video of the car being scratched come from? Zhao Man, Xiao Ci, don't listen to this loser. He must have been working part-time as a laborer in a 4S shop recently. He probably stole the car from the shop and wanted to defraud you. And that video, it must be synthesized. Don't forget that Xia Ran studied computer science. It's getting late, let's go back and eat, and ignore these two poor bastards. When Shinshotsi heard this, she felt that it made some sense. She would never believe that Xia Ran was the owner of the car. When I find the owner of the car, I will tell him that you stole his car and you will be in big trouble. I am afraid you will cry and beg me by then. And don't follow me. If you do, I'll call the police. After saying that, the two of them left the parking lot without looking back. Xia Ran wanted to chase after her, but gave up the idea when he saw Bai Yue, who was covered in injuries, beside him. It's more important to send her to the hospital first, and deal with those two scumbags later. I started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and was about to leave. The young security guard reached out and handed over a USB flash drive. Xia Ran smiled slightly, thank you. The last time Shinshotsi scratched the car, the video was copied to him by the security guard. No need to guess, this time the USB flash drive contains the entire bullying process captured by the parking lot surveillance camera. The roar of a supercar sounded, and Xia Ran brought Bai Yue quickly to the hospital. To feel at ease, Xia Ran directly asked Bai Yue to have a full body checkup. No stitches, no disfigurement, no broken bones, just some skin injuries and malnutrition. Xia Ran looked at the test report and fell into deep thought. Malnutrition? People can still be diagnosed with malnutrition. He looked again at Bai Yue, who was lying on the hospital bed with her eyes closed. I guess she had a very tiring life before. Xia Ran already regretted asking Bai Yue to do the compensation. He deserves to die. Don't worry, I'll pay for your grandmother's surgery, which is 100,000 yuan. After saying that, Xia Ran seemed to hear a barely audible snoring sound. Slowly leaving the ward, he glanced at the payment list in his hand. I couldn't help but scratch my head a few times. He will definitely have money, after all, there is a sign-in system for the rich. At worst, you can sign for a few more days and you will definitely get a cash reward. But the problem now is how to pay the hospital bills, as they are asking for payment urgently. Brother Chow, please come to the People's Hospital. Well, I'm fine. Come quickly. I'll be waiting for you at the door. Remember to bring some money. I can only ask my roommate Shui Chow to cover the cost first. At worst, I can lend him the McLaren for 2 days. Anyway, he has always wanted to get out of the car. Half an hour later, Shui Chow sat in the McLaren with his mouth and eyes wide open. Brother Chow, have you thought about whether you can drive this car or not? If you don't drive it, I can just put it in the rental car. Say something, and stop drooling on my car. Xia Ran looked at Shui Chow, who was standing there like a fool, helplessly. A sports car? You were the former richest man in our dormitory. Since getting in the car, Shui Chow has been sitting in the car with the same expression for 10 minutes, like a wax figure. Godfather, is this car really yours? After a few minutes, Shui Chow finally responded. My dear, you have seen the driving license. Are you really going to lend it to me for free? Godfather. Just drive it. I'm a big boy. I don't feel bad if I get hit by a car. Thank you, Godfather. I'll drive this car. 3 minutes later, Shui Chow excitedly drove away in his McLaren. The thrill of driving a supercar made him forget to ask Xia Ran where he got the money to buy the car. Bai Yue's hospital fees have been settled. Next is her grandmother's surgery fee of 100,000 yuan. And Shinshotsi must pay not a penny less. It would be best to find a lawyer to handle this matter. He doesn't want to have anything to do with that crazy woman anymore. We need to find a good lawyer. We don't mind spending a little more money. We must teach that green tea bitch a lesson. After the matter was settled, Xia Ran began to run around the hospital, paying bills everywhere. I was busy until 10 o'clock in the evening before I finished all the procedures. It's almost midnight and the new sign-in time is coming. Xia Ran did not return to the dormitory and prepared to spend the night in the hospital. If the sign-in reward is in cash, then transfer 100,000 directly to Bai Yue so that she can feel at ease. As soon as midnight arrived, Xia Ran couldn't wait to start signing in. Sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 90 million renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's regular bank account. Note, all funds are obtained legally, please feel free to use them. Looking at the golden words appearing in front of him, Xia Ran was stunned for a moment. So much cash, he had never seen so much money in his life. Xia Ran quickly took out his mobile phone and logged into his bank account. Sure enough, there was an additional income record in the account, and the amount of income was exactly 90 million yuan. The next morning, Bai Yue slowly opened her eyes and saw Xia Ran talking on the phone. Yes, Lawyer Hong, I have the video of the car being scratched. The cost of repairing the car must be more than 3,000. Can you send the other party to jail? As long as I don't have to pay any money, I'll definitely be able to get it in, and then I'll feel relieved. Another friend of mine was bullied at school and is now covered in wounds. Can Lawyer Hong help me get justice? Yes, I also have the video of the bullying, it's very clear. Then I feel relieved. I wonder if Lawyer Hong can handle these two cases personally. The service fee is expensive? Then I'll transfer 1 million to your company account as a deposit. Just consider it as my pre-charge. Chapter 15. I'll help you change your clothes. You're up? Seeing Bai Yue wake up, Xia Ran ended the call and placed a row of breakfast that had been prepared in front of her. Bai Yue slowly sat up and looked at the breakfast on the plate in front of her. There were all kinds of Chinese and Western food, including porridge, buns, coffee, cakes, etc. This was the first time she had such a sumptuous breakfast. No, it should be said that it was the first time she had breakfast since she went to college. In order to save money, Bai Yue had already combined breakfast and lunch into one meal. But I didn't help you get compensation. There was a hint of disappointment in Bai Yue's eyes. She couldn't even do a simple thing well. She lowered her head and found that her original clothes had been replaced with hospital gowns. Especially since it feels empty inside. She remembered that she wore her own clothes before going to bed yesterday, but who helped her change them? Glancing at Xia Ran in front of her, her face turned red and she felt a little hot, not knowing if it was because the feeling from being beaten yesterday had not yet dissipated or what. Seeing Bai Yue's shy look, Xia Ran knew what she was thinking. He deliberately came to her side and said cheerfully, I was afraid that you would be uncomfortable sleeping in a shirt, so I took the initiative to help you change your clothes. Anyway, you said you would accompany me, so you wouldn't mind helping you change your clothes, right? As Xia Ran spoke, she raised her hand in the air and made a gesture of changing clothes, and she also smiled slightly in cooperation. In fact, it was the nurse who helped Bai Yue change her clothes, and Xia Ran was not there at all. He just wanted to liven up the atmosphere and tease Bai Yue. Then you can lend me 100,000 yuan. The bickering and fighting like other girls imagined did not happen. Bai Yue is still worrying about her grandmother's surgery fees. It seems that she really needs the money. Of course. Xia Ran took out his mobile phone and prepared to transfer money. It's just 100,000 yuan, just lend it. Shinshouzi will pay for it in the end anyway. Besides, this can be considered a kind of compensation for Bai Yue. If Xia Ran hadn't asked her to go and ask for compensation on a whim, she wouldn't have been so injured. The account is. The sudden joy finally brought a smile to Bai Yue's face. Isn't this guy able to smile? He looks pretty when he smiles. After several contacts, Bai Yue always revealed a gloomy and inferior look. This was the first time Xia Ran saw her smile. I will definitely return the money to you. Bai Yue said firmly. Let's not talk about this for now. Eat quickly. We have other things to do after we finish eating. Bai Yue's injuries were all minor and she just needed to go back and recuperate. Her biggest problem is malnutrition, and Xia Ran plans to help her solve it, at least by making her fatter. After completing the discharge procedures, Xia Ran brought Bai Yue to the largest shopping mall in Jiangnan City. I got 90 million yuan by signing in. There is no reason not to spend the money. They first came to the cosmetics area. There were some bruises on Baiyue's face, so she bought some cosmetics to cover them up. Hey, isn't this my former bootlicker? Why is he pretending to be rich and buying cosmetics for others again? Shinshotzi and Zhao Manman were shopping in the mall when they suddenly saw Xiao Ran. Next to her was that little bitch Baiyue who seduced the car owner. When she saw Baiyue, she felt a nameless rage in her heart. Not only did he get the car owner's phone number before her, but he also snatched away her bootlicker Xiao Ran. If Shinshotzi said that Xiao Ran, who had been licking for 3 years, suddenly changed his nature and stopped being a licker, Shinshotzi would definitely not believe it. I just found out the reason today. It turns out that she was seduced away by someone else and licked by someone else. As a result, she had no free cosmetics to use and had to buy them with her own money. Just thinking about her makes me angry. Xiao Ran turned around and found that it was Shinshotzi and the other person who were barking. I originally thought she was just a bit of a green tea, but I didn't expect her to be so bad. After all, he had been licking me for 3 years, and if I stopped, he would speak ill of me. Xiao, I know I was wrong. I'm just about to buy some cosmetics you like and take her to apologize to you. Xiao Ran looked at Shinshotzi with a flattering smile, and he decided to play a little joke. Let Shinshotzi help pick some cosmetics for Baiyue. Baiyue must use it very rarely in her daily life, so if she were asked to buy it herself, she would definitely not know what to buy. It's better to find a professional to help. Xiao Ran's behavior made it difficult for Shinshotzi to deal with it. He held back the more vicious words he was about to say. A bootlicker just can't change his nature. I said he will regret it. Zhao Manman said proudly. Shinshotzi looked at Xiao Ran in front of him, and he was in the same state as when he was a bootlicker a few days ago. I didn't ask you to buy it. You did it voluntarily. Yes, of course, it's all my own free will. It's my honor to buy things for people I like. Just pick a few more. As she spoke, Xiao Ran handed some high-end cosmetics to Shinshotzi. Baiyue on the side frowned tightly. What on earth was Xiao Ran doing? Yesterday he asked her to go and ask for the taxi fare, and today he is asking her to buy cosmetics to apologize? Could this be the legendary dog-licking behavior? Also, Shinshotzi didn't seem to know that Xiao Ran was the owner of the McLaren. If he knew, their identities would have been swapped. Why did he hide his identity as a rich man? What special hobby does he have? Baiyue looked at Xiao Ran, who was diligently selecting cosmetics beside her, with complicated eyes, and felt a little confused. Even though she was very smart and had good academic performance, she couldn't understand what was happening in front of her. Complex social experience happens to be her blind spot in knowledge. Is that enough? Are these the cosmetics you normally use? Xiao Ran looked at the dozen or so cosmetics that had been picked out. Liquid foundation, lipstick, mascara, and some products that I can't name. If he were asked to choose, he would definitely not know what to buy. Shinshotzi took a closer look and picked a few more items to put in. Let Xiao Ran lick it one more time, for the last time, and then she will break up with him once she finds the owner of the car. That's enough. For your performance this time, I forgive you. Don't do this again in the future. Shinshotzi pretended to be stern, with a greedy look in his eyes. As she said this, she was about to take the selected cosmetics away. Wait. Xiao Ran called her. What? Do you regret it? Shinshotzi showed a hint of vigilance. No, I want another serving of each of these, and I want new ones to be wrapped for me. Xiao Ran said to the salesperson. Zhao Manman's eyes lit up. Could it be that she was involved? This kid was smart. Xiao, please open it and take a look. Don't buy the sample. Shinshotzi had a bright smile on her face. She had wanted to open it for a long time. Once she opened it, she wouldn't be afraid that Xiao Ran wouldn't pay the bill. You take this first, I'm going to pay the bill. Shinshotzi saw with his own eyes Xiao Ran swiping his card to pay the fee from a distance. After swiping the card, he nodded at him, and she nodded in response. But why did he just run away? Has that gentleman paid the bill? Shinshotzi asked doubtfully. Salesperson, it's closed. Fortunately, I can finally put my mind at ease. Just as Shinshotzi was about to leave with the cosmetics, the salesperson stopped her. Excuse me, miss, you haven't paid yet. Isn't the gentleman just now married? Shinshotzi had a bad feeling. He said you were just a consultant and you had to pay for it yourself, and you nodded in confirmation. Shinshotzi was stunned. Consultant? Nodding to confirm? Chapter 16 He is my creditor. After leaving the cosmetics area, Xiao Ran took Bai Yue to the luxury goods area on the third floor. In the past, he only dared to take a sneak peek at places like this from outside. Now that I'm rich, it's time to buy some luxury goods. After wearing the same clothes for 3 years, it's time to change them. I skipped some light luxury stores and went straight into the most expensive Hermes store. You must have a belt with the symbol of a successful person. Welcome to Hermes, take whatever you like. As soon as they entered the door, the female salesperson Lu Yike welcomed Xiao Ran and his friend with a fake smile on her face. Looking at their ages and clothes, she guessed that they were most likely poor students. Although Lu Yike had a smile on her face, it was all due to her most basic professional qualities. If you like any of them, you can try them on. She followed Xiao Ran listlessly, wandering around the store casually. Although feeling somewhat helpless, Lu Yike still maintained a basic smile on her face. I just felt a little sad in my heart. Why do I always get this kind of customers when they come to me? She just graduated from college last year, and since she has no money or background, she wants to earn more. That's why I came to Hermes as a salesperson, but I didn't expect that high-end customers all have their own personal salespeople. For a newcomer like her who has just entered the industry, no one comes to her to buy luxury goods. We can only receive individual customers in the store, and most of them just come to browse and not buy anything, they just want to look. Today was probably the same as usual. These two people didn't look like they could afford it at all, and she didn't even bother to introduce them. Please help me pick out a set that suits me, and also help her pick out a set as well. Xiao Ran pointed at Bai Yue standing beside her and said to Lu Yike. Although reluctant, Lu Yike picked up a few pieces of clothes and placed them in front of Xiao Ran. These two sets are quite suitable for you too. Although she said this, Lu Yike took the clothes completely randomly. She didn't think Xiao Ran could afford the clothes here, so she quickly went home to eat after get off work. Are you sure this is right for me? Xiao Ran looked at herself in the mirror and somewhat disagreed with Lu Yike's aesthetic. How to put it, he totally couldn't accept the color combination of green suit and red pants. Xiao Ran looked at Bai Yue with a questioning look, only to see her shaking her head vigorously. But it doesn't matter. Xiao Ran feels they are quite comfortable to wear, so she'll take these two pieces first. Maybe this is how luxury fashion is. What are you doing here? Go and try it out. Seeing Bai Yue standing there motionless with the clothes in her hand, Xiao Ran hurriedly urged her. This. Bai Yue pointed at the price tag and stammered. What's going on? Do you want me to help you change? Xiao Ran gave a wicked smile and pushed Bai Yue into the fitting room. Bai Yue's shirt was torn when she was asking for compensation yesterday. Xiao Ran prepared to compensate her with a new one. I want this one. Please help me pick out a few more. But they have to be low-key. Xiao Ran took off her clothes and put them aside, then asked Lu Yike to help her pick out a few more sets. Okay, I'll put the clothes away first. Lu Yike mechanically put the clothes back on the hanger, and suddenly realized what Xiao Ran meant. The drooping eyelids suddenly lifted up, and there was a gleam in the eyes. She turned around to confirm the meaning of what she just heard. You said you want this set? Xiao Ran looked at Lu Yike in front of her strangely. She couldn't even understand what she was saying. And what does that shining look mean? It's like she's looking at a piece of fat meat. Yeah, I want this set after it's wrapped up. What do you mean by putting it back on the shelf? Are you not selling it? This set costs 32,000. Are you sure you want it? Lu Yike was stunned for a moment, then confirmed again. She had been teased like this before, and after she packed up the things, the other party didn't want them anymore, so she was happy for nothing. Why don't you want to sell it? If you don't sell it, I'll go to Dio across the street. Xiao Ran stood up and spoke earnestly. Sell. Of course. I'll help you pick out a few more now. Seeing that Xiao Ran didn't seem to be joking, Lu Yike finally reacted and quickly became enthusiastic. He took out more than a dozen sets of clothes in a row, each of which was carefully matched with a lot of thought. She also introduced her matching ideas, clothing materials, and design concepts. When Xiao Ran was trying on clothes, she also helped to smooth out the wrinkles at the corners. Especially when trying on leather shoes, he knelt on one leg in front of Xiao Ran, put Xiao Ran's foot on his leg, and tried on the shoes for him personally. After trying on several new sets of clothes, Xiao Ran was much more satisfied than before. At least the color combination looked much more comfortable. Sir, are you satisfied with it? Lu Yike said with a flattering look on his face. Her attitude now is very different from before. I still like the way you were as cold as ice at the beginning. After Xiao Ran decided to buy clothes, Lu Yike kept chattering beside him, giving him a headache. When it comes to shopping experience, he still feels more comfortable shopping quietly. Lu Yike smiled awkwardly and closed her mouth. On the side, Bai Yue also changed her clothes. The simple white shirt paired with the emerald twill mini skirt makes Bai Yue look more pure and energetic. Wow! This outfit suits your girlfriend so well. Before Xiao Ran could say anything, Lu Yike on the side spoke first. She had picked up these two pieces of clothing at random, but when they were worn on Bai Yue, they seemed to have been given an extra spiritual aura. She has a pretty face and looks beautiful in any clothes. It's really beautiful. Xiao Ran also thought the dress was nice and walked over and circled Bai Yue 3 times. 360 degrees without blind spots, this is the one. Pack this one too. No. It's expensive. Bai Yue actually liked this dress very much, but when she saw the price tag, she realized she couldn't afford it. This little money is nothing. Pack it all up and pay. Xiao Ran also took all of the dozen or so sets of clothes he had chosen. It's just a few 100,000 or so, which is nothing for Xiao Ran. Seeing Xiao Ran swiping the card, Lu Yike's eyes brightened again. This was the largest order she had made in a year. Your boyfriend has really good taste. Not only does he pick good clothes, he also picks good people. Lu Yike was packing clothes while complimenting Bai Yue. She is also a woman, but why is she so lucky to have a rich second-generation man to comfort her? And she can only serve the women of the rich second generation. He is not my boyfriend. He is my creditor. Bai Yue was a little shy. She did have a lot of good feelings for Xiao Ran. Although they had not known each other for long, she could feel that Xiao Ran was sincerely helping her. But she understood that they were from 2 different worlds and she was not worthy of them. Creditor? Lu Yike was a little confused as to what kind of new relationship this was. She has been working in the luxury store for more than a year and has seen all kinds of roles, including mistresses, godfathers, and rich men. Today, a new type of lending relationship has emerged. Rich people just know how to have fun. Bai Yue looked at herself in the fitting mirror and was quite satisfied. Bai Yue? Why are you here? You were dressed so beautifully that I almost didn't recognize you. Chapter 17. Are you going to challenge my pocket money? A crisp voice sounded and Bai Yue turned around. Senior. The person who came was Bai Yue's senior Zhou Yutong. The two met at the welcome party. Some of Bai Yue's previous part-time jobs outside school were introduced by her. I didn't expect to see you here. Zhou Yutong was clear about Bai Yue's family background, and it was surprising to see her in Hermes. Yutong, who is this? There was a man in his 50s standing behind Zhou Yutong. He couldn't move when he saw Bai Yue. Bai Yue satisfied all his fantasies of a university beauty. At this time, Xiao Ran was checking out at the counter and did not notice the people here. This is the schoolgirl I mentioned to you before. Isn't she pretty? Yue, let me introduce you to Mr. Qin from Jingde Trading, my boss. Zhou Yutong seemed very proud. Although he is the boss, the close relationship between the two makes people think of other things. Lu Yike wondered if it was strange. She was basically certain that Zhou Yutong was a mistress. Bai Yue also roughly guessed the true relationship between the two, but did not expose it. As early as when they were in school, Zhou Yutong wanted to take her out to fish for a rich husband. He also introduced her to several bosses under the guise of providing part-time jobs. At that time, Bai Yue couldn't accept this kind of thing. It was not until her grandmother needed money for surgery that she had no choice but to turn to Xiao Ran. Hello, my name is Qin Shui. Qin Shui's eyes never left Bai Yue's chest, which made people feel uncomfortable. Hello. Bai Yue simply nodded and ignored the greasy hand that was extended to her. It can be seen that Bai Yue is not interested in him, but Qin Shui does not seem displeased at all. Zhou Yutong's junior schoolmate, probably both of them are similar, and she became weak after seeing his money ability. Just in the Hermes store, he can basically buy a bag. No one can escape his ability to spend money. Xiao Ran, who had just paid the bill, came over and asked, "Do you know each other?" He pointed at the two people opposite him. Zhou Yutong was about the same age as him, but who was the uncle behind him? This is my senior sister Zhou Yutong. Bai Yue gave a brief introduction and ignored Qin Shui. Who is he? Zhou Yutong glanced at Xia Ran, who was dressed fashionably and a little handsome. She originally guessed that Bai Yue was also dating a rich man like her, but she didn't expect that the other party was so young. The appearance is also pretty good. This made her feel a little jealous, as she wasn't much worse in terms of appearance. Why didn't she meet such a young rich man? I'm her creditor. Xia Ran took the initiative to answer without waiting for Bai Yue to introduce herself. He heard some of the conversation between Bai Yue and the salesperson just now. Creditor? Qin Shuyi's eyes widened a little. He heard good news. It turns out that this woman can be won with money. This is great. I am the founder of Jingda Trading, Qin Shuyi. Qin Shuyi introduced himself. People like him who have made their fortune from scratch look down upon the rich second generation like Xia Ran the most, who only know how to ask for money from their family and have no real skills. If you want to take away someone's beauty, you must first suppress the other person in terms of status. Jingda Trading? What does it do? Is it famous? Xia Ran was confused. He didn't know why this uncle wanted to introduce himself. He was not interested at all. He's not very famous. He only earns tens of millions a year. Qin Shuyi proudly stated his company's turnover and began to look down on several people. Uncle, you have to work hard. Now is the time for you to struggle. Xia Ran said sincerely. What's so great about earning tens of millions? He made 90 million in a day and he didn't even tell anyone about it. Bai Yue smiled and held Xia Ran's arm. Let's go quickly. It was obvious that Mr. Qin had come with bad intentions, and she was afraid of getting into trouble. The time for struggle is over, now it's time to start enjoying life. Yutong, take a look and see what you like. You can pick whatever you want in this store. Also, help your schoolmate pick out some good stuff. It's too cheap for such a pretty girl to wear clothes worth thousands of dollars. Qin Shuyi's face was full of pride as he pointed at the goods on the shelves. Zhou Yutong smiled knowingly. She knew what Qin Shuyi meant, but she didn't care. All she cared about was the money, and they both got what they needed. Schoolgirl, I think this bag suits you very well. How about asking Mr. Qin to give you one? Zhou Yutong took a bag from the shelf and put it on Bai Yue to measure her. Forget it, forget it. This bag is too small to hold anything. My school bag can still be used. Bai Yue quickly tried to refuse and pulled Xia Ran's hand with some force, wanting to leave here quickly. But Xia Ran had no intention of leaving and just watched quietly from the side. He is so pretentious, how can he just leave in such disgrace? He already has a super rich system, so how can he be bullied by someone who earns tens of millions a year? This bag is a limited edition. It costs 200,000 to buy it. Lu Yike gave a timely reminder. Limited edition bags are not something that anyone can buy if they want. This bag costs 150,000 yuan, and with the accessories it costs 350,000 yuan to buy this bag. Qin Shuyi felt a little pain when he heard the price. He was rich but not a fool. Really spend more than 300,000 to please Bai Yue? If it works, it's fine, but I'm afraid it will be a waste of time. Hearing the price of the bag, Bai Yue quickly pushed the bag back and said, I don't want it. I'm used to carrying my school bag and it's fine. Hearing this, Qin Shuyi felt relieved. He was really afraid that Bai Yue would say she liked him. Women like them like to take advantage of rich men, and it's not surprising that they do anything. Just take it if President Qin offers it to you. He earns tens of millions a year, so he can afford this. As he spoke, Xia Ran took the bag and put it across Bai Yue's body. Why don't you thank Mr. Qin quickly? Xia Ran gave Bai Yue a wink with a wicked smile. Then I would like to thank Mr. Qin. Bai Yue was very cooperative. There's also the 200,000 in matching goods, so just grab something. When Qin Shuyi heard this, he thought that Xia Ran was too shameless. Not only did he give Bai Yue a bag, but he also wanted to take away the matching goods. I thought to myself, how can you do things like this? Where is the dignity of a rich second generation? Shouldn't you rush to pay the bill and pretend to be rich? Hey, I didn't say I would give you this bag. Qin Shuyi quickly interrupted Xia Ran's spell. He was just talking, you really take him as a fool. No way, Mr. Qin, you have an income of tens of millions and you are still reluctant to spend such a small thing. Xia Ran teased. Qin Shuyi blushed and said stubbornly. No matter what, it's better than the clothes you gave me that cost thousands of dollars. I spent 20,000 yuan on Zhou Yutong's clothes. In his eyes, Xia Ran was just a rich second generation with a little money, and there was no way she could compare to him. You want to challenge my pocket money? Then Xia Ran pointed at the container. Pack all these bags for me, I want them all. Chapter 18, Revenge. When Lu Yike heard this, he was so happy that he went crazy. This order is enough for her to live on for a year. She really wants to hug Xia Ran's thighs and call him daddy. I saw her taking the bags from the container with swift hands and feet and starting to pack them one by one. He's getting carried away. Stop him now. This kid is prone to impulsiveness. He might use online loans to pay the bill later. Zhou Yutong reminded quietly, but her tone was not strong. She felt more jealous. How could Bai Yue find a young and rich second-generation man? She more or less wanted to see Xia Ran make a fool of herself. Xin Shuyi curled his lips and shook his head. You are still too young. You get impulsive after a few words. Let's see how you pay the bill later. I'm afraid my family will cut off my living expenses in the future, so I'd better earn my own money and spend it more securely. Bai Yue thought about it and decided not to move. One reason was that she knew Xia Ran had the ability to buy these. Besides, he seemed to be enjoying it. Sir, there are 23 bags in total, totaling 2.72 million yuan. How do you want to pay? Lu Yike had never laughed so happily before. Xia Ran casually took out his bank card, which was neither a gold card nor a black gold card. It was just an ordinary bank card that was casually swiped across the POS machine. Payment successful, thank you for your patronage. A smile blossomed on Lu Yike's face. She had never seen a man swipe a card so cool and stylish. Zhou Yutong opened her mouth slightly. The payment was actually successful? Xin Shuyi also felt it was a little unbelievable. Millions were paid just like that? He earns tens of millions a year, but he never spends money so lavishly. Are you sure? The payment was successful? Xin Shuyi snatched the receipt and checked it. It was really more than 2 million. Classmate, don't you need to discuss with your family before spending so much money? After all, it's not easy for your family to make money. Zhou Yutong was completely jealous. She now hoped that Xia Ran's family would not agree to his spending money indiscriminately and take back all his money. Make him regret what he did today. Isn't it easy to make money? He can make tens of millions, but I can't? Xia Ran had a look of disdain on his face. He thought that this little money could be earned just by signing in. Zhou Yutong was shocked when she heard this. What does that mean? He earned this money himself? How come Bai Yue is with a rich man who is young and handsome? Her Qin Shuyi is already 50 years old, and she is extremely dissatisfied with him. Here, this bag is for you. I guess your boss Qin wouldn't be willing to buy it for you. Xia Ran took out a bag and handed it to Zhou Yutong. For a moment, Zhou Yutong stood there in a daze, her mouth trembling constantly. Really? Really give it to me? She looked at Xia Ran in disbelief, her hand slightly raised, about to touch the bag. Forget it. Seeing how reluctant you are, let Mr. Qin give you something worth 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. This bag is not suitable for you. It's too expensive. Xia Ran took the bag back. He would never really give it to her. After being teased by Xia Ran, Zhou Yutong no longer had any mood to go shopping. He left the Hermes store with a sullen face. Xin Shuyi, who was standing by, had wanted to leave for a long time, and then followed Zhou Yutong and left. Those legs are pretty long. They walked out of the store in just a few steps. Looking at Zhou Yutong's back, Xia Ran sighed. Please send these things to Hentang 1. Xia Ran briefly explained to Lu Yike that he couldn't take so many things away. When he heard the name Hentang 1, Lu Yike's eyes lit up again. She fixed her hair a little in the mirror. To be honest, her appearance is not bad. Although not as good as Bai Yue, she is much better than ordinary people. Working as a salesperson in a luxury store always has other purposes. It would be nice to be a mistress like Zhou Yutong. Sir, can I have your contact information? Sorry, my fish pond is full. Xia Ran refused directly. Who can ask for his contact information? Who does he think he is? A playboy? After buying everything, Xia Ran took Bai Yue back to school. I also added 50,000 yuan worth of meal cards to her canteen, so she shouldn't be malnourished anymore. After arranging everything, Xia Ran prepared to go back to the dormitory to see his adopted sons. On the other side, Shinshotzi had just returned to the dormitory. Man, is there anything here that you like? I'll sell it to you at a low price. She spent more than 10,000 yuan on more than a dozen items of cosmetics. Not only did she spend all her living expenses, but she also owed money to several online loan companies. Shinshotzi originally wanted to trick Xia Ran, but he didn't expect that he would trick himself in the end. What she had to do now was to quickly get rid of these cosmetics to replenish her blood, otherwise she would starve to death. Forget it, I still have a lot of them that I haven't used up yet. The cheapest of the cosmetics that Shinshotzi picked out cost more than 1,000 yuan, which she couldn't afford. It's all Xia Ran's fault. I trusted him so much that I opened all these. Now I can't even get a good price if I sell them secondhand. Shinshotzi looked at the dozen or so opened cosmetics in front of him and felt distressed. And the interest on the online loan of more than 10,000 yuan is calculated on a weekly basis. How can she pay it back? She had also found several rich second-generation men who pursued her before. But when the people on the other end heard that they wanted to buy cosmetics for her, they hung up the phone one after another. A few people did agree to help, but they all wanted to see the benefits first. Some people even sent her a hotel room card and said they would pay the bill after they stayed with her. Shinshotzi had never been as embarrassed as he was today. We can't just let Xia Ran go like this, we have to find a way to punish him. Man, please help me think of a way to get revenge. Shinshotzi puffed his cheeks and thought. I have a trick, but I don't know if it will work. When Shinshotzi heard Zhao Man say that there was a way, he became interested and quickly sat over. What is the solution? We'll call the police and tell them that he beat you up out of hatred for his love. We'll make sure he pays for it. Shinshotzi's interest, which had just been ignited, died down again. Besides, Xia Ran never hit him, so he couldn't just call the police. I have the evidence. Zhao Man opened her mobile phone and played a video. She secretly recorded it when they were bullying Bai Yuwei in the parking lot yesterday. In the last part of the video, Xia Ran rushed out and hit her and Shinshotzi each. She originally recorded this video to show it to the car owner. Once the two people find the owner of the car, there will be a fight sooner or later. This secretly recorded video is used to expose Shinshotzi's true face. By then, her chances of winning over the car owner will be greater. Let's edit the last part, add some of your victims' complaints, and put it on the school forum to gain sympathy. Xia Ran's reputation will be ruined. Public opinion has risen. We are calling the police. The school will definitely deal with Xia Ran in order to calm things down. When the time comes, you can go find Xia Ran and get all the compensation back. Shinshotzi thought about it and felt that this method was feasible and could be used to take revenge. However, there is a problem that needs to be dealt with first. What is the meaning of your recording this video? Chapter 19 Practice More. Shinshotzi and Zhao Man were talking to each other in the dormitory, plotting to frame Xia Ran. The two of them were secretly delighted at their own brilliant idea. That toady Xia Ran is in trouble now. Who dared to mess with me? When Shinshotzi was feeling proud, her cell phone suddenly rang. Lawyer Hong? You want me to pay for the scratches? If the property damage exceeds 3,000, will I be prosecuted? You're not mistaken. The call was from Lawyer Hong, who verbally informed Shinshotzi that a lawyer's letter had been sent to her and that she would be sued soon. Can I talk to the owner of the car? Shinshotzi is still making her last struggle. She will not miss any opportunity to meet the owner of the car. But the only response she got was a busy tone and the other end hung up. Shinshotzi stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Really pay 100,000 yuan? But where can she get so much money? She didn't design it this way before. Why didn't the car owner follow her ideas? Lawyers from wealthy families are very powerful. What if she is really sent to jail? Not only was her studies ruined, but her life was also over. What's wrong, Chio Ci? Who's calling? Seeing that Shinshotzi seemed a little absent-minded after answering the phone, Zhao Man asked with concern. It's a lawyer. He wants me to pay for the damages to my car, or he's going to sue me. What should I do? Shinshotzi said anxiously, with a hint of tears in his voice. That's it. I thought it was no big deal. It must be Xia Ran's doing. He must have hired someone to pretend to be a lawyer. Zhao Man said calmly. Think about it, Which rich person would sue for something as small as scratching a car? Shinshotzi thought about it and felt that what Zhao Manman said made sense. Just when I was about to go find Xiao Ran to confront her, I saw Zhao Manman also answered the phone. Hello? Lawyer Hong? I bullied others? You want me to apologize and compensate, or sue me? Hee, you want to trick me? You must be hired by Xiao Ran, I'm not that easy to be fooled. Before she finished saying the word lie, the call was hung up. The other party just came to inform her, not to discuss with her. Shinshotzi, did you also receive a call from Lawyer Hong? Zhao Manman nodded vigorously. Shinshotzi stood up and paced back and forth in the dormitory, gesturing randomly with his hands in front of his chest. It's over. What should I do? This Lawyer Hong must be real. Why are you panicking? Don't you think about it carefully? How would the car owner know that we are bullying him? This must be Xiao Ran's doing behind the scenes. Seeing Shinshotzi's panicked look, Zhao Manman felt a little disdainful. He had too poor psychological quality and no analytical ability at all. Zhao Manman's words made Shinshotzi slowly calm down. The only person who knew that she scratched the car and Zhao Manman bullied her was Xiao Ran. The person behind this trick is about to be exposed. He must be that bootlicker Xiao Ran. Shinshotzi's teeth were itching with anger. At this time, another roommate He Min came back. There are letters for you too. I brought them back for you. Shinshotzi and Zhao Manman opened the letters separately, which contained lawyers' letters from the law firm. Shinshotzi's hands were shaking as she held the lawyer's letter. These things could not scare her now. Zhao Manman tore the lawyer's letter to pieces. However, to be on the safe side, she deleted the bullying video in her hands and only kept the last part. We are also suing Xiao Ran, why is he the only one who can find a lawyer? Zhao Manman also echoed, we should sue. Let's think about what to sue him for first. On the other side, after sending Bai Yue off, Xiao Ran returned to the dormitory. Fuck, where have you been these past 2 days, brother Ran? And you're wearing such a cool outfit. As soon as I entered the door, I heard Lu Dong exclaim. I checked into a hotel with a beautiful woman and then went shopping. Xiao Ran said truthfully. He did indeed book a ward with Bai Yue, and he didn't lie, but Lu Dong didn't believe it. Stop bragging. Everyone knows who. You've been pursuing Shinshotzi for 3 years, but you haven't even touched her hand. How dare you get a room with her? I won't believe it even if you kill me. Believe it or not, I didn't sleep well the whole night. I need to catch up on some sleep. As he said that, Xiao Ran climbed onto the bed and prepared to take a nap. Hey, you and Xueqiao haven't been home all day, and there's no one in the dormitory to play games with me. Lu Dong talked to himself for a long time, but Xiao Ran ignored him. I fell asleep immediately. I was sleeping soundly when I was suddenly awakened by a noise. It was a woman's voice. How do you play the supporting role? 3 people came to catch me just now, and you didn't come to protect me. I don't know what the use of your assistance is. It can't help at all. I only heard Lu Dong change his voice and speak in a hoarse voice. I went to help the mid lane, but I didn't expect you to go into the enemy jungle alone to counter jungle. Lu Dong was playing a sweet duo with someone, and it was being broadcast live. Xiao Ran was also familiar with the woman's voice. It was Wang Tingting from their class. When I first entered school, I had short hair and wore thick glasses. Even in the computer department where there were few girls, I was not outstanding. Who would have thought that in just 3 years, Wang Tingting would transform so quickly? Not only did she learn how to put on makeup, she also had her teeth fixed, and her face shape changed. She dressed very beautifully every day and became a popular girl in the class. A while ago, I started live streaming and sent the live streaming link to the class group every day. It's a pity that her looks are okay in the computer department, but she is not good enough when compared with the goddess Doin. However, she gave up the appearance track and entered the gaming track. This track does not require high appearance, but it does require a high level of gaming skills. If she doesn't fight well, a bunch of straight men will scold her more harshly than the other, regardless of whether she is a girl or not. This made her think of Lu Dong. Lu Dong's hobby is games. He has been playing since he was a child and has very good skills. He also started a live broadcast, and hundreds of people watched each live broadcast. When the two of them are live streaming, she can attract Lu Dong's pitifully few fans, and also let Lu Dong assist her, which increases her winning rate a lot. Seeing Lu Dong being poor while playing a support role, Xia Ran decided to help his brother vent his anger. He logged into his Douyin account, entered Lu Dong's live broadcast room, and typed out a message. Anchor, if you sell a shooter once, I'll give you a sports car. Seeing the message in the barrage, Lu Dong was stunned. Is there anyone who would make such a request? But he didn't believe it easily. After all, it is very common to hear people talking nonsense in live broadcast rooms. Seeing that Lu Dong was indifferent, Xia Ran immediately sent out 3 artillery carts. The anchor will first give you a few sports cars to show his sincerity. If you perform well, I will give you a carnival. Others in the live broadcast room also joined in the fun, all wanting to see Lu Dong sell the shooter. Seeing that someone really painted a sports car, Lu Dong's mind became active. At worst, I'll get scolded a few times, and I can just coax Wang Tingting afterwards. He deliberately sold 7 or 8 times in a row, which directly led to the loss of the game. Then Wang Tingting's loud complaints were heard in the live broadcast room. Lu Dong, why are you so bad? I can play better than you with my feet. If you are bad, just practice more and don't ask me to play games with you anymore. Chapter 20, Deep Affection? Dog licking? Can't tell the difference. Lu Dong was about to explain when Wang Tingting kicked him out of the team. I was just about to end the live broadcast to talk to him in person when I remembered that a few sports cars had been confiscated. He sold Wang Tingting 8 times, but Xia Ran only bought 3 sports cars. According to the agreement, 1 sports car will be painted for each sale, and there are still 5 left to be painted. I'm a child, I'm teasing you, I'm initiating a minor refund. A line of barrage floated out, which was sent by Xia Ran using his trumpet. Lu Dong's blood pressure immediately rose and he started cursing loudly. His curses were so ugly. Stop cursing. There are other people in your live broadcast room. Be careful that your account will be blocked. Xia Ran tried to persuade him with gritted teeth, but he didn't expect that just 1 sentence would break Lu Dong's defense. You don't know how annoying this brat is. I deliberately lost the game to satisfy his demands, which was equivalent to losing my bottom line as a game anchor. Forget it, let's go and I'll treat you to a meal, let's go eat something good and stop arguing. Xia Ran jumped down from the upper bunk and began to comfort Lu Dong. After looking at the time, it was time for dinner, so they prepared to go out for dinner. Just at this time, Shui Chao initiated a group call in the dormitory group. Everyone, I have good news for you. I, Shui, am no longer single today. The news spread like thunder among the small group of 4. This is the first person in their dormitory to get married, the first in 3 years. When the school started, Xia Ran took the initiative to set a goal. But who would have known that after just licking for 3 years, there would be no progress at all? Not to mention Lu Dong, who plays games all day and never even leaves his dormitory. Wan Yang is lively, but he has low emotional intelligence and always likes to preach, which makes him very unlikable. Logically speaking, since Shui Chao is a local and his family is well off, he should have been single long ago. But he had high standards, and everyone he liked looked down on him, so it took 3 years. Xia Ran, congratulations, Dad is so happy for you. Lu Dong, I was wondering why you didn't go back to the dormitory yesterday. It turns out something happened. I'm so jealous. Wang Yang, you found a date at a bad time. You're about to graduate, and maybe he or she will go back to his or her hometown. Can you go with him or her? Shui Chao, don't worry, my girlfriend is also from here, majoring in finance at the University of Finance and Economics. Lu Chao, shit, this couldn't be the one you were chasing after a while ago, you finally tricked her into giving it to him. Shui Chao, that's right. Don't blame me for not thinking about you guys. My girlfriend and I will host a dinner party for 2 dormitories tonight. It will be up to you to see how you perform. There are still single people in my girlfriend's dormitory, you guys should seize the opportunity. Really? Immediately, Lu Dong and Wang Yang became interested when they heard it, and could no longer suppress their ecstasy. The University of Finance and Economics is just opposite Jiangnan University, and there are many beautiful women there. And he is studying finance, so his family must be well off. It is impossible to study finance without money. The 2 of them began to rummage through the drawers and carefully dressed up. I took out the sneakers that cost hundreds of dollars a pair and that I usually don't wear. Lu Dong, I thought you were only interested in games, but I didn't expect you to be so interested in the beautiful lady from Keita University. You don't understand this. Playing games for the rest of my life is my goal. To achieve this goal, I need a rich wife. I didn't expect you to have such great ambitions. It's just that it's a little difficult for you to find a rich woman with your hardware. After they finished washing up, they took a taxi to Shuai Chaoting's restaurant. Jinlin Restaurant is a relatively famous restaurant in Jiangnan City. Shuai Chao had been waiting downstairs for a long time. When he saw the three people coming, he took the initiative to step forward and greet them. Brother Ran, I have something to tell you alone. As soon as they met, he pulled Xiao Ran aside. Lu Dong and the other man were totally confused as to what shameful things these two people had done. Don't worry about it. He might have some personal matters. Is that car parked in front the McLaren from our school? There are so many McLarens, how could it be a coincidence that this one is from our school? Lu Dong and Wang Yang were chatting on the side, waiting for Shuai Chao to take them upstairs. Brother Ran, do I have something to discuss with you? Shuai Chao looked at Xiao Ran seriously. What's the matter? You're making it so serious, but you don't have the money to treat us? No, I'm still single this time thanks to you. To be more precise, it's thanks to your car. It turns out that Shuai Chao had been pursuing the wealthy and beautiful Li Weiwei for 3 months, but the other party had always been lukewarm. Li Weiwei is also from the local area, and her family business has some connection with Shuai Chao's family. The two also met at a dinner party hosted by their parents, but Li Weiwei's family is richer and more powerful than Shuai Chao's. So she always looked down on Shuai Chao in her heart. But everything changed after Shuai Chao got into the McLaren. Li Weiwei also began to look at Shuai Chao with new eyes, and their relationship progressed rapidly. Shuai Chao also took the opportunity to confess his love to Li Weiwei. You mean to tell me not to reveal that the McLaren is not yours for the time being? Shuai Chao nodded frantically, waiting for Xiao Ran's reply with anticipation. That's it? My dear son, I'm happy that you can find your way out of being single. Just do it boldly. Xiao Ran touched Shuai Chao's head and agreed immediately. What's wrong with telling a little white lie for the sake of your brother's happiness? Hearing the answer he wanted, Shuai Chao was delighted and immediately took a few people into the restaurant. Since Jinlin Restaurant is quite famous, it is usually difficult to find a seat, so several people stayed in the hall and did not enter the private room. After sitting down, Shuai Chao introduced Xiao Ran and the other two people one by one, especially focusing on Xiao Ran, mentioning his strengths 3 times. Li Weiwei's roommate had not arrived yet, so she winked at Shuai Chao and gave him a look. The two of them went out under the pretext of picking up Li Weiwei's roommate and went downstairs together. Li Weiwei frowned. Shuai Chao, these 3 boys in your dormitory are too ordinary. They all look too ordinary. Only Xiao Ran looks okay. She dresses very tastefully. The other 2 have ordinary looks. The girls in our dormitory will definitely not like them. I praised you before. Shuai Chao curled his lips and said, don't underestimate me. My 3 roommates are all very good looking and have excellent character. Especially that Xiao Ran, he's very affectionate. If he could fall in love with someone from your dormitory, she would be lucky. Li Weiwei frowned even more tightly. Deeply affectionate? Isn't being affectionate the same as being a bootlicker these days? There's no shortage of people in our dormitory, especially Zhang Yuqi, who is now a Douyin internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of fans. Don't mess around with her when the time comes. As they were talking, 3 girls came over. They were the people in Li Weiwei's dormitory. These 3 girls attract a lot of attention when they walk on the street. Not only is she tall, but she also dresses very beautifully and looks fair-skinned and beautiful. Especially the one walking in the middle, her eyes are as round as the lively autumn water, her every smile and frown are enough to make people intoxicated, and her slender long legs make people linger. Chapter 21. What do you think of me? After picking up Li Weiwei's roommate, Shuai Chao took them to the Jinlin restaurant. Weiwei, that McLaren at the door belongs to your boyfriend, right? He looks pretty handsome. Of course it's handsome, it's worth more than 10 million, but don't even think about it, that passenger seat belongs only to me. A hint of pride appeared on Li Weiwei's face. At this age, he is a real quality man who can drive a sports car worth tens of millions. Weiwei, you are lucky. Yeah, I don't know what his roommates are like, but I'll be satisfied if they can catch up to half of Shuai Chao. Weiwei, tell us which one is better first, and we will focus on attacking him. Zhang Yuqi and a few others kept talking, saying that they also wanted to find a boyfriend who drove a sports car. That depends on your own vision. I'm just helping you. Li Weiwei was not familiar with Shuai Chao's roommates and this was the first time she met them. She was able to organize this party entirely because of Shuai Chao's face, otherwise she would not have been too lazy to take her roommate to have dinner with a few boys she didn't know. These roommates have very high standards, and it is difficult for ordinary people to catch their eyes. Especially Zhang Yuqi, she is the most beautiful in their dormitory and has the highest requirements. Who can blame him for being such an outstanding person? His parents are both senior executives in large companies. She is a Douyin beauty blogger with hundreds of thousands of fans, and there are many people chasing after her. Shui Chao brought a few people to their seats. When Xia Ran and the other two saw a few beauties coming, they quickly stood up and waved to greet them. I saw that Li Weiwei's 3 roommates were dressed very beautifully, each with their own unique style. Especially Zhang Yuqi, who wore a red silk translucent top, paired with a black hip skirt, and her long legs wrapped in black stockings. Her curves are perfectly displayed, and with her good looks, she becomes the focus wherever she goes. As soon as Lu Dong and Wang Yang saw Zhang Yuqi, their eyes immediately widened. He stood there in a daze, drooling. It's not the two of them's fault. The girls they see most often in Jiangda are those in their class, and they are all coarse grains. A rare star like Zhang Yuqi is only seen on Douyin. How can they resist seeing her in person? Xia Ran is relatively better. Although Zhang Yuqi is pretty, she is still a little inferior to Bai Yuwei. Few people can possess that pure and lustful feeling like Bai Yuwei. Having been in contact with Bai Yuwei these days, Xia Ran has also raised his aesthetic standards a lot. Shui Chao quickly stepped forward and introduced his 3 roommates, my brothers, Xia Ran, Lu Dong, and Wang Yang. Seeing several boys taking the initiative to say hello, Zhang Yuqi and the other two also smiled in response. However, a trace of disappointment flashed across the faces of several people. Lu Dong and Wang Yang are both too ordinary in terms of their dress and appearance. It was really different from what they had imagined. They had absolutely no interest. Only Xia Ran looked okay, wearing all branded clothes and looking a little handsome. Sit down, why are you standing there like an idiot? Shui Chao also designed everyone's seats carefully. He did not let the 2 groups sit separately. Instead, a man and a woman sit together alternately, making it easier for everyone to communicate. Handsome guy, come and sit here. Zhang Yuqi took the initiative to invite Xia Ran to sit next to her. Among the 3 people, only Xia Ran was worthy of her attention. She didn't even look at the others. Xia Ran was also very considerate and he didn't refuse even though the girl asked him that. After sitting down, Li Weiwei introduced her roommates one by one. These are my roommates, Zhang Yuqi, Zhang Yu, and Lin Chuchu. When I got to Zhang Yuqi, I gave her a detailed introduction. This is the beauty of our finance department. She is a national treasure of our department. Many people are obsessed with her. She is not only beautiful, but also very professional. Many financial-themed events have invited her to be the host. She has more than 700,000 fans on Douyin. Shui Chao on the side quickly winked at Xia Ran, signaling him to seize the opportunity and rush forward. Xia Ran just nodded slightly and didn't take any further action. On the contrary, Lu Dong and Wang Yang were very attentive. They poured water for the girls next to them and took the initiative to help order food. Is there anything you like to eat? Zhang Yuqi asked. At the same time, she pushed the menu in her hand between the 2 of them. This way she could be closer to Xia Ran, making it easier for her to observe. There are many boys on campus who buy fake goods to pretend to be rich and pick up girls, so she has to be careful. Having been attending various high-end dinner parties for many years, she can tell at a glance whether the other person's clothes are fake. Then we have to order something more expensive. We can't let Shui Chao get away with it cheaply. Xia Ran casually took the menu in front of him. He came here mainly to eat, and he didn't care about being introduced to a girlfriend or anything like that. You are already a wealthy man, so you can find a girlfriend easily? He can also let girls pick him and turn the world upside down. Xia Ran took the menu without any grace, which made Zhang Yuqi a little unhappy. However, this gave her a good opportunity to verify the brand name on Xia Ran. She moved a little closer to Xia Ran. Classmate, are your eyesight bad? Why are you standing so close to me? Waiter, bring another menu. It's inconvenient for 2 people to read one. It's not that Xia Ran has no interest in girls, but the perfume on Zhang Yuqi is really pungent today. He had the urge to sneeze several times and his nose was always itchy. Zhang Yuqi smiled awkwardly, but her goal was achieved. Everything Xia Ran has on her is genuine stuff, worth about 10 or 20,000. However, there was no brand name watch on his wrist, nor any signs of having been worn. She guessed that Xia Ran came from an average wealthy family and had some money. He is several levels lower than Xue Chao. After all, he drives a sports car worth tens of millions. This is enough. I have initially met the requirements to be her bootlicker and can now enter the fish pond. No need for the menu. I've already looked at it and I know what I want. Zhang Yuqi waved her hand to refuse the new menu brought by the waiter. A few people ordered some dishes and some red wine to enhance the atmosphere. The atmosphere at the table was quite lively. Lu Dong and Wang Yang tried their best to make the girls next to them happy. Xia Ran was a little bored and was just focusing on eating. He didn't even say anything about pouring some wine for Zhang Yuqi or telling some jokes to make her happy. Hey, you're still pretending. Do you think you can make women pay for you just because you have a little money? I guess he hasn't seen much of the world and doesn't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Zhang Yuqi was more or less unhappy in her heart. She had always been the center of attention in the past and had never been ignored like today. Instead, the two roommates next to her enjoyed the same treatment she had before. Brother Ran, don't just focus on eating by yourself, learn from Lu Dong and Wang Yang next to you. Xue Chao winked, signaling Xia Ran to take the initiative. Lu Dong and Wang Yang next to him were about to perform a handstand, but he was still as steady as a rock. Xia Ran glanced at the two roommates next to him and had completely entered the state of bootlicking. He used to be just an act when he was a bootlicker, but with these two, it comes from the heart. Beauty, let me toast you. Xia Ran picked up the red wine and clinked glasses with Zhang Yuqi. What do you think of me? Zhang Yuqi took the initiative to ask. Chapter 22. I'll take you to the hotel. What do you think of me? Xia Ran was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Zhang Yuqi is quite direct. She asked how things were going after just the first meeting and whether I should ask him to name the child next time we meet. To be honest, Xia Ran didn't show much during this dinner. He just ate normally. Unlike the other two roommates who tried their best to make the girls happy. Is it true that the colder a man is, the more excited a woman is? Is Zhang Yuqi in love, or has she seen through his super-rich identity? In fact, it's not as complicated as Xia Ran thought. The purpose of organizing this party was to introduce boyfriends and girlfriends. Besides, Zhang Yuqi's purpose is to recruit bootlickers. You can think more about it when looking for a boyfriend and just meet him a few times to get a better understanding of his background. It's not that troublesome to find a bootlicker. All you need is some financial strength and a little goodwill. As long as Xia Ran showed some interest in Zhang Yuqi, he would be qualified to enter the fish pond. I thank you. Before he could finish his words, Xia Ran's phone rang. I looked down and saw that it was Bai Yue calling. She must have something urgent to tell me since she called so late at night. Xia Ran made an apologetic gesture and ran aside to answer the phone. What's wrong with Xia Ran? Why did he run away at the critical moment? Xue Chao complained from the side. He just witnessed the whole process, and there is definitely something going on between Zhang Yuqi and Xia Ran. The girl has already taken a step forward, why is he still being so reserved? Just go ahead. What else could it be? It must be that Xinxiuzi calling. Wang Yang added. No way, there shouldn't be anything going on between them. Xia Ran hung up on Xinxiuzi's call 2 days ago. After 3 years of hard pursuit, you can just let it go? I don't believe it. Wang Yang, this bitch, directly pulled down Xia Ran's panties. He is a person who speaks without thinking and never pays attention to the occasion. I've definitely let it go. Xia Ran told me in person that they are no longer related. Xue Chao raised his head and glanced at Zhang Yuqi's expression. In order to avoid misunderstandings from Zhang Yuqi and other girls, he tried his best to make amends for Xia Ran. You are the only one who talks too much. Lu Dong also glared at Wang Yang. Not bad, this Xia Ran is quite affectionate. There are not many boys who are so innocent nowadays. Not only did Zhang Yuqi not mind, she even spoke up for Xia Ran. She also understood from what several people said that Xia Ran used to be a complete bootlicker. After licking for 3 years, I suddenly woke up and stopped licking. There are 2 reasons why a dog stops licking a girl, either he no longer likes the girl. Or maybe he was heartbroken by his goddess and was too tired. Looking at Xia Ran's aloof look just now, it was likely that she was mentally tired and had lost love. At this time, as long as you give him some appropriate care and help him relieve some psychological pressure, his dog-licking gene will be restarted. Zhang Yuqi is confident that she has some experience in dealing with this kind of bootlicker. After a while, Xia Ran answered the phone. How could you ignore that girl and run away? Hurry up and have a drink to apologize. Shuaichao tried his best to bring Xiao Ran and Zhang Yuqi together. Before Xiao Ran could speak, Zhang Yuqi raised the glass of red wine in her hand. It's okay. Come, I'll toast you. Zhang Yuqi's eyes were full of affection and her face was as beautiful as peach blossoms. She took a big sip first. The slender legs under the table rubbed against Xiao Ran intentionally or unintentionally. Lu Dong and Wang Yang, who were standing next to them, were so envious when they saw this scene. It was a whole night, and the two of them spent half a day chatting with the girl, raising their glasses several times. But the two girls just took a symbolic sip. Since the girl has taken the initiative to raise the glass, Xiao Ran is not the kind of person who won't give her face. He picked up the wine glass and took a swig. Zhang Yuqi took this opportunity to launch an offensive and acted as the atmosphere creator at the dinner table. As a host, she can easily liven up the atmosphere. The slender white little hands always touched Xiao Ran's body unintentionally, teasing him gently. The scene became lively, and Xiao Ran started talking more and more. In Zhang Yuqi's eyes, all these behaviors were a prelude to Xiao Ran's heart being melted by her. His dog-licking gene was about to be activated by her. Xiao Ran didn't want to show too much, but Zhang Yuqi teased him again and again. Her tricks were exactly the same as Shinshotzi's at that time. Xiao Ran had already seen through that she was a green tea. It's very troublesome to be entangled with such people. There was no way Xiao Ran could do but to cooperate with her performance temporarily, as he was best at playing the role of a bootlicker. Seeing that the time was almost right, Zhang Yuqi prepared to take out her mobile phone, and then inadvertently showed Xiao Ran the picture of the bag that she had set her eyes on a few days ago. According to her past experience, the next time they meet, Xiao Ran will take the initiative to give him an identical bag. At this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in Jinlin restaurant. Wherever she went, she attracted everyone's attention. Even his deskmates Lu Dong and Wang Yang couldn't help but take a few glances. But why was this beautiful woman walking towards them? Why are you here? Xiao Ran looked up, pretended to be surprised, and opened her mouth slightly. The person who came was Bai Yue, and the call just now was also from her. Today, my good brother officially announced that he is no longer single and even organized a social gathering for several people in his dormitory. Originally, she was quite happy, but Xiao Ran was really unhappy with Zhang Yuqi's performance, but she didn't want to just get angry and leave. It happened that Bai Yue called him, so he took the opportunity to tell her his location. When she comes over later, Xiao Ran will have an excuse to leave. Xiao Ran, I have to go back to school to hand in some materials to my teacher. You go and wait for me first. As she spoke, Bai Yue shyly handed him a hotel room card. There was disbelief in Lu Dong and the other's eyes at first, then anger, bizarre anger. The beauty in front of me is pure and lovely, with a clear look in her eyes, like a pure saint. But now he wants to take Xiao Ran to get a room. He must have been deceived by Xiao Ran. This guy deserves to be damned. Zhang Yuqi was also quite surprised. She could understand if an ordinary woman did this kind of thing in order to trap a man. But the girl in front of her was definitely not an ordinary woman. She was better than her in both appearance and figure. She would be the school belle in any school. How could a beauty of this level take the initiative to check into a room and look for a man? Unless the man is very rich, few people have this kind of attraction. She observed Bai Yue carefully. She was very good looking and dressed very tastefully. Wait a minute, Zhang Yuqi seems to have discovered some clues. The clothes this beautiful woman is wearing are of the same brand as Xiao Ran's. Could it be that Xiao Ran bought them all? Zhang Yuqi turned her head and stared at Xiao Ran, a smug smile on her face. This man has great potential. He is so generous. He deserves to be trained well. Seeing the room card in Bai Yue's hand, Xiao Ran was also stunned. He knew that Bai Yue had something to talk to him about, but she didn't say she was going to the hotel. Without waiting for a reaction, a pair of jade hands had already embraced his arms and took him directly out of the Jinlin restaurant. Chapter 23 Repayment of Interest. This is a 4-star hotel, the best hotel in the area. Under the guidance of Bai Yue, the two of them opened the door silently and entered the room one after another. Xiao Ran was still looking at the layout of the entire room. Bai Yue locked the door casually and quickly put her arms around Xiao Ran's neck. The next moment, something soft and warm was imprinted on his lips. Two huge gentle pressures suddenly hit my chest. Xiao Ran was suddenly startled and raised her hand to push Bai Yue aside. Horrified eyes met with fiery gazes. Are you sure? Xia Ran gasped. To be honest, when a man and a woman appear in a place like this, everyone knows what is going to happen. It's just that Xia Ran doesn't want to take advantage of others in such an unclear way. From the first time they met, he had a good impression of this weak yet stubborn girl. At least since Bai Yue knew that she was rich, she never made any particularly excessive demands. There was nothing else except the 100,000 yuan she borrowed, and she said she would pay it back. I was sure when I woke up and saw you in the hospital. Bai Yue pounced on him again. Xia Ran did not move this time, just feeling the fragrance of the long hair in her arms. His hands trembled slightly, wanting to respond to the warmth in his arms, but feeling a little conflicted. Admittedly, he is not a gentleman, and he cannot remain calm like Liu Xiaohui. Every time he saw Bai Yue's pitiful and helpless eyes, his heart would be in turmoil. Why? Xia Ran didn't understand why she suddenly did this. Since I was little, I was considered a money loser in my parents' eyes. They gave all their love to my younger brother. If it weren't for my grandmother, I wouldn't be alive today. Grandma is the only person who's ever been kind to me. You saved her, and I can't think of any other way to repay you. Bai Yue's little hands kept moving around, which made Xia Ran feel really uncomfortable. Ding-a-ling. Xia Ran hung up the phone. Who could be so blind at the critical moment? You don't have to rush to pay back the money. There are many ways to repay a favor. Xia Ran hugged him tightly with both hands. Just when the next move was about to take place, Bai Yue was heard speaking slowly. Can you lend me another 200,000 yuan? I just received a call from home saying that grandma needs a second surgery and some nutrition expenses. Suddenly, Xia Ran pushed her out again. I thought she wasn't a green tea girl, but it turns out she was after his money. I have no choice. I know this sounds unbelievable, but this is what my father said on the phone. Whether it's true or not, with the 200,000 yuan I can cut ties with my family and repay them for their upbringing. Then what about your grandma? If you cut off ties with your family, you won't be able to see your grandma anymore. Xia Ran said coldly. He had just shown his deep affection for his grandmother, but now he is cutting off contact with his family. I can bring my grandma over. I can endure hardships and work a lot. As long as I graduate, I can make money. Bai Yue looked at Xia Ran seriously, and in an instant, the cowardice in her eyes disappeared, replaced by a tenacious grasp. Xia Ran was a little hesitant. He didn't know whether he should believe what he heard. Can a college student who has not yet graduated really survive with an elderly person who has lost his ability to work? Or is this just a ploy to gain sympathy? While he was thinking, Xia Ran's phone rang again, but he still didn't answer it. Don't worry, as long as I make money, I will pay you back every penny of the 300,000 yuan I owe you. Xia Ran sneered and said the same thing last time. I borrowed 100,000 yuan and will definitely pay it back in the future. But the next step is to borrow another 200,000 yuan. Who knows if there will be 400,000 yuan or 800,000 yuan later? 300,000. How are you going to pay it back? You know it's hard to say whether college graduates can find a job nowadays. Even if you find a job, a few $1,000s a month may not be enough to support you and your grandmother. Xia Ran sat calmly on the bed, wanting to see how Bai Yue would perform next. You're right. My major, business administration, is not meant for a poor person like me. I originally signed up for this major thinking I could become a senior executive and make a lot of money. But the more I studied, the more I realized that I was not qualified to study management. You borrowed money from me, but I can't pay it back. This is the only body I have left. I can pay you back some interest today. As she spoke, Bai Yue slowly took off her outer clothes, revealing the proud beauty underneath. Wait. Xia Ran turned her blushing face away, but her eyes still glanced to the other side from time to time. The last resort is to sell myself. I should be quite valuable. Bai Yue came closer and pressed her body tightly against him. Xia Ran quickly stood up and turned his back. You are a student at a prestigious university. You shouldn't use such vulgar words. You can use a more euphemistic term. You're right. Being a college student is worth some money. I've thought about it. This body is my most valuable asset. Instead of selling it cheaply to others, why not? Bai Yue lowered her head. Even though she had put aside her dignity, she was too embarrassed to continue speaking. Is 200,000 enough? Hearing this, Bai Yue raised her head in surprise. You agree? I didn't say I agree, I just doubt whether your 200,000 yuan can buy freedom. According to Bai Youwei's description, her family received 100,000 yuan and continued to ask for 200,000 yuan. It was obvious that her family treated her as a cash cow and never thought about how she, a student, got all the money. Whether it was loan sharking or selling herself, her family didn't care. They only cared about whether they could get the money back. Bai Youwei was a little hesitant. According to her family's previous practices, it was very likely that the 200,000 yuan was not the end. Maybe even the 100,000 yuan was not used on grandma, or maybe these were all excuses to defraud money. At this moment, her mind became a little clearer and she thought about this problem seriously. If 200,000 is not enough, will she have to borrow from Xiao Ran again? Can she afford it if she sells it? You mean, I'll never be able to escape from that house in my lifetime? Bai Youwei's eyes were filled with disappointment again, disappointment in life and disappointment in the future. She slumped down on the bed, her mind in a mess for a moment. My suggestion is that you go back to see your grandma first. After all, she is your closest person. If she is sick, there is no reason not to go back to see her. This word awakened Bai Youwei from her dream. What she should worry about most now is her grandmother. She quickly put on her coat and was about to leave. Xiao Ran stopped her and said, "It's already midnight. You can't go back at this time. Why don't you have a good sleep and leave early tomorrow morning? Also, the environment of this hotel is too ordinary. If something like this happens again in the future, go to my villa. The environment there is better and the bed is bigger." Xiao Ran gestured with his hands. Bai Youwei blushed and slowly lowered her head. At this time, Xiao Ran's phone rang again. It rang 3 times in one night, always ruining his mood. Xiao Ran answered the phone angrily, only to hear the other end say urgently, "Brother Ran, come quickly, Xueqiao is in trouble." Chapter 24. I borrowed the car. The call was from Lu Dong, who changed 3 mobile phones before he was able to get through to Xiao Ran. After Xiao Ran left, the social gathering organized by Xueqiao quickly disbanded. They had originally planned to go to KTV for a second party, but Li Weiwei's 3 roommates were obviously not interested in Lu Dong and the other person. The social gathering between the 2 dormitories ended just like that. But Li Weiwei was not satisfied yet, she wanted more people to know about her boyfriend's McLaren. It just so happened that their circle of rich second generations was holding a car race, and this was a good opportunity to show off. Both of them are moderately wealthy and are not very famous in the circle of second generation rich. This time, I can use McLaren's popularity to gain respect in the circle and expand my network. Xueqiao himself didn't want to go. After all, the car was not his, and he would have to explain the matter slowly later. He believed that he and Li Weiwei were in true love and their relationship was not maintained by material foundation. However, Li Weiwei strongly requested to participate, so he also came to the scene. Lu Dong also wanted to see the world, so he came along. As soon as Xueqiao entered the venue driving the McLaren P1, he immediately attracted the attention of people around him. This is a McLaren P1 supercar worth more than 1,000 watts, which is definitely not something that an ordinary rich second generation can afford. Xueqiao, who was unknown in the circle of rich second generations, suddenly became the focus of the scene. Li Weiwei also received a lot of attention and her circle of contacts expanded greatly. The compliments from people around him soon made Xueqiao puff up, and he actually went off the track to participate in the racing. But his skills are okay for street racing, but they are far from enough for racing. I was squeezed by the car next to me, and my hand hit a tree in a panic, and I also hit a GTR. At this time, Xueqiao was sitting on the side of the road with a serious expression on his face, his hands shaking constantly. The area was filled with people watching the fun. The front of the McLaren has been completely destroyed and it is no longer recognizable. "Xueqiao, are you okay?" Li Weiwei rushed over. She looked at the parts scattered on the ground, and then looked at Xueqiao who was sitting on the ground. It seems that Xueqiao is really scared. No one is hurt, but the car may be scrapped. What a pity. Lu Dong stepped forward, shook his head and said a few words. Hearing this, Xueqiao felt as if he was under 1,000 pounds of pressure and suddenly burst into tears. Li Weiwei showed a trace of embarrassment and quickly stepped forward to help Xueqiao up. "Why are you crying at such an age? As long as you are okay, that's good. It's just a pity about this car. You just bought it and it got damaged not long ago. It will probably cost a lot of money to repair it." Li Weiwei didn't find anything unusual. Repairing the car might cost a lot of money, but Xueqiao could afford it, so how could he not afford to repair it? She was somewhat happy about the collision, as a multi-million-dollar supercar crash would surely become a hot topic on the news. Maybe she can even gain some attention. This Xueqiao is such a loser that he actually cried loudly in front of so many people. This behavior is inconsistent with his identity as a rich second generation. He can't keep calm at all. How much does it cost to repair this car? Lu Dong didn't know much about cars, so he asked casually. It must be at least several million. The car itself is expensive, and the problem is that there are few spare parts, so it is difficult to repair. Someone who knows the business said so. When Xueqiao heard the price, he cried even louder. His family originally ran a small business and made about 1 or 2 million a year. This wiped out the family's income for several years. Maybe the family business will plummet, which will be a big trouble. At first I just wanted to drive it for fun, but I didn't expect to cause such a big trouble that might even affect my family. Thinking of this, Xueqiao felt a pang of pain in his heart and it felt like breathing was a little difficult. Li Weiwei, who was standing by, frowned when she saw Xueqiao's expression. This is too lame. Can't you bear to hear the repair bill of several million? It's really embarrassing for her. She has already bought a car, but is she still afraid of repairing it? Stop crying. It's not nice for a grown man to cry like that. Li Weiwei was a little impatient. If it weren't for the fact that Xueqiao was driving a multi-million supercar, she would have given up long ago. It was really too embarrassing. The car is not mine, I borrowed it, and I can't afford the repair costs. Xueqiao spoke word by word slowly, then slumped to the ground. Xueqiao, don't joke with me at this time. It's not funny at all. How could this car not be yours? Li Weiwei looked incredulous. Xueqiao looked up at her eyes and said seriously, I don't have the heart to joke. I borrowed this car. My family can't afford a multi-million supercar. Not to mention buying it, I can't even afford to repair it. As soon as these words came out, Li Weiwei was a little confused on the spot. She looked at Xueqiao in disbelief. It seems a little hard to believe, but if you think about it carefully, what Xueqiao said might be true. Her own family can't even afford a multi-million sports car, so how did Xueqiao, whose family is even poorer than hers, buy one? She now feels a little regretful, wondering why she didn't ask clearly at the beginning. Fortunately, she did not offer herself voluntarily, otherwise it would have been a great loss. Xueqiao, I am so disappointed in you. You actually lied to me. I used to have a good impression of you. As long as you were hardworking and steady, you would have a chance to pursue me. But you borrowed a car to lie to me. I hate dishonest people the most. Let's break up. She thought she had found a high-quality asset, but it seems she was wrong. Fortunately, she didn't get too deeply involved. No, you're breaking up with me now? You weren't like this a few days ago. Xueqiao stood up with difficulty. He originally thought that his girlfriend Li Weiwei would comfort him. Unexpectedly, when he heard that the car was not his, he immediately proposed to break up. This face changed too quickly. Ha, I knew long ago that this car is not yours. Now you are in trouble. It must be that Xiao Ran who stole the car and lent it to you. Xin Xiaozi walked out of the crowd. She had been watching the excitement for a long time. She came here with Lu Xiaojie to participate in this rich second-generation racing event. The purpose of coming here is to find the owner of McLaren. As soon as he arrived at the scene, he saw the McLaren that he had been dreaming about, but there was an unfamiliar woman sitting in the passenger seat of the car. Could it be that the car owner already has a girlfriend? She felt a little regretful. She was obviously no worse than that woman, so why wasn't she sitting in the passenger seat? But when she saw the man who seemed to be the owner of the car, she was happy. She knew that was definitely not the owner of the car, it was Xiao Ran's roommate Xueqiao. She had done her research a long time ago and knew that Xueqiao's family was just moderately wealthy and it was impossible for them to afford a multi-million-dollar supercar. This car must not be his. Xiao Ran must have secretly opened it and lent it to him to pick up girls. She understands men's minds too well. She didn't show up on her own initiative, but just observed from the side. Sooner or later, the borrowed car would be exposed. Unexpectedly, the opportunity came soon and McLaren crashed, and it was quite serious. The most important thing is that she heard with her own ears Xueqiao say that he had borrowed the car. This proves that her chance has come, her chance to become a wealthy lady has come. She walked up to Xue Chao and said with a relaxed look, "Tell me the car owner's information. After I become his girlfriend, I can ask you to pay less money." Hearing this, Xue Chao stopped crying and tilted his head to look at Shinxiuzi. Chapter 25. Is the car owner really Xiaoran? Xue Chao looked at Shinxiuzi in confusion. The owner of the McLaren is Xiaoran, how come she doesn't seem to know it? But that's not the point. He turned and looked at Li Weiwei with an unwilling look on his face. When you want to pursue a girl, you often need to put in hundreds or thousands of times more effort to slowly win her heart, and you may even be prepared to get nothing in return. But when a girl wants to break up, she often only needs any reason. Don't even need a reason. Xue Chao just said that the car was borrowed, and he was dumped immediately. He's a grown man, but he's not even as good as a car? It turns out that being poor is the original sin. Besides, Xue Chao is not poor, he is just not that rich. Okay, stop saying those angry words. Xue Chao's character is still trustworthy. Lu Dong consoled him. Unexpectedly, a car accident caused two people who had just gotten together to break up. Lu Dong couldn't understand it at all. According to his standards, Xue Chao was very attractive. Li Weiwei glanced at Lu Dong and was too lazy to talk to him. "Xue Chao, you are not a child. You know exactly what I want. I have never seen a disgusting man like you. You are a waste. You are trying to be rich. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant when you don't have money?" Li Weiwei cursed with disdain. The speed of his changing face is comparable to the face changing in Sichuan opera. They were kissing and loving each other 1 second, and started scolding each other the next. Xue Chao was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He was almost blind. He admitted that he borrowed the car to show off at the beginning, but he did not force Li Weiwei to become his girlfriend. She did everything voluntarily. How did he become a disgusting, useless man? Sister, I sympathize with you so much. This kind of pretentious guy should be scolded as a liar. He is just like Xiao Ran in their dormitory, neither of them is a good person. Xue Chao, please give me the owner's information immediately so I can plead for you. Shinxiuzi said proudly on the side. At this time, a young man in his 30s walked out from the side. The young man was wearing fashionable branded clothes and there was some blood on his forehead. "I don't care who owns this McLaren. You hit me with your car just now, so you have to pay for my car. That's the GTR I just bought." This man was the owner of the GTR. The McLaren driven by Xue Chao lost control and hit a big tree, and then hit his car. To be honest, the collision was not serious, just a minor scratch, and it probably won't cost much to repair the car. It's just a GTR. I can afford the compensation. Xue Chao said, gritting his teeth. Then you have to pay now. I'm afraid you won't have any money left after you repair the McLaren. If you don't pay, don't even think about leaving. Hearing this, Xue Chao glared at him. It was indeed as he said. The car belongs to Xiao Ran, and they have a pretty good relationship, but I can't not compensate him. After I compensate him, I may not have enough money to compensate for the GTR. He could only beg Xiao Ran to let him pay for the car repair in installments and not to rush into repairing the car. But even if you pay in installments, you can't delay payment for too long. 1 or 2 years at most. Even so, this is still a considerable expense, and it is unclear whether the family can afford it. What's more, there is the depreciation of the vehicle. The overhauled McLaren must have depreciated greatly. Thinking of this, Xue Chao felt depressed again. Why are you silent? What are you saying? If you don't have money, don't act cool. Anyone can drive a McLaren P1. The GTR owner made a sarcastic remark. Xue Chao sighed heavily. He was now in a state of confusion. My dear son, why are you so sad? A familiar voice sounded. Xiao Ran finally arrived. You're finally here. I called you so many times before you answered. Lu Dong complained. Bang! Xiao Ran knocked on Lu Dong's head and said, You are interrupting my good deeds. Isn't Xue Chao standing here just fine? After answering the phone and hearing that Xue Chao had been in a car accident, Xiao Ran hurried over. As it turned out, Xue Chao was fine, not injured at all, but he looked unhappy. When he saw Xiao Ran, Xue Chao's tears seemed to burst out, and he hugged his thighs and started crying. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I've caused you trouble. Xue Chao began to apologize. You're in big trouble. Your supercar is damaged. Let's see how the owner of the car punishes you. However, if you just give me the owner's information, I will ask for mercy on your behalf, considering that you have been licking my ass for 3 years. But I can't say whether he will let you go. Shinshotsi rolled his eyes and spoke in a sarcastic tone. In her heart, she always believed that Xiao Ran had stolen the car. After hearing this, Li Weiwei realized that the woman in front of her was the one Xiao Ran had been licking for 3 years. But all this has nothing to do with her anymore. She has already broken up with Xue Chao, and she is not in the mood to know about their affairs. Oh shit, it's crashed. Where is the car? Xiao Ran was surprised and looked around quickly. The car is over there. I'm sorry, Xiao Ran. I will definitely compensate you, but can you give me some time? Xue Chao looked apologetic and sounded very helpless. Xiao Ran pushed him aside and ran towards his McLaren. He walked around the McLaren and squatted on the ground to examine it carefully. I didn't recognize the car that was hit, but fortunately, the door is fine. Xiao Ran wiped the cold sweat from his face. The car had crashed, so it had. He wouldn't feel bad even if it was scrapped. However, what he was worried about was the car door that was scratched by Shinshotsi. If the original scratches are no longer visible after being damaged, there will be less evidence that Shinshotsi scratched the car. He felt relieved when he saw that the evidence was still preserved intact. Xiao Ran, Xue Chao looked at Xiao Ran, who looked anxious, and felt very guilty. Don't cry, look at your useless look, it's just a broken car, what's the big deal? Anyway, they are given for signing in, so he will definitely not be short of cars like this in the future. In his heart, cars are not as important as brotherhood. Broken car. Shinshotsi stretched out his voice. Do you know how much this car is worth? It's a junker. You can't even pay for it even if you sell it 10 times. She is now waiting to see Xiao Ran make a fool of himself. The car owner will definitely not forgive him if he finds out. It's my own car. Even if it's smashed, it's none of your business. You'd better prepare the money to compensate me. The evidence of your scratching the car is still here. Xiao Ran pointed to the scratched car door. Your car is so shameless. You are still pretending to be so shameless. Xue Chao even said that he borrowed it. I borrowed it from Xiao Ran. His driving license is still with me. Xue Chao said. Shinshotsi snatched the driving license and looked at it over and over again. The above information is indeed from Xiao Ran, the information matches. This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How can this car be yours? How can you be the owner of a McLaren? Chapter 26. He also has a Bugatti. Shocked. Petrified. Dumbfounded. Shinshotsi opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. The McLaren owner she had been looking for turned out to be Xiao Ran, the man who had been licking her for 3 years. She really couldn't accept this result. This is all fake by you. Shinshotsi made his last struggle. It must be a fake certificate that Xiao Ran and Xue Chao colluded to make. Hurry up and prepare 100,000 yuan, or I'll send you to jail. Xiao Ran snatched back his driving license. I don't care who owns that McLaren. If you hit my car, you have to pay for it, or you can't leave. The GTR owner continued to insist. How much compensation? Send me the payment code. Xiao Ran asked simply. The GTR owner opened the payment code and said, my new car costs 1.35 million. Before he could finish, Xiao Ran directly handed the money to him, a full 1.35 million. When they heard the successful payment sound coming from the mobile phone, several people were stunned. They're driving supercars and racing cars, and you're joining in the fun in a Nissan. Who else should I hit if not you? Xiao Ran said dissatisfiedly. The GTR owner stood there in a daze, looking at the money he had just transferred, his mind spinning rapidly. Yes, it's all my fault. How can my Nissan be compared with your McLaren? I was ignorant and blocked the way. This is my responsibility. I can't take the money. I have to return it to you. The GTR owner suddenly changed the subject and took full responsibility. As he said this, he was about to return the money. The other party offered more than 1 million yuan at once, and it seems that he is indeed the owner of the McLaren. He is very generous and drives a supercar worth tens of millions. He can't afford to offend him. He jumped out because he heard that the supercar was borrowed, so he wanted compensation. But when the real owner of the car came, he didn't take the multi-million sports car seriously at all. He doesn't even have time to please someone of this level, and now he's thinking about compensation? Your Nissan is mine. Let my brother go through the paperwork for you. Xia Ran pointed at Lu Dong next to him. During the previous live broadcast, I promised to give Lu Dong a sports car, so let us just use this GTR. My old car is not good enough for your brother. Let me use the money to buy your brother a new one. If he really transferred the old car to Lu Dong, he would completely offend the rich man Xia Ran. Xia Ran didn't say anything and agreed with what he said. At this moment, Shin Xiaozi's eyes when looking at Xia Ran changed completely. A driving license can be forged, but the more than 1 million yuan cannot be forged. He walked out in front of everyone without even blinking an eye, and he was paying for someone else. Although she was reluctant to believe it, she had to accept the fact that Xia Ran was the owner of the car. She was nervous and conflicted. The owner of the multi-million supercar and Xia Ran, who had been licking her for 3 years, were actually the same person. What the hell? Could it be? Was Xia Ran always testing her before? Shin Xiaozi suddenly came to her senses and she wanted to slap herself on the spot. Why didn't I realize before that Xia Ran was a super rich second generation? I heard that some rich second generations like to pretend to be poor to test girls, in order to judge whether those girls are with him for his money or for his talent. If she had withstood the test, she would have already become a phoenix. She didn't expect such a thing would happen to her. The most important thing is that she hasn't seized the opportunity yet. How stupid. In the past 3 years, she rejected 1,000 confessions of love. Regret. Heartache. I feel like I missed out on hundreds of millions. Her eyes suddenly softened and she looked at Xia Ran with deep affection. Don't act pitiful here, you should pay compensation in full. After saying that, Xia Ran turned around and ignored Shin Xiaozi. Hearing Xia Ran's decisive words, Shin Xiaozi froze in place. My mind went blank, I felt it was difficult to breathe, and I almost fainted. But no one at the scene paid any attention to her, and no one cared about this small character. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have treated Xueqiao like that before, but he did lie to me. We both need to calm down. I'm single again now. Li Weiwei came in front of Xia Ran, lowered her posture, and even glanced at him a few times. Xia Ran was completely confused. Why are you apologizing to Xueqiao? What the hell are you saying to me? And does whether you're single or not have anything to do with me? It's simply unreasonable. Hello, I am Wang Zhang, the organizer of this racing party and the president of the AOC Supercar Club. You are welcome to visit our club often in the future. A tall and thin man walked out of the crowd, smiling and extending a hand in a friendly manner. Xia Ran simply shook hands with him, nodded and said nothing more. More and more people in the crowd came over and greeted him very friendly. Hello, nice to meet you. My father is the president of the largest supermarket chain in Jiangnan City. Please take care of me in the future. Hello, my family is in the real estate business. Are you interested in developing some projects together? Business cards kept being stuffed into Xia Ran's hands. Who wouldn't want to have a rich friend? What's wrong with this group of men? They surrounded the rich man so tightly that I couldn't even see him even if I wanted to. No, I have to get the contact information of the super rich man. No one can stop me. Everyone, get out of my way. Hi, hello, I'm a model from the Fashion University. Is there a chance for us to meet you? A bunch of women looked at Xia Ran with disgusted eyes and squeezed forward desperately just to get Xia Ran's contact information. Xueqiao and Lu Dong, who were originally beside Xia Ran, were also pushed to the periphery. The two of them are now confused. Is this still the Xia Ran they know? How come this guy is suddenly so rich? Is it true what he said before about being the first generation of rich people? They really wanted to rush over and ask, but the crowd in front of them didn't give them any chance. More and more people came over, wanting to make friends with Xia Ran, especially the younger sisters. Seeing that more and more people were gathering, Xia Ran had no choice but to slowly move to the side. After finally finding an opportunity, Xia Ran came to a Bugatti Veyron supercar, opened the door and got in. This is the reward he got for signing in just now. Holy crap! Not only does he own a McLaren P1, he also owns a Bugatti. This car costs about 30 or 40 million. What kind of family can afford this? But the people around didn't dare to go over for a while. It's not that they were afraid that Xia Ran would hit them with his car. But he was afraid that they would scratch the Bugatti and he wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. They are not Xiao Ran's brothers, so they don't have to pay compensation if they are told not to. Didn't you see that girl just scratched the car and was being chased for money? Seeing that no one around was approaching, Xiao Ran felt relieved. Rolling down the window, Xiao Ran shouted, "The doors of the McLaren must be protected, and you can handle the rest on yourselves." After saying that, Xiao Ran stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Everyone looked at the receding figure and waved goodbye one by one. "Oh, I didn't get any prestige, what a pity." Several girls complained that this was a great opportunity missed and they must get his prestige next time. However, some smart girls have slowly approached Xueqiao and Ludong. If you can't get the owners, his brothers will do. If you take a roundabout way to save the country, sooner or later you will sit in the passenger seat of a Bugatti. Chapter 27, Meeting the Villa Owner. Early in the morning, Xiao Ran woke up from his 4-meter-wide bed. I stretched out on the balcony, felt the warmth of the sun, and prepared to start a new day. In the cloakroom, Xiao Ran was very satisfied with her appearance in the mirror. She opened the drawer in front of her, and inside were 20 watches of various types. "This is the reward I got for signing in 3 days ago, 20 brand-name watches, each worth millions. In addition to the watches, there is also a set of jade jewelry worth tens of millions and several paintings and calligraphy by famous people." Xiao Ran randomly picked a Patek Philippe watch and prepared to go out. I almost forgot that I haven't claimed today's sign-in reward yet. Sign in. Daily sign-in successful. A toilet made of 200 kilograms of gold has been obtained and is now installed in the bathroom of the host's villa living room. Note, the gold purchase certificate has been placed in the drawer of the host's villa master bedroom. All funds are obtained legally, please feel free to use it. When Xiao Ran saw the reward, he was surprised and quickly ran downstairs to take a look. Sure enough, a golden toilet was installed in the bathroom in the living room. Ordinary people would probably hold their breath after seeing this thing. Without caring about anything else, Xiao Ran first took care of his personal physiological needs. Comfortable. Everything was ready, and I was about to go to school. Just as I was about to go out, a figure appeared on the surveillance camera at the door. Why is she still here? It's endless. The figure at the door was none other than Shinshotzi. 3 days ago, Shinshotzi learned that Xiao Ran was the owner of the McLaren. I felt both regretful and scared. What I regret is that I was blind before and did not accept Xiao Ran's confession. What she was afraid of was the compensation for scratching her car. The court summons had really arrived and she was extremely scared now. It seems that Xiao Ran is determined to send her to prison. If she really goes in, her studies will be ruined, and her life will be ruined too. The deeper the love, the more painful it is. If you can't get it, you will be destroyed. It seems that Xiao Ran was deeply hurt by you. It's a pity for such a passionate man. Zhao Man sighed beside her. When she heard that Xiao Ran was a rich second generation, she didn't believe it at first. I thought it was a trick by Shinshotzi to divert attention because he was afraid that she would find the real owner of the car. But seeing how sincere she was in her words and how worried she looked, it didn't seem like she was lying. Shinshotzi's subsequent behavior made her firmly believe in Xiao Ran's identity as a rich second generation. Shinshotzi actually took the initiative to buy breakfast and wait for Xiao Ran downstairs of his dormitory. This is an uncommon behavior, as others have been licking Shinshotzi for the past 3 years. I've never seen her take the initiative to serve breakfast to others. But after 3 days of waiting downstairs of Xiao Ran's dormitory, I didn't see even a single person. During this period, Shinshotzi also received a subpoena from the court, which made him completely panic. She knew that Xiao Ran must have been resentful of her because he had been rejected repeatedly in the past 3 years. The two of them can't go back to the past, at least not now. Xiao Ran had to vent her anger before she could possibly repair the emotional rift between them. Man, can you lend me some money? I will definitely pay you back double once Xiao Ran and I have made things clear. The best solution for Shinshotzi now is to compensate for the scratches on the car first, and then slowly win back Xiao Ran's heart. But she didn't have that much money, and her family was an ordinary one, so the help she gave was not much. After putting together some stuff from here and there, I'm still halfway done. Xiao, it's not that I don't want to lend you the money, it's just that I don't have the money. It's not even enough for my living expenses in a month. You can borrow from those rich second generations who are chasing you. Even if she had money, Zhao Man would not lend it. She wished that Shinshotzi would completely break up with Xiao Ran. What she hated now was why she didn't increase Xiao Ran's prestige at that time. I sent the friend message several days ago, but there has been no response. She was also very anxious lying on the bed. There was also the bullying issue. On the day she learned about Xiao Ran's identity, she wanted to apologize and offer compensation, but she was unable to see Xiao Ran in person. She also recorded a half-hour apology video, expressing her regret in tears. After handing the video to lawyer Hong, he expressed his desire to meet Xiao Ran, but received no response. We can't just sit there and wait, we have to take the initiative. Zhao Manman kept thinking about how to meet Xiao Ran, and she wrote and deleted the message in her hand, and wrote and deleted it again. What do I have to say to Xiao Ran so that she can see me? While she was thinking, Shinxiuzi suddenly came over, and she was so scared that she quickly put away her phone. Man, please help me think of a solution. What should I do now? What can I do? Go find other rich second generations to borrow money. Zhao Man said perfunctorily. Looking for other rich second generations? The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. If he really found another rich second generation, then Xiao Ran would definitely not be able to be with him. But who else can compare to Xiao Ran? She only saw Xiao Ran driving that multi-million sports car. Just like those villas worth hundreds of millions, these things are top-notch and not affordable for ordinary people. Thinking of the villa, Shinxiuzi's mind began to become active. Among the people she knew, only the owner of the villa was stronger than Xiao Ran, and by a lot. If I can capture the owner of the villa, then the 100,000 yuan compensation won't be a big deal. No, maybe they don't even have to pay compensation, just like the GTR owner, who was scared as a chicken. That night, Shinxiuzi was deeply impressed by the attitude of the GTR owner. She knew that ordinary people could never defeat these rich people. But there are also different levels among the rich. It is obvious that the villa owner's rank is much higher than Xiao Ran. Thinking of this, Shinxiuzi looked at himself in the mirror. With her graceful figure and extraordinary appearance, her confidence has returned. The fact that she was able to control Xiao Ran for 3 years fully demonstrates that she is very beautiful. Then capturing the owner of the villa should be no problem. By then, Xiao Ran will still be stepped under her feet. A licker is a licker after all, how can you fight with her? Shinxiuzi had already begun to imagine the scene of Xiao Ran kneeling at her feet and begging for mercy. Having made up her mind, she put on some delicate makeup and walked out of the dormitory. This time Zhao Man did not follow. She was still lying on the bed, carefully editing the text message for her appointment with Xiao Ran. Early in the morning, Shinxiuzi arrived at the gate of Hentaying 1. She rang the doorbell and waited for someone to come and take her in. But no one came out after waiting for a long time, and she was about to continue ringing the doorbell. Then I heard a man's voice behind me. Miss, are you also here to look for the owner of this villa? Shinxiuzi turned around and saw a middle-aged man in his 50s. I'm Qin Shuyi, the founder of Jingda Trading. Can I meet you? Qin Shuyi stretched out his hand and looked at Shinxiuzi with a smile. Chapter 28, Quit the Internet if you lose. Ever since I was humiliated in the Hermes store last time, Qin Shuyi had always been thinking about revenge, so he went to the Hermes store to inquire about the news of the young man that day. He only knew that the young man was Bai You's creditor, and he had no other specific information. The identity information check was very slow, but he discovered an important piece of information. The young man actually lived in Hentaying 1, one of the most expensive mansions in Jiangnan City. This is a symbol of status and position, and he can't afford to offend such a person. This is not even a revenge at all. What we should do is to make friends with them as soon as possible. I came here today to apologize and see if there is any chance to make friends. As soon as I arrived at the gate, I saw a graceful figure lingering at the door, and I took the initiative to step forward and say hello. Shinxiuzi raised his eyes and carefully examined the middle-aged man in front of him from top to bottom. He was wearing a branded suit, and although it was a bit greasy, you could tell he was a wealthy man. Faced with the chubby big hand stretched out to her, she shook it without any disgust. I'm Shinxiuzi, the property manager. I just happened to have something I wanted to talk to the owner about. Are you his friend? Shinxiuzi only works part-time in the property management and is not a housekeeper. Creating a fictitious identity would also make it easier for her to interact with other property owners in the future. Yes, I just happened to have some business dealings with the owner, so I came to see him today. Qin Shuyi reluctantly let go of the white and slippery hand, feeling a little unsatisfied. He could see a desire in the other person's eyes, a desire for money. Just like what he saw with Zhou Yutong, Shinshotzi can be taken down. It looks like the owner isn't home. How about we go somewhere else and have a cup of coffee? Shin Shuyi had arrived a long time ago, but he didn't see the owner early in the morning. Shinshotzi looked back at the villa and estimated that he would not be able to see the owner today. But she had to hurry up and get the money to compensate Xiaoran. She glanced at Qin Shuyi and finally made up her mind. First find someone to fill the hole of 100,000 yuan, and then we can think of other things. Thinking of this, he accepted Qin Shuyi's invitation, and the two left together. Seeing the figures of Shinshotzi and the other person leaving in the surveillance video, Xiaoran frowned slightly. Then why is Lao Deng here? Does he know Shinshotzi? He didn't go into too much detail, as the affairs of those two people had nothing to do with him. Just as he was about to go out to school, his exclusive property manager Li Yuan came to his door again. 3 people came to see her early in the morning. Xia Ran is really very popular now. Excuse me, Mr. Xia. Our property held a charity dinner, and all the attendees were celebrities in the community. We raised money for children in the mountainous areas and also provided an opportunity for business elites to exchange ideas. Now I sincerely invite you, Mr. Xia, to come. As he spoke, Li Yuan respectfully handed over an invitation letter. Xia Ran simply took a look at it, told Li Yuan that he knew it, and drove away. Seeing Xia Ran accept the invitation, Li Yuan was also very excited. Xia Ran is a living signboard. Who in the community doesn't want to make friends with this mysterious young rich man? With his presence, the dinner was sure to be a great success. But he didn't know that Xia Ran accepted the invitation but had no intention of attending. Why would he go to such a business gathering? Xia Ran couldn't understand what they were talking about business. After all, he had nothing but money. I don't have a company or a business, and my logic of making money is different from those people's. Although it is called a charity dinner, most people go there with commercial purposes. It is not pure at all. It is now the end of the junior year and Xia Ran does not have many classes. Sitting in the back row by the window, I listened to a long class in boredom. Xia Ran returned to the dormitory and waited for the afternoon class. Now the dormitory is his temporary resting place. Shui Chao and Lu Dong already knew that he was a rich man, but they did not behave in a flattering manner. It is the same now as it was before. Shui Chao is not in the dormitory. He is working everywhere to earn money. Previously, Wang Tingting was trying to gain popularity in gaming because of her good looks, but she was so bad at gaming that no one watched her. Only with the help of Lu Dong were there enough people in the live broadcast room. However, the two had a falling out a few days ago, and the gaming duo broke up. Wang Tingting started to pursue beauty again. Even with the help of beauty tools, her appearance is only above average. But she has a proud mind, which adds a lot of points to her. With this marginal ability, there are barely 100 or so people in the live broadcast room. But 1/3 of them are from our own class. Looking at the number of people in the live broadcast room, Wang Tingting looked unhappy. Tingting, Lu Dong is also live streaming. Why don't you two have a PK? Fighting with Lu Dong, isn't that poverty alleviation? How many people can be in his live broadcast room? You know what, there are nearly 800 people in Lu Dong's live broadcast room, which is a lot more than Wang Tingting. Some people in the class group started discussing. When Wang Tingting saw the message in the class group, she was moved. Not only can you win some money by having a PK, but you can also attract Lu Dong's fans. Is there anything better than this? Having made up her mind, Wang Tingting began to send invitations to Lu Dong for a connection. Lu Dong's game just ended, so he picked it up. Lu Dong, do you dare to have a PK? I don't dare. Lu Dong did not follow the routine and directly hung up the invitation. He also knew that Wang Tingting was just using him. After what happened between Li Weiwei and Shui Chao a few days ago, he is now particularly wary of girls. Hey, wait a minute, how can a grown man like you be so cowardly? Wang Tingting quickly stopped him from hanging up. There's no benefit in playing PK with you, why should I play with you? Well, whoever loses will buy breakfast for the other for a month. Wang Tingting added an extra bet. There was a big brother in her live broadcast room, and she felt she was sure to win. Originally Lu Dong was not interested because Wang Tingting's breakfast was not a popular item. But Xia Ran on the side became interested. Are you short of Wang Tingting's breakfast? Lu Dong looked doubtful. Xia Ran has no shortage of women around him now, and he doesn't care about Wang Tingting's breakfasts. Tell her to change the bet. Whoever loses will quit the internet and give up live streaming in the future. Lu Dong was stunned. Is this okay? Brother, she is looking for you to compete just to attract your fans. If you don't kick her off the internet, she will definitely keep looking for you in the future. It's better to do it once and for all and ask her to quit the internet and save you the trouble. Chapter 29, Making Pornographic Rumors. Quit the internet if you lose? Have you thought about it? When Wang Tingting heard Lu Dong's suggestion, she laughed. Although her popularity is not as high as those big anchors, she has a big brother in her live broadcast room. She just wanted to attract some fans of Lu Dong, but she didn't expect that the other party was willing to gamble his career. Lu Dong glanced at Xiao Ran next to him, and the other party made an okay gesture, indicating that there was no problem at all. Lu Dong knew Xiao Ran's strength. He turned around and looked at poor Wang Tingting. Today should be her last live broadcast. I've thought about it, but I don't know if you have thought about it. Hearing this, Wang Tingting hesitated slightly. To be honest, she didn't think Lu Dong could win, but she still wanted to confirm it first to be safe. Family members, please support me in the live broadcast room. Wang Tingting sent a message in the class group. Although classmates don't give many gifts, it's fine as long as they don't support Lu Dong. There are not many girls in the computer department, and even fewer girls with big breasts like Wang Tingting. There is a lot of support for her in the group, and most of the boys say they support her, but they are actually just there to watch the fun. Then, Wang Tingting shook her shoulders again in the live broadcast room, and the waves made people dizzy. The busty girl is giving out benefits. The live broadcast room instantly became lively. Is Brother Dayu here? I'm playing big today and I'm going to quit the game if I lose. Wang Tingting started to act coquettishly. Dayu is the big brother in her live broadcast room, whom she just met a few days ago. Although he is called the big brother, his level is only 48, which is slightly stronger than ordinary people, but he can't be considered a real big brother. Please stand back. I can't hear you clearly. Dayu said in the live broadcast room. Wang Tingting gave a wicked smile. She certainly knew what Dayu meant. She took 3 steps back, and her upper body could be seen completely in the live broadcast room. Did you hear it clearly this time? Wang Tingting shook her shoulders vigorously. Hurry up and start, I'm going to make the other party quit the net immediately. With the promise from Brother Dayu, Wang Tingting was full of confidence. Lu Dong's live broadcast room is full of gamers. It's okay to attract some active fans, but their spending power is average. Come on, I won't go easy on you just because you're my classmate. Lu Dong's live broadcast room is full of second and third level small accounts, and Wang Tingting is very confident now. When the PK started, Lu Dong did not canvass for votes, but just quietly watched the final performance of Wang Tingting on the opposite side. Have you given up, host? If you quit the internet, where can you learn gaming skills? I can only give you a thumbs up and support you in my heart. The anchor must have encountered something and is looking for an excuse to quit the internet. How can a male anchor compare with the busty girl on the other side? Everyone, please give your support. It's a shame that such a skilled anchor has retired from the internet. There was wailing in Lu Dong's live broadcast room, and everyone thought he was going to quit the internet. But before he could express his admiration, he saw the carnival special effects rising in the live broadcast room. An avatar appeared at the edge of the live broadcast room with a few words on it. Bikini Bottom Seafood Giveaway Carnival 1. Bikini Bottom Seafood Giveaway Carnival 2. Bikini Bottom Seafood Giveaway Carnival 3. As soon as the PK started, Lu Dong's progress bar overwhelmed the opponent with overwhelming force. The color of Wang Tingting can no longer be seen in the progress bar on the screen, and all I can see is the color representing Lu Dong. Xiao Ran simply swiped 20 carnivals, which was the 60,000 yuan he had just recharged. They were all swiped out at once. The carnival's special effects filled the entire screen. When Wang Tingting saw that the special effects on the other side were so powerful, she became anxious and quickly asked for a gift. I want gifts, everyone please give them to me. Wang Tingting said with a pout. At the same time, she quietly took off her outer coat, revealing her shoulders. This trick really worked. Soon, people started giving out small gifts, little hearts, a lot of small beers. The biggest one was a pair of sunglasses. But this is totally not enough. At this moment, Brother Dayu finally took action and sent out a carnival. Thanks to my brother Dayu for the carnival. Wang Tingting thanked him coquettishly and made a heart gesture with her hands. But before Wang Tingting could be happy for long, she saw special effects starting to appear in the live broadcast room opposite. 60 carnivals appeared in succession, and the PK progress bar was directly pressed over, and the color on Wang Tingting's side could not be seen at all. Damn, the bank card limit is too much, it's so difficult to top up. Xia Ran originally wanted to top up 10 million yuan directly as a backup, but his bank card was an ordinary card with a limit on a single transaction. I could only recharge it again and again. It took me half a day to get more than 200,000 yuan, and I used it all up in an instant. Now money is just a string of numbers to Xia Ran. It comes easily and he doesn't feel anything when spending it. But this amount of money was enough to shock everyone in the live broadcast room. Fuck, who is this? I've never seen him before. He's so powerful. Is there such a big guy in the anchor's live broadcast room? 80 carnivals cost 240,000 yuan. If I had that much money, I would definitely not give it to the anchor, and even if I did, I would not give it to the male anchor. That's nothing. My friend gave a female anchor millions of dollars, and the carnival was so busy that it was smoking. My friend, you are a level 3 trumpeter, but you have such an awesome friend. Do your friends know about this? Admittedly, these 240,000 are nothing in the eyes of some big anchors. But for a small anchor like Lu Dong, it is already an astronomical figure. Stop swiping. You have the money to do something else. Why are you swiping it for me? Lu Dong hurriedly tried to stop Xia Ran. However, Xia Ran had already thought about it. This gift was not given in vain. It could be considered an investment. Lu Dong has the ambition to be a game anchor, and as his good brother has become a wealthy man, why don't you help him? It doesn't matter. I have plenty of money. I just want to be happy. Xia Ran didn't care at all. He didn't take this little money seriously. But Wang Tingting on the other side was unhappy. She had never seen so many carnivals in all her long years of live streaming. Covering his chest, he sat in front of the screen and watched the PK progress bar. Brother Dio, please help me, I don't want to quit the internet. However, Wang Tingting did not wait for a reply, as Brother Dio was no longer visible in the live broadcast room. Those people in the class group will definitely not give her so much money, she is bound to lose this PK. Do you really want to quit the internet? Wang Tingting was very angry and started attacking Lu Dong in the class group. Lu Dong, I never thought you would be this kind of person. You are really embarrassing for college students. Lu Dong had a face full of question marks. How could he bring shame to the college students? You must have found an old rich woman to support you. Pa! How disgusting. Lu Dong was confused. Not only him, everyone in the class group was confused. Few people believe this, and everyone has their own judgment. Just look at Lu Dong's looks and figure, wow. What kind of rich woman has such a strong taste? You are sick. You are spreading obscene rumors about me. The one who gave me the gifts is a man. Lu Dong did not say Xia Ran's name directly, for fear of causing him trouble. Male? Then you're even more disgusting. I didn't expect you to be gay. Chapter 30 Love at First Sight. The PK ended quickly. There was no suspense from the very beginning. Wang Tingting was suppressed from beginning to end and had no ability to resist at all. A group of people rushed into the live broadcast room. Check in to commemorate the host's last live broadcast. Where's Brother Dio? Didn't he say he would ask the other party to quit the network immediately? Why is there no movement after playing a carnival? The fake Big Brother shows his true colors when he meets the real Big Brother, haha. They all came to laugh at Wang Tingting's joke. Wang Tingting angrily stopped the live broadcast, but she didn't really want to quit the internet. But now she is not in the mood to broadcast. She finally found a Big Brother, but he was scared away. The rest are just fans who are here for free, so what's the point of live streaming? She put on her clothes tightly and then closed the live broadcast in shame. Then she rushed into Lu Dong's live broadcast room. She wanted to see who gave so many gifts. If it was really a man, she might still have a chance. We all know that many rich people spend their money on entertainment and eat at both ends. Even after the PK was over, Xia Ran played another 20 carnivals just to make the number even. Even if you don't play against each other, you still give gifts. What kind of operation is this? As soon as Wang Tingting came in, she saw a bunch of carnival special effects, which she really didn't expect. Seeing such a rich man, why not grab him quickly? I took a picture of my breasts and sent it to him in a private message. Then just wait for the other side to add her. Fuck, this person is you. Lu Dong just realized that Xiao Ran was using a small account, the one that he had used to tease him and show him the sports car in the live broadcast room a few days ago. Although Xiao Ran later gave him a GTR as a gift, he didn't dare to accept it. He felt uneasy holding something worth more than 1 million yuan. Xiao Ran patted Lu Dong's shoulder, and a fatherly love and care arose spontaneously. That's all I'll give you. I'll leave the rest to you. I've attracted so many people to you. You can make a name for yourself in the game live streaming industry in the future. Lu Dong looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room, which had exceeded 3,000. If he could retain so many people, then his future live broadcasts would be considered to be on the rise. Seeing that it was almost time, Xiao Ran prepared to go to the cafeteria to eat something. At this time, a strange number called. Xiao Ran didn't answer the call, thinking it was either a scam call or a marketing call. But the other party persisted and called 3 or 4 times in a row. No, I won't buy anything. Xiao Ran yelled after answering the phone. Having said that, he was about to hang up the phone. Wait, Xiao Ran, I have something to talk to you about. A woman's voice came from the phone, and she could accurately call out Xiao Ran's name. It must be someone Xiao Ran knew, but he would definitely remember the name of someone he knew. Who are you? Xiao Ran asked bluntly. Do you believe in love at first sight? The girl on the other end of the phone did not answer Xiao Ran's question, but kept it a secret. Tell me who it is, or I'll hang up. Xiao Ran was too lazy to waste time on such strangers, as most of them were scammers. Don't hang up yet, listen to me, I'm Li Weiwei. The person on the other end of the phone said this urgently, fearing that Xiao Ran would hang up. Li Weiwei, Xue Chao's ex-girlfriend, broke up suddenly after just 2 days of dating. Why did she call? Was she going to get back together with Xue Chao? But if you want to get back together, shouldn't you call Xue Chao directly? Xiao Ran tried hard to recall. The two of them didn't have any intersection, they just met twice. Now he can hardly remember what Li Weiwei looks like. When we were having dinner together that day, I was attracted by your eyes. I seem to see the light in your eyes. I think love requires initiative. You are the most free-spirited boy I have ever met in my life. I think youth should be bold in trying different possibilities. After that night, you have lived in my mind and I can't get rid of you. You may not like me now, but please give me a chance to be your girlfriend. I believe you will fall in love with me soon. If I can't be your girlfriend, we can just start as friends. Can you give me this chance? That night, when Li Weiwei learned that the McLaren was Xiao Ran and that he also had a Bugatti, she started to make plans in her mind. A few days later, I finally found Xiao Ran's contact information. Only then did he muster up the courage to confess his feelings directly on the phone. Her words were sincere, as if she had already been crazy about Xiao Ran. If you are sick, go get treatment. Why are you going crazy here? Xiao Ran hung up the phone directly. Li Weiwei must be suffering from some serious illness. She had just broken up with his roommate Xue Chao, and then she came to him to confess her love. This is something a normal person would do. Even if Xue Chao wasn't there, Xiao Ran would never have talked to him. However, Li Weiwei on the other end of the phone did not give up. It is normal to be rejected by such an outstanding person like Xiao Ran. Love is supposed to be full of hardships. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ran went out to eat, but Lu Dong did not follow her as he was still working hard on the live broadcast. The cafeteria of Jiangnan University is well known far and wide, and many students from other schools also come to try it. Xiao Ran ordered a few dishes and wanted to find a place to enjoy them properly. His eyes unconsciously swept across the cafeteria, and a figure caught his eye. It's Bai Yue. A few days ago, he said he wanted to go home to see his sick grandma, and now he is back so soon. However, why didn't anyone contact him now that he is back? Also, didn't I buy her a set of branded clothes before? Why are you wearing the white shirt and school uniform pants again? Bai Yue was hiding in an inconspicuous corner alone, eating with her head down, a hint of sadness on her face. Xiao Ran took his own plate of food and sat opposite her. Just a vegetarian dish? A plate of cabbage, a bowl of rice, and a free clear soup, this was all Bai Yue had for lunch. Xiao Ran had a blank expression on his face, with his brows tightly furrowed. He remembered that a while ago, he was worried that Bai Yue was malnourished, so he topped up 50,000 yuan on her cafeteria meal card. How could she not be willing to spend even this little money? Or was she just pretending to be pitiful? Xia. Bai Yue widened her eyes. Bai Yue swallowed the words halfway through her sentence. He quickly lowered his head and ate 2 mouthfuls of rice. Pretending not to know you? You're not that heartless, are you? I just didn't lend you 200,000 yuan, why did you change your face so quickly? Xia Ran was slightly stunned, and a feeling of discomfort was about to surge up in her heart. Bai Yue didn't say a word, but just shoveled rice into her mouth quickly. After eating a few bites, he stood up and left. Xia Ran blinked, totally confused about what Bai Yue was doing. Why does it feel like the other party doesn't know her? You are such a spendthrift. You have money but don't even send it home. Why do you put so much money on your meal card? Those black-hearted people in the cafeteria won't refund the money. No, the money must be refunded. Let's go to the school to find the principal this afternoon. A middle-aged woman's voice sounded from behind. Then an older middle-aged woman came over and sat next to Bai Yue. Is this your classmate? The middle-aged woman looked Xia Ran up and down with a smile on her face. I don't know this person. Mom, let's go. I'm done eating. Chapter 31, All Brand Names. This middle-aged woman turned out to be Bai Yue's mother. Why did she bring her mother to school? And why did she pretend not to know me? Xia Ran fell into deep thought, wondering how they suddenly became strangers. Why are you leaving? You finished eating but I haven't yet. It's such a waste to have so much food left. Bai Yue's mother, Li Guiqin, sat down and began to eat her daughter's leftovers. She looked at Xia Ran with interest, with a seemingly kind smile on her face. Bai Yue sat aside with an expressionless face, her eyes always looking away, as if she really didn't know Xia Ran. These two people are really weird. There is no communication between mother and daughter at all, and Bai Yue doesn't look very happy either. Young man, do you know my daughter? Hearing this, Bai Yue's heart trembled, and her hand on the table moved imperceptibly. But she didn't say anything, instead she turned her back calmly. I don't know him. If it's inconvenient, I'll sit somewhere else. Judging from Bai Yue's behavior, she obviously didn't want people to know that they knew each other. In that case, Xia Ran decided to go along with her wishes. No need to change, old lady, I just like chatting with you young people. We are from the mountains and have never seen the world. It is not easy to raise a daughter. If it were in our mountains, Bai Yue would have been married at her age. She would not be like you city people who need to study. I heard that you city folks give a lot of gifts to the bride's family when you get married, right? Li Guiqin was not shy at all. She kept talking to the person she met for the first time while eating. But no matter how you listen to her words, it sounds like she wants to sell her daughter. Maybe a lot. It depends on the man's family conditions. Xia Ran replied simply, and he began to understand why Bai Yue pretended not to know him. It is very likely that Bai Yue's family saw that she had previously remitted 100,000 yuan to her family, and thought that there was something to be gained from her, so they asked for another 200,000 yuan using her grandmother's illness. But this time Bai Yue did not send the money as she wished. Instead, she returned home and found out that her grandmother was not sick. The money was what her family wanted. Bai Yue's parents are sucking her blood, and they will definitely be unwilling to stop doing so. Only then did I think of following over to see how Bai Yue got the 100,000 yuan. If you can get 100,000, you can definitely get more. If not, marry her off early and get some betrothal gifts. Thinking of this, it made sense for Bai Yue to pretend not to know Xia Ran. This was to protect him. No matter how much you feed this kind of bottomless pit family, you can never feed them enough. The only thing you can do is stay away from them. Thinking of this, Xia Ran no longer planned to sit here any longer. He would find an opportunity to ask Bai Yue about the situation later. Then how much dowry can your family give? Li Guiqin asked this question seemingly unintentionally, but in fact she wanted to find out the strength of Xia Ran's family. She followed Bai Yue to the city this time because she wanted to find the person who sponsored Bai Yue. This person must be interested in Bai Yue, as he could lend her 100,000 yuan for no reason and even top up her meal card with 5 yuan. And his family must be very rich. It would be better to arrange for the two of them to get married as soon as possible so that she can live a good life with them in the future. However, she has to be fed before marriage, and after marriage, the son-in-law's money has to be spent on her. But after following Bai Yue for 2 days, this damn girl had never seen a rich person. Xia Ran is the only male who took the initiative to contact Bai Yue. Li Guiqin can't tell whether he has money or not. So I thought of taking the initiative to find out. Before Xiao Ran could answer, another boy suddenly sat down next to him. Junior, I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence. I'm Li Xiaoyu from the roller skating club. The one who came was a sunny and cheerful boy with a bright smile. Bai Yuwei simply replied, hello. Her expression remained cold. She had some impression of the visitor but not much, as the two of them had never had any interaction before. But Li Xiaoyu was different. As soon as he sat down, he seemed very enthusiastic and took the initiative to talk to Bai Yuwei. He completely ignored Xiao Ran and the other person next to him. At this moment, Li Guiqin's eyes suddenly lit up. She stared at Li Xiaoyu from head to toe 3 times, and it was obvious that this man was interested in Bai Yuwei. The key is his clothes. All over his body are brands. These brands have been seen in their county town. They are all from specialty stores, not the common goods in shopping malls. Especially the Adidas logo. She often sees advertisements on TV. It is a big foreign brand. This coat probably costs several $100s, and you can tell at first glance that the owner is rich. On the other hand, Xiao Ran, who was standing next to her, had her clothes quite clean and tidy. But Li Guiqin was not unfamiliar with any of those brands and just thought they were miscellaneous goods sold at street stalls. This Li Xiaoyu might be the person who was funding Bai Yuwei behind the scenes. Young man, I'm Bai Yuwei's mother. I want to ask, are you a local? When Li Xiaoyu heard this, he couldn't help but feel happy and started chatting with the aunt about everything. He told Li Guiqin everything he knew, even down to talking about his entire family. Taking this opportunity, Xiao Ran stood up and prepared to leave. Bai Yuwei gave him a look that seemed to mean that she would explain it to him later. After receiving the signal, Xiao Ran turned around and left quickly. This scene happened to be seen by Zhou Yutong, who was not far away. Zhou Yutong still has a deep impression of Xiao Ran. Young, handsome, and rich, no one who has seen him once will forget him. I had wanted to go up and say hello to Xiao Ran just now. But she saw Xiao Ran sitting directly opposite Bai Yuwei after getting his meal. This made her back off. Although she was confident in her appearance, it was still inferior to Bai Yuwei. This couldn't help but make her jealous of Bai Yuwei again. How could she be able to hook up with this high-quality rich second generation? Just as she was burning with jealousy, Xiao Ran and Bai Yuwei's behavior aroused her interest. Bai Yuwei didn't speak to Xiao Ran the whole time, and she was sitting there with her back to Xiao Ran. It is obvious that there is a gap between the two people. She had no appetite to eat and just stared at the two of them the whole time, analyzing their current situations. This Bai Yuwei had a gloomy face the whole time. How can she be so brave? Zhou Yutong was a little confused. Bai Yuwei was obviously being kept by someone. But how can a person being kept have such an attitude towards his sponsor? Thinking about how she always obeyed Qin Shuyi's orders and thus had a good life. She felt jealous again. Since you don't cherish it, don't blame me for taking action. You should take the initiative to fight for your own happiness. If you don't cherish it, don't blame me for poaching you. Zhou Yutong feels that she is very good at how to please men. Seeing Xiao Ran leaving Bai Yuwei alone, she felt that her chance had come. He didn't even bother to eat and immediately chased after him. It was the peak mealtime, so she had to catch up quickly, otherwise she would easily lose him. As terrible as it is, I was bumped into by someone just as I walked out the door. The person who bumped into her was Qin Shui, with Xin Xiuzi beside him. Zhou Yutong frowned and looked at the two of them, then looked at Xiao Ran's receding back. He stomped his feet and ignored Qin Shui. The most important thing was to chase Xiao Ran. How come he didn't even say an apology after hitting someone? He has no manners at all. Xin Xiuzi supported Qin Shui, who was hit, and complained. Chapter 32. Call me Brother Qin. Xin Xiuzi was in a good mood today. Although he didn't meet the owners of Hentang 1 in the morning, he gained other things. That is the founder of Jingda Trading, Qin Shui. This guy is very funny and humorous, and he knows how to please girls, but he is a little old. But he was very rich and generous, and he gave me a bag worth more than 20,000 yuan. Of course Xin Xiuzi couldn't accept it easily. Who did he think she was? After refusing several times, he was forced to accept because of Qin Shuyi's enthusiasm. But she couldn't just take other people's things for free. It should be an equal exchange, so she must treat Qin Shuyi to a meal. Boss Qin, I'm sorry, I'm still a student, so I can only treat you to a meal in the cafeteria. It's okay, it's nice to change the taste occasionally. The two of them came to the cafeteria of Jiangda University together and ran into Zhou Yutong as soon as they entered the door. At first, Qin Shuyi thought Zhou Yutong would make a big fuss, but he didn't expect her to leave on her own initiative. He was very satisfied with Zhou Yutong's performance. This kind of person has a broad perspective, knows when to advance and when to retreat, and can recognize his own position. He can be rewarded when he returns. Mr. Qin, are you okay? Shinxiuzi's caring tone drew Qin Shuyi's attention back. This Shinxiuzi is not bad either, at least on the surface he looks good, with a hint of tea in his eyes, and he likes him very much. The two of them found a place to sit down, and Shinxiuzi bought 4 dishes plus a free soup to treat Qin Shuyi. Boss Qin, I'm so sorry. I can only treat you to these. If that incident hadn't happened, I could have bought 2 more dishes. Shinxiuzi had a worried look on his face and pretended to be sad. After hearing this, Qin Shuyi was stunned for a moment and looked at Shinxiuzi. Her eyes were dull and her face lifeless. Qin Shuyi looked sympathetic. Don't worry, leave this matter to me, it's just a small matter of scratching the car. When the two were chatting in the morning, Shinxiuzi intentionally or unintentionally mentioned that he had been involved in a lawsuit. At first Qin Shuyi thought it was a big deal, but after listening carefully he found out it was just a small matter like scratching a car. Is this worth suing? The other party is really not a man. Especially when he heard that the person opposite him was also a student who had not yet graduated, he was even less afraid. Qin Shuyi took the matter under his charge and said that he would help Shinxiuzi to resolve the matter. It's just hiring a lawyer, no one has that problem. This kind of lawyer can only bully inexperienced college students, and Qin Shuyi is not afraid at all. The worst that could happen is he would just have to pay compensation. It's not like he can't afford 100,000 yuan as long as Shinxiuzi meets his conditions. Maybe he doesn't even have to pay any money. Qin Shuyi has been working hard in Jiangnan City for so many years, but he still can't deal with a student? Don't worry, it's just a small matter like scratching your car. I'll ask the company's legal department to help you mediate this afternoon. With Qin Shuyi's promise, Shinxiuzi also smiled. Then I will wait for good news from President Qin. I will definitely thank President Qin once the matter is resolved. As she spoke, Shinxiuzi threw 3 flirtatious glances in succession, and rubbed her legs under the table against Qin Shuyi twice. Qin Shuyi was just about to increase his attack, and his fat big hand was about to grab Shinxiuzi's fair little hand. Shinxiuzi dodged it easily, glanced around, and whispered, "There are too many people." She knew exactly what Qin Shuyi wanted to do. How could she let others succeed so easily? Her first target was the owner of Hentaying One. The Qin Shuyi in front of her was just a card she used to deal with Xiaoran. How could she possibly commit herself to an old man like Lao Deng? She would completely cut off ties with Qin Shuyi after the car-scratching lawsuit was resolved. But we still have to do the surface work. The two of them happily finished their lunch in the Jiangda cafeteria. Then Mr. Qin, I have classes in the afternoon, so I won't send you off. Why call me Mr. Qin? Call me Brother Qin from now on. Then Brother Qin, I'll leave all my sister's affairs in your hands. Shinxiuzi said in a coquettish tone. Don't worry, he's just a student and won't cause much trouble. Under Shinxiuzi's gaze, Qin Shuyi slowly left the campus. What a lousy school. They don't even let cars in. I'm never coming here again. Qin Shuyi complained as he walked towards a nearby shopping mall where his car was parked. Shaoli, can you tell me how the betrothal gift is calculated in your area? No problem, Auntie, we are in Jiangnan. On the side, the conversation of a man and a woman reached Qin Shuyi's ears. Qin Shuyi turned his head and glanced at the two people next to him. The man was obviously a student of Jiangnan University, and the woman was a middle-aged woman. This woman doesn't look like a rich person. The two of them were discussing the bride price, probably to marry off their daughter. Are you talking about this before you even graduate from college? Qin Shuyi felt contempt in his heart, thinking that the poor people only knew how to sell their daughters. Just as he was complaining in his heart, a figure in front of him suddenly caught his attention. She has a tall figure and a beautiful graceful back. But to be on the safe side, Qin Shuyi quickened his pace, wanting to see what the girl looked like. He quickened his pace, came in front of the girl, and slowly turned his head to look at the girl's profile. It looks good. It's really good. It's the one he likes. Bai Yue? Qin Shuyi called out unconsciously after taking a closer look at the girl's appearance. He was deeply impressed by Bai Yue, not just because Bai Yue met his aesthetic standards. It was also because of her relationship with Xiao Ran, the super-rich second generation, whom he wanted to curry favor with. Bai Yue also recognized Qin Shui, but she ignored him and just walked forward. What a coincidence, meeting you here. Why isn't that gentleman with you? Qin Shui didn't know Xiao Ran's real name, so he could only use that gentleman instead. There was a small misunderstanding last time. I wonder if Miss Bai can introduce me to that gentleman. Qin Shui was sincere and followed Bai Yue carefully. Who is that person? Li Guiqin pointed at Qin Shui, who was standing next to Bai Yue in front. I don't know him. I think he's the pervert who harassed my junior schoolmates. I'll chase him away. Li Xiaoyu took a look and was about to step forward. But Li Guiqin beside him grabbed him and asked, "What do you think of his clothes?" Qin Shui was dressed in a neat western suit and looked like a successful man. It doesn't look cheap. Li Xiaoyu still has some vision. Okay, Auntie knows. There's nothing for you to do here. Go back. Li Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. He chatted with Bai Yue's mother for a long time. The two of them got along very well, so well that he thought Li Guiqin wanted to marry Bai Yue to him. But everything was fine. Why did they suddenly chase him away? Hurry up and leave. You have no chance with my daughter. Stop dreaming. Through chatting, Li Guiqin also realized that the person in front of her was not the one she was looking for at all, and this guy was not that rich. It is impossible to support Bai Yue. Li Guiqin left quickly, leaving Li Xiaoyu standing there in a daze. Bai Yue, do you know this person? Li Guiqin came between Bai Yue and Qin Shui, and she looked at Qin Shui carefully. He looks older than her, but he looks like he can help Bai Yue. I guess this is the person she is looking for. Chapter 33. My brother Qin is much more powerful. Li Guiqin narrowed her eyes with an obsessed look and stared at Qin Shui, as if she was looking at a piece of fat meat. Boss, you must be acquainted with my daughter. Seeing that Bai Yue was still silent as before and did not answer the question about her relationship with other people. Then Li Guiqin had no choice but to ask on her own. She must find the person who lent 100,000 yuan to Bai Yue. No, we don't. Contrary to her usual practice, Bai Yue directly denied that she knew Qin Shui. The two had only met once, and she didn't have a good impression of Qin Shui himself. There is no question of knowing each other or not. Qin Shui shook his head. Well, Miss Bai is right, we are not familiar with each other. He had a look of disappointment on his face, and his mood instantly dropped. It seems he left a bad impression last time. Bai Yue's cold face towards him shows that the rich second generation behind her doesn't have a good impression of Qin Shui either. Miss Bai, I'm very sorry about what happened last time. Can I? Don't say any more. There's nothing to talk about between us. Before Qin Shui could finish his apology, Bai Yue interrupted him. She really didn't want to have too much contact with Qin Shui, so she left quickly after saying a few words. Qin Shui stretched out his hand, wanting to stop him but not daring to. I could only look at Bai Yue's departing back and sigh to myself. Li Guiqin saw everything and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Didn't you say you weren't familiar with her? Why do you keep calling her Miss Bai? That little girl is quite amazing. She has charmed an old man so much. In Li Guiqin's mind, the more Bai Yue denied something, the more she wanted to hide it. She denied knowing the person in front of her, which meant she wanted to hide the relationship between them. As for why she wanted to hide it, it was simply because she didn't want to send money home anymore and wanted to keep the money given by the old man for herself. What an ungrateful person. He raised me for so many years and now he forgets about his mother after finding a rich man. Boss, my daughter is just a little stubborn. I'll talk to her when I get back. Hearing this, Qin Shui was also a little surprised. His original aversion to Li Guiqin also disappeared a little. This is Bai Yue's mother, who may become a wealthy mother-in-law in the future, so he has to respect her. But Qin Shui still covered his nose with one hand and kept a little distance from Li Guiqin to prevent the poor smell from her body from drifting onto him. Are you Miss Bai's mother? He confirmed carefully. What Miss Bai? We mountain people don't call her that. I am Bai Yue's mother. Li Guiqin had a big smile on her face and seemed very enthusiastic. A mountain person? Qin Shui looked Li Guiqin up and down. Besides smelling a bit poor, he was also dressed shabbily. Qin Shui suddenly understood that Bai Yue was at most a kept man and it was impossible for her to marry a rich second generation. With her background and identity, it is impossible for her to enter a wealthy family. It's understandable to be respectful to Bai Yue, after all, she is still with the rich second generation. But for this middle-aged woman, it is completely unnecessary. Go away, stay away from me. Qin Shuyi looked disgusted and moved away. Although she was disliked, Li Guiqin didn't care at all. What's wrong with rich people being a little arrogant? She has no dignity. Thank you, boss, for giving Bai Yue 100,000 yuan to help her grandmother get medical treatment last time. Li Guiqin rubbed her hands to express her gratitude. Hearing this, Qin Shuyi was surprised at first, and then relieved. He guessed that Li Guiqin mistook her for the rich second-generation guy next to Bai Yue. Bai Yue was already under his control with only 100,000 yuan. Qin Shuyi curled his lips. He had spent much more than that on Zhou Yutong. Seeing that Qin Shuyi did not deny it and had a calm expression on his face, Li Guiqin guessed that this person was most likely the one who sponsored Bai Yue. Now that you have found the money tree, you must shake it a few times to see if you can get some gold coins. Hey, the harvest in the mountains has been poor recently, and my family can barely make ends meet. We also owe 200,000 yuan to others. If anyone can help us, I will let Bai Yue marry him as a reward. After saying this, Li Guiqin looked at Qin Shuyi sideways. She just made up the story that the family owed money, it was just an excuse. Anyone who can afford 200,000 yuan to marry her daughter doesn't care about paying more in the future. Qin Shuyi just smiled after hearing this. No wonder Bai Yue had such a stern face just now. It is very likely that Li Guiqin has asked someone for money, but the other party did not give it. This kind of person is the most greedy and is as difficult to deal with as a dog skin plaster. With a mother like this as a burden, even the possibility of being supported in the future may be cut off. After all, they live in Hentang. As a real wealthy family, they are most afraid of this kind of trouble. But this was a good thing for him. Looking at Bai Yue's figure walking away, he began to have wild thoughts in his mind. It's not the right time yet. He will have a chance when they are completely separated. Write your phone number on it, and I'll contact you when the opportunity arises. Qin Shuyi took out a pen and paper, and Li Guiqin wrote down her phone number on it. After getting what he wanted, Qin Shuyi drove away from Jiangda in his own car. Li Guiqin watched the car drive away, and she became even more certain that Qin Shuyi was a rich man. His car was a BMW, and she was familiar with luxury cars. Although he didn't get the money, it can be seen that the boss is still quite interested in Bai Yue, so there is a chance for the 200,000. She wanted to leave her boss's phone number, but he refused to give it to her. He turned around to look for Bai Yue, but after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find her. Li Guiqin frowned. Want to get rid of me? No way, I will stay in your dormitory and see how far you can go. Having made up her mind, Li Guiqin walked towards the school again. The other side. Shinxiuzi returned to the dormitory happily with the bag Qin Shuyi gave her. She placed the bag in a conspicuous place and hummed a little tune. Xiao Ci, you look so happy. Zhao Manman was holding her cell phone, still editing a text message to Xiao Ran. She was a little confused when she saw the happy Shinxiuzi. He was so gloomy when he left the house in the morning, how come he became a different person when he came back at noon? When she saw the bag in front of her, her pupils automatically dilated. Your new bag? This brand isn't cheap. Zhao Manman picked up the bag lovingly, put it on her back and looked at herself in the dressing mirror again and again. Women are born with a special preference for bags. The more expensive the bags are, the more they like them. Zhao Manman had visited the counter to see this bag before, but the price of 20,000 yuan was prohibitive for her. But now it was carried on Shinxiuzi's back, which really made her envious. How can I afford to buy it? It was given to me by a brother. Shinxiuzi sat on the chair, crossed his legs, looking very proud. Brother? Who is it? Xiao Ran? Zhao Manman looked alert. Could it be that she and Xiao Ran had reconciled? This is not good news. If the two of them reconcile, what will it have to do with Zhao Manman? Xiao Ran? Who is he? My brother Qin is much more powerful than him. He is the boss of a big company and earns tens of millions a year. He can buy 2 or 3 sports cars like Xiao Ran every year. Besides, brother Qin also said that he would help me deal with the car scratching issue. I guess Xiao Ran, that bootlicker, will cry and apologize to me later, ha ha. Chapter 34 Charity Dinner. After hearing Shinxiuzi's words, Zhao Manman started to think of her own ideas. She was originally thinking about how she could get in touch with Xia Ran and become a rich lady. But seeing that Shinshotzi had found a new backer and was going to punish Xia Ran, she couldn't help but back off. It was undoubtedly not a good opportunity to get close to Xia Ran now, but she did not give up. Xiao Ci, did your brother Qin tell you how he helped you? Hey, this is easy. My brother Qin also has lawyers in his company. Lawyers in big companies are very capable. It's not easy to deal with a small case like this. They might be scared into withdrawing the lawsuit after just a few words. Xia Ran drives a multi-million sports car, so the lawyer he hired should also be of some noteworthy background. Shinshotzi curled his lips and glanced at Zhao Manman. I told you to go out with me and see the world, but you didn't go. A sports car like Xia Ran's is nothing to me at the Yunding Villa where I work part-time. The people who live there are all well-known figures in Jiangnan City. Brother Qin and I met at the Hentaying Villa. After saying that, Shinshotzi smiled like a fangirl. Oh? Then your brother Qin also lives in the Hentaying Villa? Zhao Manman became interested and asked quickly. Well. Shinshotzi was a little hesitant. It was true that they met at Hentaying Villa, but she didn't know whether Qin Shuyi lived in the Hentaying Villa area. Let me tell you, my brother Qin is a business partner with the owner of Hentaying One. You know Hentaying One, right? It's a villa worth hundreds of millions. The people who live in it must be big shots. The real estate is worth hundreds of millions. So his net worth must be at least tens of billions. Zhao Manman was full of envy and began to regret not going to Hentaying Villa to work part-time. More than 10 billion? At least several billion. He paid the full amount for it. After saying this, Shinshotzi started to think again. The main reason for this Hentaying number 1 is that I have to meet him again if I have the chance. He is better than Qin Shuyi in terms of wealth and age. He is Shinshotzi's ideal first partner. As for Qin Shuyi, he was just used temporarily to solve the problem of scratching the car. After that, as long as she becomes the hostess of Hentaying One, I believe Qin Shuyi will not blame Shinshotzi for using him, and he will even have to lick her. Just when she was feeling proud, Shinshotzi's phone suddenly rang. She looked down and saw that it was Qin Shuyi calling. Probably because the problem of the car scratching was solved, she answered the phone happily. Hey, brother Qin, you're amazing to have solved this problem so quickly. Oh? Charity dinner? Of course I know. Shinshotzi frowned. Qin Shuyi called to ask Shinshotzi about the charity dinner organized by Hentaying Group. This dinner was hosted personally by the chairman of Hentaying Group, which is the largest real estate developer in Jiangnan City. Chairman Yun Chanhe is a leading figure in Jiangnan. The charity dinner he hosts is a banquet that wealthy businessmen in Jiangnan City flock to every year. Most importantly, not everyone is eligible for an invitation. If you don't have a net worth of several hundred million, you'd be embarrassed to talk to other people when you go in. Except for the owners of Hentaying Villa, everyone else at this year's charity dinner was invited by Yun Chanhe himself. Of course Shinshotzi didn't know the details of the dinner, she was just a part-time employee of Hentaying. But Qin Shuyi didn't know, because Shinshotzi's identity said that she was a property manager. As the property manager of Hentaying Villa, how could he not know about the charity dinner? Qin Shuyi called and wanted Shinshotzi to let him in at the beginning of the banquet using the identity of the property manager. This charity dinner is a big event. He was not eligible to attend in previous years. But now that he has met Shinshotzi, he has made up his mind to attend. This is also the reason why he was willing to give Shinshotzi a wallet worth 20,000 yuan when they first met. If he could really get into the dinner, he would be able to resolve the conflict with the owner of Hentaying One, and maybe his business would be more favored in the future. The business that flows through the fingers of the rich is enough for him to make a fortune. No problem, brother Qin, I can definitely take you in. Shinshotzi made this promise and hung up the phone. After hanging up, she began to think. She didn't have the ability to bring anyone into the charity dinner. She just wanted to stabilize Qin Shuyi first. But this is a good opportunity, an opportunity to get closer to the owners of Hentaying One. After thinking for a moment, Shinshotzi dialed Li Yuan's number. This is her biggest connection in Hentaying Villa and the only person she can have a say with. Shinshotzi cleared his throat and put on a sweet voice. Managerly, I heard that Hentaying is going to organize a charity dinner soon. I wonder if there is a part-time job opportunity for me. Oh, the waiters are trained 3 months in advance. Shinshotzi was a little disappointed. The charity dinner had been planned several months ago, and she said it was a little late now. Any job is fine. I'm not picky. Shinshotsi continued without giving up. Doorman? No problem, definitely no problem, I will definitely guard the door. Shinshotsi finally showed a smile on his face. No matter what position she holds, as long as she can get into the charity dinner, she has a chance. On the side, Zhao Manman listened silently for most of the day. She also understood the general meaning, that Shinshotsi was going to a banquet to work as a doorman. If she, who is so proud of herself, agrees to be a doorman, then this banquet will definitely be a big deal. Maybe, you can meet a lot of rich people there. Xiao Ci, what kind of party is this? Can you take me to do the part-time job as well? Forget it this time. I just barely found a job as a doorman. I will definitely take you with me when I become rich in the future. Shinshotsi has already begun to fantasize about becoming the hostess of Hentang 1. Hearing this, Zhao Manman felt a little uncomfortable. When Shinshotsi became rich, he probably wouldn't even look at her. But she had no choice. Attending a dinner party was a bit too ambitious for her. Zhao Manman thought about it carefully and decided that the only rich man she could get close to was Xiaoran. At least he has 2 sports cars. He can't compare to Brother Qin, but he is much better than other boys in the school. Thinking of Brother Qin, she felt the need to remind Xiaoran to be careful. She edited a text message, saying that Shinshotsi had already found a lawyer and asked Xiaoran to be careful. After editing it, he sent it out immediately and then went back to bed, patiently waiting for Xiaoran's reply. On the other side, there is a milk tea shop far away from the school. Bai Yue sat alone in the corner, with half a cup of water and a cup of milk tea on the table. She waited here for a long time. Xiaoran pushed open the door of the milk tea shop and searched at the door for a long time before he saw Bai Yue hiding in the corner. Why did you meet at such a far place? Xiaoran sat opposite Bai Yue. I thought you weren't coming. Bai Yue pushed the milk tea next to Xiaoran. Xiaoran smiled and pointed at the milk tea in front of her. Is this also interest? If she had heard these words in the past, Bai Yue would have definitely lowered her head and blushed. But today she was acting out of character. She just stared at Xiaoran in a daze. Chapter 35: Severing Relationship. Faced with Bai Yue's abnormal reaction, Xiaoran frowned slightly, guessing that something had happened to her. What do you want from me? Xiaoran picked up the milk tea in front of him and took a big sip. My grandmother is gone, and my only connection with my family is gone. Please help me escape from this sea of suffering, help me escape from that home. You're the only one who can help me. The previous cowardice and inferiority in Bai Yue's eyes were swept away, replaced by strength and decisiveness. Just as Xiaoran guessed, she found out that everything was a scam when she returned home. Grandma is indeed sick and needs money for surgery and treatment. Bai Yue gave her family 100,000 yuan, but her family didn't spend any of it on her grandmother. Unfortunately, Grandma passed away, but her family didn't even let her attend the funeral. He continued to deceive me, saying that he needed 200,000 yuan to continue his grandmother's medical treatment. Until she returned home and exposed all the lies in her family did not think it was wrong. He also called her an ungrateful person for not spending the money she earned outside at home. Li Guiqin even followed Bai Yue to school to find out her secret of making money. Bai Yue was very sad and upset, and she wanted to go over and accompany her grandmother. But she dreamed of her grandmother, who told her to be strong and live well and not to let her down for raising her. After that, she changed and wanted to live for herself. She still owed Xiaoran 100,000 yuan, so he had to at least pay the money back. He couldn't let down everyone who was good to her. How can I help you with this? Xiaoran frowned. After all, this was Bai Yue's family affair, and he couldn't help. He had never seen anyone helping others sever ties with their family. Besides, he is just rich and can't help people break up. I'm sorry, but I refuse. Although I sympathize with your situation, this matter still depends on you. Xiaoran drank all the remaining milk tea in one breath. If it were this time in the past, Bai Yue would have started shedding little pearls. But today was really different. She didn't cry, and her eyes didn't even turn red. It was as if she had known Xiaoran would say that, and she just said oh softly. Bai Yue took a sip of the water and stood up to leave. Wait, is this all? Xiaoran was a little surprised. You offered to help, and they refuse, so you don't try again? He really didn't understand what Bai Yue was going to do. He just said that he was the only one who could provide help, so why is he turning around and leaving now without asking for help? Are you sure you don't want to try again? Maybe if I soften my heart I'll help you. Xia Ran bit the straw of the milk tea and took a sip. No, I've already guessed your answer. You're right. I can only rely on myself for this kind of thing. Bai Yue blinked and smiled gently. She actually smiled. A person who was subjected to the ultimate PUA at home actually smiled, and her smile was still so beautiful. No matter what mood you are in, seeing such a smile will make you feel relieved. Could it be that she wants to? Xia Ran didn't think further. If it was really as he thought, then this good-looking face would be wasted. This world is still quite beautiful. Do you want to think about it again? Bai Yue tilted her head and looked at Xia Ran as if she was a fool. Of course, I still have to graduate successfully, make a lot of money, and then pay you back. Hearing this, Xia Ran breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had overthought it. Okay, I have to go now. I have other things to do. Leaving now? Xia Ran looked disappointed. He also wanted to know what Bai Yue could do to break away from her family. He developed some interest in this girl. Don't you want to tell me what you're going to do? Hearing this, Bai Yue hesitated to speak. Xia Ran had already done enough for her. Since she can only rely on herself for this matter, she doesn't want to cause trouble for others. In fact, she didn't have any particularly good solution, but she would definitely not give up. Bai Yue's parents just wanted money. If they knew that she had no money and no value, they would have taken the initiative to break off relations with her. This is just her preliminary idea, and she hasn't figured out how to do it yet. She used to be what her family called a money-losing commodity, but now that they saw the value in her, Li Guiqin followed her. Otherwise, she would have been thrown out to fend for herself. I will handle this matter myself, Bai Yue said softly. After saying that, she stood up and walked out. After taking 2 steps, Bai Yue turned back gently. Oh, that's right, that's not interest. I don't have any money on me, you have to pay for the milk tea yourself. After saying that, he walked out of the milk tea shop without looking back. Xia Ran was silent for 2 seconds and looked at the milk tea in his hand. He just felt that Bai Yue had changed. It seems like I have become stronger and more free and easy. How can I get rid of a family with parents who are greedy for money? Give them money? No, that would just make them greedier. It won't be a fight to the death, right? Then who will pay back the 100,000 yuan? Xia Ran walked to the front desk while thinking about something. He took out his cell phone to pay for the milk tea. Sorry, the milk tea has already been paid for, the clerk said truthfully. Xia Ran was stunned and looked at Bai Yue, who was leaving the milk tea shop. She has indeed changed. She is more cheerful than before and can even make jokes. No, this damn girl deserves to be punished. It seems like I should go to the hotel and collect some interest. Xia Ran quickly came to the entrance of the milk tea shop and caught up with Bai Yue, who had not walked far. He pulled her in front of him and said, "You just leave like that? You really don't take me, your creditor, seriously." Bai Yue blushed. This was the second time she was so close to Xia Ran. Then what do you want to do? Do you want to collect interest here? Bai Yue turned her head away and said in a low voice. Come on, follow me. Xia Ran pulled her to the Bugatti. This was Bai Yue's first time sitting in a supercar, and she was a little overwhelmed. Stupid, fasten your seatbelt. Xia Ran leaned over and helped her fasten her seatbelt. What are you going to do? Bai Yue was a little shy. Xia Ran casually threw an invitation into her hand. Bai Yue gently opened it and found an invitation to a charity dinner hosted by Hentang Group. Xia Ran casually took out something that others had tried so hard to get. You want me to participate too? Bai Yue looked at Xia Ran puzzledly. You can be my female companion, and we can attend this charity dinner together. Although I can't help you sever ties with your family, I can help you become independent. Didn't you say that poor people can't learn business management? In the final analysis, it's because they lack upward connections. I'll give you a chance to meet rich people. Although this dinner is only hosted by the property management of our community, there should be many wealthy people living in villas there. You can build up some connections there, and when you graduate, you will have a better future, so you can make money and pay me back sooner. As he spoke, Xia Ran looked Bai Yue up and down again. Your clothes are not worthy of being my companion. I will take you to buy a dress. Chapter 36. Everything makes sense. Bai Yuwei changed back into her old shirt and high school uniform pants combination. It really doesn't seem right to wear this outfit and go to a charity dinner with Xiao Ran. I'm sorry, the clothes you gave me were sold by my mother. Bai Yuwei's voice was filled with apology. A few days ago, she was in a hurry to go home, so she didn't change her own clothes, but wore a set of Hermes given by Xiao Ran. As soon as she got home, Li Guiqin scolded her for not being frugal and wasting money on buying new clothes. Then he took advantage of Bai Yuwei's sleep at night to steal the Hermes suit and sell it. Although Bai Yuwei was very angry, she could do nothing about it. These are all borrowed from me. I will definitely pay them back, Bai Yuwei said in a low voice. Okay, next time you want to pay me back, just tell me in advance and we'll go to my villa. The hotel outside is too expensive. Xiao Ran smiled wickedly. After hearing this, Bai Yuwei lowered her head, covered her eyes with her hands, and secretly glanced at Ran out of the corner of her eye. Why does he always talk about this? Is he hinting at something? Accompanied by the roar of Bugatti, the two came to the largest shopping mall in Jiangnan City. As soon as the car stopped, passers-by gathered around to watch. Oh my god, this is a Bugatti, this car must be worth 20 or 30 million. When did Jiangnan City have such a car? The driver is so young, he must be a young man from Shanghai who came here to have fun. Look, he brought a female companion with him. I'm so envious. I wonder when I can ride in a Bugatti in my lifetime. Some of the bolder girls even started asking Xiao Ran for prestige in front of Bai Yuwei. Of course Xiao Ran didn't tee at it. She couldn't tee at it just because she was a woman. These people's looks were not even 10% of Bai Yuwei's. After overcoming many obstacles, the two entered the mall. There were people next to the car taking selfies with their cell phones and watching, but Xiao Ran didn't care. It was just a car and it wouldn't hurt to take pictures. Xiao Ran brought Bai Yuwei directly to the luxury goods area on the third floor. Just as they were about to find a store to choose a dress, Xiao Ran's phone suddenly rang. Okay, I'll go over and move the car now. Xiao Ran felt helpless. His car was surrounded by a large number of passers-by downstairs and became a photo-taking spot, causing a large crowd to gather. The key point is that it blocked the surrounding roads, so the staff asked him to go down and park the car underground. Wait for me here for a while, I'll be back after I move the car. Xiao Ran can move the car by herself, there is no need for two people to go through the trouble together. Bai Yuwei nodded obediently and watched Xiao Ran leave. The third floor is filled with various luxury brands. This is her second time here. The last time she came here was also with Xiao Ran. She didn't dare to walk too far, so she just took a quick walk around the area. After taking 2 steps, I saw several empty beverage bottles lying on the ground. As a well-educated college student, Bai Yuwei stepped forward, picked up 3 empty bottles, and prepared to throw them into a trash can not far away. Just at this time, a girl's voice came from behind. Schoolgirl, what are you doing? Bai Yuwei turned around and saw that the girl who was talking was her senior schoolmate Zhou Yutong, who was accompanied by Qin Shuyi. At noon in the cafeteria, Zhou Yutong ran into Qin Shuyi and Shinshotzi, but at that time her attention was all on Xiao Ran, so she ignored them. But she didn't see Xiao Ran after chasing for a while, so she took out her anger on Qin Shuyi. In order to calm Zhou Yutong down, Qin Shuyi thought of taking her shopping to cheer her up. Unexpectedly, as soon as I reached the third floor, I saw Bai Yuwei. Zhou Yutong looked at Bai Yuwei with surprise. A few days ago, he was showing off in beautiful clothes in the Hermes store, but today he is wearing tattered clothes and picking up trash. Thinking of the scene at noon when Xiao Ran left angrily, did the two really break up? Qin Shuyi on the side was also surprised. He saw Bai Yuwei on the road at noon and saw her again in the mall in the afternoon. The two of them really had a connection. Are you picking up trash? Zhou Yutong asked tentatively. This junior of hers used to work part-time to earn money for her studies, but now that she has no support, she is likely to pick up bottles and sell them for money. Bai Yuwei was about to explain. How could Miss Bai pick up trash? It's unreasonable for you to say that. Qin Shuyi quickly helped to smooth things over. Although he didn't know why Bai Yuwei picked up the bottle, she belonged to that rich man after all, so he still had to lick some of it. Zhou Yutong rolled her eyes at Qin Shuyi. Oftentimes, women's intuition is more acute. Judging from Bai Yuwei's dress and behavior, plus what happened in the cafeteria at noon, it is very likely that Bai Yuwei was dumped. But this is normal. Young rich second generations are very playful, so it is normal for them to change girlfriends. You broke up with your creditor, right? I saw it at noon. Zhou Yutong smiled mysteriously and asked bluntly. She didn't know Xiao Ran's name, she only knew that he was Bai Yuwei's creditor. What do you mean? Qin Shuyi asked before Bai Yuwei could answer. The two of them faced each other in the cafeteria at noon and didn't speak to each other. I saw the whole thing. Zhou Yutong added. No wonder her mother was so shameless talking to me on the street at noon, and even hinted that she would marry her daughter to anyone who gave her 200,000 yuan. Qin Shuyi also discovered some clues and shared his findings. The two of them worked together to restore the complete structure of the whole thing. Bai Yuwei has a greedy mother who directly asks the rich men she hooks up for money, and asks for 200,000 yuan right away. When the rich man saw that the mother and daughter were a bottomless pit, he wisely chose to leave. Bai Yuwei then wandered around the street with an unhappy look on her face, and her greedy mother began to look for a new target. Having lost her backer, Bai Yuwei naturally had no fancy clothes to wear and had to pick up trash to earn money. So that's how it all makes sense. Schoolmate, I'm not saying anything bad to you, but you can't ask for hundreds of thousands of dollars. You have to spend it slowly and not exhaust all your resources. Zhou Yutong was very proud. She had a say in getting money from men. Qin Shuyi, who was standing by, was a little unhappy when he heard this. Was he being treated as a fool? But she couldn't care less about that now, as she remembered what Li Guiqin had said. If he could really get Bai Yuwei, the innocent female college student, for 200,000 yuan, he would still be a little tempted. The key is to get the information of that rich man. With Bai Yuwei as a link, maybe the two of them can get along well. Schoolgirl, tell me about that guy and his hobbies. When I can hook up with him, I'll give you half of the money. Miss Bai, doesn't your family have a foreign debt of 200,000? I can help you with this. As long as you are willing to accompany me, everything will be fine. The two of them said it almost at the same time, and then looked at each other. What do you mean? I provide you with food and clothes, and you actually say such things in front of me. Qin Shuyi was immediately a little angry. We are just using each other, an equal exchange, don't blackmail me morally. Zhou Yutong responded sharply. She had long been fed up with Qin Shuyi's behavior of having his eyes on the pot while having his cake and eating from the bowl. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Bai Yuwei had no choice but to leave this place of trouble quietly. Chapter 37. Help me zip up. There was a crowd of people watching over a Bugatti, and Xiao Ran took a long time to park the car in the mall's internal parking lot. This is a luxury store. Xiao Ran didn't see Bai Yuwei, so he just wandered around the nearby stores and looked for her. A white long dress in the store caught his eye immediately and seemed to suit Bai Yuwei very well. A girl next to her was taking pictures with her mobile phone, and she seemed to be enjoying it very much. It was Zhang Yuqi. What a coincidence, are you shopping alone? Zhang Yuqi took the initiative to greet her. She herself had a deep impression of Xiao Ran, and at first she thought he was just an ordinary bootlicker. But what she didn't expect was what happened next. It turned out that the supercar of her roommate Li Weiwei's boyfriend was his. This not only made Li Weiwei change her mind, but also made her confess to Xiao Ran on the phone, which also moved her heart. She had to seize the opportunity to get this high-quality rich second-generation man. She tried several times to get Li Weiwei's phone number, but failed. I didn't expect to see her here today. Her chance has come. It's a bit of a coincidence. Xiao Ran nodded lightly, his eyes were on the clothes. Zhang Yuqi's bright almond-shaped eyes swept over Xiao Ran, and it didn't matter that she made another discovery. Originally, she thought Xiao Ran just had a little money, but after the sports car incident, she knew that Xiao Ran was worth at least hundreds of millions. Especially the watch on my hand today, which is worth over $1 million. Luxury cars and famous watches all highlight Xiao Ran's wealth. The key point is that this person has been a bootlicker for 3 years, so he is most suitable for fishing. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuqi rolled up her hair and said in a coquettish voice, "You also think this dress is beautiful? I've been looking at it for a long time. It's really good, but I don't know how it looks when worn and what occasions it's suitable for." Xiao Ran reached out and touched the material of the clothes. It felt very good. Zhang Yuqi smiled and said that the first step to attract men is to establish the same hobbies and topics. She made good progress in this first step. This kind of dress is very elegant and dignified. It can be worn at important occasions such as evening parties and dinners. Zhang Yuqi often hosts some financial activities and has a lot of experience in dressing up. Dinner? Yes, I was invited to host a charity dinner, and I came out to pick out clothes today. The charity dinner that Zhang Yuqi is going to host is the one organized by Henteing Group. She is beautiful and young, and has a lot of experience in successfully hosting events, so she was also invited. But she just came out to pick out clothes, not to buy them. Although her family is not poor, she usually only wears the clothes she wears as a dinner host once or twice, and she doesn't want to waste them. So she usually goes to a physical store to find one that she likes, and then buys a similar imitation online, or rents one. Hearing that this dress was suitable for attending a charity dinner, Xiao Ran included it in her selection range. The clothes are indeed beautiful, but I don't know how they will look on her. Xiao Ran looked Zhang Yuqi up and down. Her figure is similar to Bai Youwei's, except that her cup size is a little smaller. Why don't you try it? See how it looks on you. Xiao Ran pointed at the white dress. Zhang Yuqi had wanted to try it for a long time, and when she heard that Xiao Ran was interested, she happily agreed. Soon, the clothes were changed. Zhang Yuqi wore a white dress and a small necklace around her neck, which highlighted her literary and gentle temperament. Xiao Ran stood in front of her and looked at her carefully, showing an interested look. The skirt of the dress was not long, just past the knees, revealing a pair of slender and straight calves. There is no doubt that these are a pair of beautiful calves. The only flaw is that the upper body is a little thin. Xiao Ran looked from top to bottom carefully 3 times, and Zhang Yuqi smiled knowingly. She knew this kind of look very well, just like those licking dogs. Does it look good? Zhang Yuqi pulled the hem of her skirt and turned around in place. The fluttering skirt revealed more whiteness, brightening the eyes of passers-by. Zhang Yuqi knew that if you want the horse to run fast, you have to feed it first. If you want to catch a rich guy, you have to give him some benefits first. Your girlfriend looks really good in this dress. The saleswoman praised Xiao Ran generously, saying, she looks like a big star. Xiao Ran's mind was not on the clerk at all. His mind was now filled with fantasies about how Bai Youwei would look like on him. She would definitely look better in it. Not bad. Xiao Ran nodded with satisfaction. Seeing Xiao Ran nod, Zhang Yuqi was very happy, but now was not the right time. She couldn't ask for it directly, she had to play the long game. It does look nice, but it costs 60,000 yuan. It's too expensive. She glanced at the price tag reluctantly. It's only 60,000, not a lot of money. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for Xiao Ran and is nothing at all. Girls like her look beautiful in anything. Would you like to try a few more? The saleswoman thought her compliments were effective, so she quickly recommended a few more pieces. Her sales for the day were about to come. This is not good. Zhang Yuqi showed an attitude of wanting to refuse but also to accept. This is a critical moment, and she cannot let anyone see her greedy nature. What's wrong with that? Trying on a few more pieces means more choices. Xiao Ran didn't care. Pack this one first. Zhang Yuqi's face immediately lit up when she heard this. She didn't expect Xiao Ran to be so generous. She was really charming. She was silently picking clothes on the shelf, and glanced at Xiao Ran's expression every time she picked up an item. Xiao Ran didn't seem to care how many pieces she took, but she didn't show too much greed either. I only took 4 pieces of clothing. One should be content with what one has. After choosing, I went into the fitting room. Hey, wait a minute. Xiao Ran called out to the female salesperson. Can this dress be changed to a larger size? He just remembered that Bai Youwei's size was a bit bigger, and he wondered if this size would be suitable. It would be great if she were here, we could try it out on the spot. Don't worry, sir. This is elastic and can be worn from B to F. Although the female salesperson didn't know what Xiao Ran meant, she told her anyway. Zhang Yuqi was still trying other clothes in the fitting room. She was very happy today. She looked at herself in the mirror and thought she was very beautiful. With these clothes, she would definitely be the most beautiful scenery at the charity dinner. But you can't be too greedy. Rich people hate this the most. You have to give Xiao Ran some sweet treats. Equal exchange is the most reasonable thing. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuqi unzipped the back of her clothes. She looked at herself in the mirror and saw the extent of her exposure, which was just enough to arouse desire. Xiao Ran, can you come in and help me zip up my pants? Zhang Yuqi adjusted her smile and pretended to be the innocence of a little girl as she shouted to the outside. Chapter 38 Amphra worth 150 million. Zhang Yuqi shouted a few times in the fitting room but got no response, which made her feel a little puzzled. She carefully stuck her head out from behind the curtain, But Xia Ran was no longer outside, and she couldn't help but feel panicked. He quickly zipped up his clothes and ran out quickly. Where is the person? Where is the person just now? Zhang Yuqi anxiously found the female salesperson and asked. Your boyfriend paid and left with the clothes. You bought things and left? You left alone? Zhang Yuqi was very surprised. Yes, a person walked over there. The saleswoman pointed in a direction. Hearing this, Zhang Yuqi hurriedly chased in the direction Xia Ran left. This was all too weird, and she had to see what was going on. Customer, you haven't paid for your clothes yet. The female salesperson quickly chased after him. What's wrong with the rich second generation nowadays? They even forget their girlfriends when they go shopping. Who knows? Besides, it seems to me that the two of them are not very familiar with each other. Hey, you don't know that this kind of rich second generation changes girlfriends faster than they change clothes. Maybe he will bring a new female companion tomorrow. Several female salespeople started gossiping with each other. Xia Ran took the packed clothes and returned to the place where she had agreed to meet Bai Yue. Where have you gone? I can't get through on the phone and I can't find you. Bai Yue has returned to her original position, waiting anxiously. I just encountered something and hid in the elevator for a while. There was no signal. Bai Yue said with some apology. What's the matter? Xia Ran was a little nervous. I just saw my senior and Mr. Qin arguing. It's no big deal. Bai Yue said simply without explaining the reason for the quarrel. She was afraid that Xia Ran would worry. These two are weird. Xia Ran didn't want to hear about those two people, so he ignored them. I've already picked out the clothes for you. Try them on and see if they fit you. As she spoke, Xia Ran took out a white dress and handed it to Bai Yue. Bai Yue looked at the exquisite clothes and felt an unusual touch in her hands. She held the clothes in front of her and compared them. They seemed to fit her well. Where can I change? Bai Yue showed a hint of shyness. I forgot about that. Let's go back to the store. Xia Ran pulled Bai Yue back to the store. This is a large shopping mall and it was Xia Ran's first time here. It took him half a day to find the luxury store. Welcome. The female salesperson bowed to welcome Xia Ran. When she raised her eyes, a look of disbelief appeared on her face. What is going on? It's only been a few minutes and he already has a new girlfriend. How fast is that? Bai Yue tried on the clothes in the fitting room. They were a perfect fit and the cup size was also suitable. With everything ready, the two of them left the mall. Accompanied by the roar of a sports car, Xia Ran sent Bai Yue back to school. Don't forget the time of the banquet, it's 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Xia Ran reminded again before getting off the car. Bai Yue nodded, got off the car reluctantly, and prepared to return to the dormitory. Xia Ran drove away, and Bai Yue stopped behind and watched him leave. Everyone's gone, why are you still standing there? You left me here all alone for the whole afternoon, you ungrateful bastard. Li Guiqin suddenly came over from the side and saw clearly the scene of Bai Yue getting out of the car. That car is just like a toy, so flat. If you want to find a rich person, you have to find one who drives a BMW. Obviously, Li Guiqin doesn't know Bugatti. In her heart, BMW is the real luxury car. A small car like the one Xia Ran drives, which can only seat 2 people, is on the same level as the old man's car driven by Lao Wang next door and is not worth much. What did you buy again? Let me see. Li Guiqin was about to snatch the new clothes from Bai Yue's hands. Bai Yue quickly hid the new clothes behind her and protected them. This dress was very important to her, so how could she let anyone snatch it away? She ignored Li Guiqin and turned to walk towards the dormitory. A few pieces of clothing bought you off? Don't be fooled. Boss Qin called me this afternoon. I think he's a good guy. Come with me to meet him tomorrow. Our family is poor, and it's not easy to raise you. Your brother graduated from high school and doesn't have a job, and your father doesn't have much ability. The whole family depends on you. I'm happy for you to live with the rich. It doesn't matter if he's older. When he dies, all his property will belong to us. Isn't that good? I'll ask your brother to come over tomorrow. Anyway, you can't spend all the money in your meal card. Let's use it together. I'll also ask Boss Qin to find a job for your brother. Li Guiqin followed behind and chattered non-stop, sometimes praising Boss Qin, sometimes playing the emotional card and talking about the hardships at home. I just want Bai Yue to agree to sell her for a good price. In the afternoon, after Qin Shuyi heard that Bai Yue had broken up, he called Li Guiqin directly. The two had a very pleasant conversation and made an appointment to meet the next day to discuss their family's 200,000 yuan debt. Bai Yue did not refute, but walked forward on her own, thinking about how to break away from her family's control. The next morning, Xia Ran got up early and had breakfast, while looking at the reward he had just received for signing in. We obtained an imperial enameled golden pheasant two-ear vase worth 150 million yuan, which was obtained from a foreign auction house and was completely legal and compliant. Note, the host has placed all the receipts for the auction of the two-ear bottle in the villa. All the funds are obtained legally, please feel free to use them. Xia Ran looked at the antique porcelain in front of him. The peacock pattern on the bottle was brightly colored and lifelike, and looked very extraordinary. The former royal supplies are now in Xia Ran's hands, which is equivalent to him experiencing the feeling of being an emperor. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and through the surveillance camera I saw that it was the property manager Li Yuan, followed by an old man in tang suit. Xia Ran opened the door, and Li Yuan followed the old man into the villa. Mr. Xia, I'm sorry to bother you. The old man in tang suit said as he walked in, clasping his fists. Xia Ran was confused, as if she had never had any contact with this old man before. This is your neighbor, Mr. Xia, and also Chairman Yun of our Hentang group. Li Yuan introduced carefully from behind. It turns out that this person is Yun Changhe, the chairman of Hentang group, and a well-known figure in Jiangnan City. He lives in Hentang Villa No. 3, and can be considered Xia Ran's neighbor. Hello, Chairman Yun. I wonder if you have any instructions for me this time? Xia Ran greeted him enthusiastically. I don't deserve your advice, it's just a normal visit between neighbors. I have long wanted to meet a young talent like you. Xia Ran bought Hentang 1, the most expensive villa in Hentang, in just a few minutes with lightning speed. Yun Changhe was very curious about this young man, or rather, curious about the family behind him. He had already sent people to investigate Xia Ran, but to no avail. This time, he wanted to take advantage of the charity dinner to establish a relationship with Xia Ran, which might be of great help in expanding his business out of Jiangnan. In his mind, he could buy the Hentang villa in full and own 2 sports cars worth tens of millions, and he could also hide his background perfectly. There is no doubt that this kind of strength can only be achieved by big families in Shanghai or Kyoto. Based on these, he had long wanted to make friends with Xia Ran. Mr. Xia is also interested in collecting antiques? Yun Changhe looked at the two-ear bottle on the table, his eyes shining. Chapter 39. You're not playing tricks on me. Yun Changhe's eyes widened when he saw the imperial enameled golden pheasant two-eared vase on the table. He is an antique collector himself and has many valuable collections at home. At the annual charity dinner, Yun Changhe would exhibit his collections that he regarded as treasures, and occasionally put 1 or 2 pieces up for auction. I just bought it for fun. Xia Ran said calmly. He knew nothing about antiques. In his eyes, this amphora was just a vase of higher value. I wonder if you can let me appreciate it. As you please. Xia Ran made a gesture of invitation. This two-eared vase is only a dozen centimeters high, with a small and beautiful shape. The neck is decorated with curling grass-shaped ears, and the rui pattern on the shoulders is elegant and graceful. The belly of the bottle is painted with the theme pattern of flowers, rocks and golden pheasants, which means icing on the cake. Yun Changhe held it carefully in his hand and examined it carefully. When he first played with it, his face was still a nonchalant expression. But after he got the two-ear bottle, the more he looked at it, the more solemn his expression became. I touched the bottle mouth and bottom at least 10 times. About 10 minutes later, Yun Changhe put down the two-ear bottle reluctantly and placed it back to its original position respectfully. Mr. Xia, I wonder where you got this two-eared bottle from? Yun Changhe said. I bought it from an overseas auction. Xia Ran shook the auction certificate next to him. That's right. This is an old item from the Great Xia Kingdom that was lost overseas a few years ago. It was auctioned at Gadgets a few days ago and was sold for 150 million yuan. I thought this treasure would never be returned to China, but I didn't expect the mysterious buyer to be Mr. Xia. It is a great pleasure to be able to bring a national treasure home. Yun Changhe's face was full of relief, as if he saw a child who had run away from home finally found his home. I have an unwelcome request. I wonder if Mr. Xia can agree to it. Chairman Yun, you are too polite. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. When the largest real estate developer in Jiangnan asks someone for help, he always has to give some face. Yun Changhe glanced at the two-eared vase and said, "At the Yunding charity dinner tonight, several pieces of porcelain from my collection will be exhibited. Although those collections are also good, they are still far inferior to this two-eared vase. I would like to ask Mr. Xia to bring the amphora to the exhibition to open everyone's eyes and let everyone know what a national treasure is. By the way, we can also make a small contribution to the return of national treasures." After saying this, Yun Changhe stared at Xia Ran expectantly, waiting for a reply. Xia Ran was a little hesitant. Li Yuan added, "Don't worry, Mr. Xia, our security level is the highest. There have been similar situations in previous years. If an accident occurs, our group will be responsible to the end." Yun Changhe has been organizing charity dinners for several years. The people who come are all well-known figures in Jiangnan, so the security level is particularly high. Seeing Li Yuan say this, Xia Ran did not refuse. She just wanted to take the two-ear bottle for a walk at night, so what was there to be afraid of? "Well, I will bring the amphora with me tonight." Yun Changhe was very happy to see Xia Ran agreed. The two chatted briefly for a while, and Yun Changhe took the initiative to say goodbye. As soon as he walked out of Xia Ran's villa, Yun Changhe looked at the tall gate in front of him thoughtfully. He has a granddaughter whom he loves very much. She is 25 years old and is traveling abroad. He is wondering whether he should bring the two of them together. Thinking of this, Yun Changhe immediately left quickly. He had to get his granddaughter back. Even if the two of them don't succeed, they can still gain some favorability, which will be a great help to their business in the future. On the other side, Xia Ran saw Yun Changhe and the other person off, washed up simply, and drove the Bugatti to school. Today is Friday. He only has classes in the morning and has nothing to do in the afternoon. He could have gone back to the villa to rest. But in order to wait for Bai Yue to go to the charity dinner together in the evening, he went back to the dormitory to take a temporary rest at noon. "Come on, a crystal, what are you wandering around for?" Xia Ran was playing a game with a few roommates. "Lu Dong, what's wrong with you today? You were a little absent-minded during lunch." Xue Chao on the side spoke. "That's right, you're a game geek, how come you don't pay attention to playing games?" Xia Ran also felt that Lu Dong was a little out of character today. Normally he spends half of his time playing games, but today he was not in the right state. "I seem to be in love." Lu Dong spoke slowly. "What? Spring has also arrived for gaming geeks." Upon hearing this, several people in the dormitory immediately became interested. "Who is so unlucky to be caught up by you?" Wang Yang said from the side. Lu Dong rolled his eyes and said a little arrogantly, "I'm not sure either. Besides, it was someone else who pursued me." "Hurry up and tell us who it is," Xue Chao urged. "It's Wang Tingting." When Lu Dong said this name, the other three were stunned. Recently, Wang Tingting has been coming to me to ask about my homework and always showing concern for me. I feel like she's interested in me. "No way, a few days ago you had a PK with her and made her quit the internet, but she didn't scold you. Instead, she showed concern for you?" Xia Ran was a little suspicious of Wang Tingting's motives. Maybe we all misunderstood her before. She's actually a pretty good person. Lu Dong was a little shy when he said this. Xia Ran was speechless. Such a low-level green tea trick actually captured Lu Dong. But she didn't expose it, after all, it was Lu Dong's own business. By the way, she asked us to go to KTV to sing together in the afternoon, and she brought a little sister with her. What do you think about going? Lu Dong said excitedly. Go, why not? After hearing this, Wang Yang became a little excited. I won't go. I have to help with my family business in the afternoon. Xue Chao put away his computer and prepared to go home. I'm not going either. I have something to do in the evening. Xia Ran said. Okay then, I'll talk to Tingting. Lu Dong nodded and replied to the message on his mobile phone. Tingting, Wang Yang is the only one here who wants to go to KTV with us, so let's choose a karaoke bar near the school. After completing the editing, Lu Dong sent it out immediately. The other party replied to the text message quickly. Xia Ran isn't going? Can you invite him along? I want to get closer to the people in your dormitory. And I have a girl here, so we can be a perfect match. And Wang Yang, there are exactly 4 of us. I'm talking about Xia Ran. If he doesn't want to go, then we can change the date and wait for him to be free. Lu Dong felt embarrassed when he saw the text message. He glanced at Wang Yang, who was excitedly fixing his hair next to him, and didn't know how to start the conversation. Wang Tingting seemed to ignore him. Well, the karaoke party has been cancelled. Let's talk about it later. After hesitating for a while, Lu Dong finally said it. What's going on? I've already put on my shoes, and you told me to cancel. You weren't kidding me from the beginning, were you? Wang Yang was a little angry and a little unhappy. Chapter 40. Isn't it natural to buy milk tea? Tingting said the event was cancelled and the date was changed. Lu Dong felt embarrassed. Why? Didn't she take the initiative to ask you out? Why did she suddenly change the time? Wang Yang was a little confused. She said she wanted to wait until everyone in the dormitory came together so it would be more lively. Lu Dong spread his hands. He wanted to go too. After a short period of contact, he felt that Wang Tingting had a good impression of him, and he also thought that Wang Tingting was not bad. The two of them can be said to be heading in both directions, and today is a good opportunity for them to express their true feelings through singing K. But unexpectedly, Wang Tingting changed her mind at the last minute. But she was right, it would be lively only when there were several people in the dormitory together. Brother Ran, Brother Chow, it's not enough for me to call you brothers. For the sake of your brother's happiness, please help them. You have nothing to lose by singing with a girl. Wang Yang begged Xiao Ran and Shui Chao desperately. There are two girls, so he will definitely get one of them. He is still a little confident in himself. Although he is better than the local Shui Chao, he is still confident compared with Xiao Ran and Lu Dong. What's more, he didn't believe that Wang Tingting would fall in love with Lu Dong, a otaku. It would be best if we could pry Wang Tingting away, but if that doesn't work, then we'll have to look at the situation of her sisters. There's no point in calling Grandpa. I have something important to do at 7 p.m. Xiao Ran's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. It's 7 o'clock in the evening. Why are you in such a hurry? It's only a little after 1 o'clock now. Karaoke will only take an entire afternoon. You can leave after 5 o'clock. Do you know how to manage your time? Wang Yang did not give up and continued to persuade him. However, Lu Dong also felt that these words made sense. It was normal to have multiple dates in a day. Besides, he can spend some time alone with Wang Tingting at night, so Xiao Ran and the others don't have to be a second wheel. Wang Yang is right. It's just a matter of time. At worst, we can just leave halfway. Can you please condescend to me, Brother Ran? Lu Dong echoed. Okay, but I won't accompany you to the end. I will definitely leave halfway. Xiao Ran thought about it and couldn't help but agree. As long as it was finished before 5 o'clock, he would still have time to attend the charity dinner. Brother Chow, Brother Ran said he's going, why don't you go too? Wang Yang looked at Shui Chao expectantly. Just now Lu Dong seemed to say that he hoped everyone in the dormitory would go, and now only Shui Chao was left. I really can't. I have to go home and help my family with business. Shui Chao smiled embarrassedly, although he didn't want to spoil the fun. But he still owed Xiao Ran money for car repairs, and the other party didn't ask for it actively, so he had to work hard to make money to pay it back. No way, you're the only one missing. What a bummer. Wang Yang felt a little disappointed as he was about to pick up a girl. It's done. Tingting said there's no need to change the time. When Lu Dong heard that Xiao Ran agreed to go sing K, he immediately sent a text message to Wang Tingting. Wang Tingting, who was originally in the girls' dormitory with a disappointed look on her face, became interested after learning that Xiao Ran agreed to go sing K. After losing to Lu Dong in a live PK a few days ago, she has been wanting to find the big brother behind Lu Dong. After a period of careful research, she discovered that brother Lu Dong's IP was in Jiangnan. It is very likely that this person is someone Lu Dong knows. If he didn't know him, who would give Lu Dong so many gifts? The first person she suspected was the people in Lu Dong's dormitory. She first thought of Shui Chao, a local man whose family had some money. But after a few contacts, she ruled it out. Another suspect is Xiao Ran. He has stopped working recently and changes into new clothes every day. It's obvious that he has made a fortune, so there's a high chance it's him. But Xiao Ran didn't live in school, so she couldn't catch him at all, so she thought of using Lu Dong to ask him out. After seeing the text message from Lu Dong, she immediately started to dress up and picked out a cooler piece of clothing to show off her proud chest. Looking at herself in the mirror, she shook her body twice casually. She didn't get the nickname of Breast Lady for nothing. There was also a little sister who she temporarily brought in to make up the numbers and to serve as a foil for her. At around 2 o'clock, Xiao Ran and his 2 roommates appeared at the school gate. Wang Yang seemed very excited. His biggest rival Xueqiao didn't come, so he would definitely get one of the 2 girls, and maybe it would be Wang Tingting. Thinking of Wang Tingting's breasts, he became extremely excited. Xiao Ran looked at her watch. We had agreed to meet at 2 o'clock, so why hadn't he arrived yet? He had no fondness for girls who were late, especially making him wait outside on such a hot day. Why haven't you come yet? Hurry up and urge him. Xiao Ran was a little impatient. Why are you in such a hurry? It's only 2 o'clock. Wait a minute. What's wrong with the girl? Wang Yang looked unhappy, and this was the time to show his gentlemanly manners. If you want to bask in the sun too far away, you can do so here. I'm going to the milk tea shop to cool off for a while. Xiao Ran glanced at Lu Dong next to him and motioned for him to follow her. Lu Dong shook his head apologetically. There was no other choice, Xiao Ran had to go and enjoy the air conditioning by herself. About half an hour later, Wang Tingting and her best friend finally arrived. I'm sorry, Lu Dong, we came a little late for makeup, are you not angry? Wang Tingting said this, but she didn't seem to be apologetic at all, and she even looked around. Hey, why didn't Xiao Ran come? He ran off to enjoy the cool air. How ungentlemanly, and unlike us. Wang Yang wiped the sweat from his head and said with a flattering look on his face. At this time, Xiao Ran also came over with a cup of milk tea and greeted a few people. Wang Tingting found that Xiao Ran in front of her seemed different from before, with an elegant temperament coming towards her. I guess in all likelihood it's because he's rich that he's developed such good temperament. Oh my god, why did you buy only 1 cup of milk tea for yourself? It's so hot today. It's okay if you didn't buy one for your brother, but why didn't you buy one for a girl? That's so ungraceful. Wang Yang started his performance again. That's right, how can you eat alone? Nowadays, when you go out on a date, who wouldn't buy milk tea for the girl? This is basic etiquette. Are you a macho man? Wang Tingting's best friend also started to act weird. She had never met Xiao Ran before and was not familiar with any of them. Today, I came to Sing K just to give Wang Tingting face. Normally, she would not bother to go out with an ungraceful man. In her opinion, Xiao Ran was obviously upset because she saw the 2 of them were late, so she deliberately took revenge. It's just that she was late for half an hour. Nowadays, it's inevitable that girls will be late for a date. Xiaoxian, don't be like this. Didn't we just drink milk tea yesterday? This thing is unhealthy and shouldn't be drunk often. Xiao Ran, let me apologize to you on behalf of my best friend. She is a little impulsive. Wang Tingting kept a low profile at the side. Her best friend Zhao Xian was stunned for a moment. What are you talking about? How can you say that you just drank milk tea yesterday and it's not healthy? In her impression, when did Wang Tingting become a person who pays attention to health? In the past, whenever she went on dates with other boys, she would always ask for milk tea and be an hour late. How come you are a completely different person today? He apologized proactively even though he was only 30 minutes late, and he didn't even want milk tea. When going out on a date, isn't it natural for boys to buy milk tea? Chapter 41 I haven't gotten in the car yet. Lu Dong liked Wang Tingting more and more as he watched her become more reasonable. Stop arguing, let's go to karaoke early so we can have more fun. For Wang Tingting's sake, Zhao Xian was too lazy to say anything. She just turned her head away with a haughty look. How do we get there? Do we have to walk? Wang Yang said from the side. The KTV I booked is near the school, not far away, only 20 minutes walk. Lu Dong looked at the location on his phone. The distance was not far and he would arrive there in a short walk. No way, it's so hot, and you actually let 2 beauties walk through it in the scorching sun. Wang Yang smiled with some complacency. At this time, a new energy vehicle stopped beside him. Luckily I called an online taxi a long time ago, otherwise the 2 beauties would have suffered. Wang Yang looked attentive. This classmate is really graceful, unlike some people. Zhao Xian rolled her eyes at Xiao Ran next to her. Since Wang Yang ordered the car, he naturally has the right to allocate it. He sat in the passenger seat, while Lu Dong and the 2 girls sat in the back seat. Only Xiao Ran was still standing outside the car. At this time, Wang Yang seemed to have just seen Xiao Ran and slapped his forehead violently. Fuck, I actually forgot about Brother Ran. How about you scan a shared bike? He said with some pride that among the three boys, only Xiao Ran posed a threat to him. If he could get Xiao Ran away, he would definitely be able to get a girl. As for Lu Dong, he didn't take him seriously at all. Xiao Ran didn't care at all. He had already guessed Wang Yang's little thoughts. At worst, he would just not go. Anyway, I don't like Zhao Xian very much. She is not destined to be a princess, but she has princess syndrome. What's more, she looks like Rome Mama. Lu Dong was sitting in the car. When he saw Xiao Ran get in, he prepared to get out and walk with him. Xiao Ran came here just for his sake, and he would feel uncomfortable if he was left alone. Just as I was about to open the car door and get out, Wang Tingting lowered the window on the car door and said, "How about you sit next to me? It's not far anyway, we'll be there in a little while." As soon as she said this, Wang Yang was stunned on the spot, as if he had suffered a critical blow. Squeezing together with a busty woman, isn't that a chance? He didn't think any further and quickly got out of the car and left the passenger seat. It's all my fault. I didn't think it through. I should have called a bigger car. Then, Brother Ran, you can sit in the front as an apology. I'll just bear with it a little and squeeze in with them at the back. Since Wang Yang said so, Xiao Ran did not refuse and sat directly in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. We are all in the same dormitory, so if Wang Yang wants to give up his seat, let him do as he pleases. Wang Yang watched Xiao Ran get on the car. His plan worked. He was delighted at the thought of being able to squeeze with the busty girl. Just as he reached out to open the back door, it was locked. He frowned and said, "Tingting, open the door." "I haven't gotten in the car yet." Wang Tingting slowly raised the window and said, "There's no room left. Why don't you scan a shared bike?" "Thank you for calling a bike. You're such a nice person." The car window slowly rose up, and Wang Yang watched the taxi he called go away, leaving only he, a good man, behind. 10 minutes later, the group got off the car and came to male KTV. Just as I was about to go in, a boy came out of the KTV. He had a slicked back hair and was wearing a sequin suit, looking very fancy. He's quite handsome. Zhao Xian was infatuated with him. The two groups met each other, and the greasy-haired boy was stunned when he saw Xiao Ran. After a few seconds, a smile appeared on his face and he greeted us warmly. "Xiao Ran, I haven't seen you for a few years. I didn't expect to meet you here." "Chen Xiao?" Xiao Ran called out the other person's name uncertainly. "Yes, it's me. I haven't seen you for 3 years since I graduated from high school." Chen Xiao nodded. Xiao Ran didn't expect to meet his high school classmate here, but he didn't have a good impression of him. This guy used to love showing off, often showing off his villas and luxury watches online. He often posts a video of his travels abroad, but he can never be seen in the video. The steering wheels of luxury cars were even exposed to the public. Later, after graduating from high school, it was discovered that all these pictures were stolen from the internet. After the truth was revealed, this guy disappeared for 3 years and never contacted any of his high school classmates. "You've changed a lot. You're dressed so well. You even used the 3-fold one. Where did you buy that fake stuff? Send me the link." Chen Xiao stared at Xiao Ran and smiled. "Don't mind me, just kidding, I never buy fakes." As he spoke, he took out an iPhone 16 Pro Max from his pocket with his left hand, took out a car key with his right hand, and pressed the keys at the same time. The Porsche Cayenne parked next to it flashed its lights. "I started a business right after entering university and made a little money. Now I only use genuine products. It doesn't matter if I have more money. I don't make more money. The tens of thousands of dollars I have are just small change." He spoke very loudly, enough for Xiao Ran and several of his classmates to hear. "Look at the SUV I just bought for over $1 million. I'll take you for a ride someday when I'm free." After saying that, he took 2 fierce looks at Wang Tingting's chest. When Chen Xiao said this, Wang Tingting and Zhao Xian's eyes lit up. At this moment, the way Lu Dong was thinking about whether to stop it and what reason to use to stop it. Chen Xiao had already taken out his mobile phone and added the 2 girls' WeChat accounts. He noticed Wang Tingting from the beginning. Her appearance is about 80 points, but her figure is definitely above 95 points. What else should I add if not a girl like this? After adding the girls, he looked at Xiao Ran proudly. Today I finally got the feeling of showing off in high school, but it's not over yet. I have something to do today. I have to attend a charity dinner organized by Henteing Group tonight. Otherwise, I will invite you to have some fun at KTV. Do you know about the charity dinner at Henteing? This is a big event in Jiangnan City. Forget it. I won't even talk to a poor student like you. Chapter 42 Transaction. With a sense of superiority, Chen Xiao started his Kaiyan and drove away. Zhao Xian waved goodbye with a loving face. Wang Tingting restrained herself a little and glanced at Xia Ran a few times. Seeing that he didn't care at all, she didn't take it to heart. Lu Dong had an unhappy look on his face and watched everything in silence. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Wang Tingting's behavior just now. Xia Ran looked at Lu Dong, who was pouting, and shook his head. This fool couldn't realize that others were taking advantage of him. At this time, Wang Yang finally arrived riding a shared bicycle. Sorry to have kept you two beauties waiting for me, Wang Yang said breathlessly. Wang Tingting and the other person didn't even look at him and went straight into the KTV. 5 people booked a small private room. As soon as he entered the room, Wang Yang began to liven up the atmosphere. He picked up the microphone and started singing. Lu Dong looked at Wang Tingting coldly. As soon as she entered the room, she sat next to Xiao Ran. He was a little suspicious about Wang Tingting's purpose, whether it was to get close to Xiao Ran or him. Xiao Ran, are you the one who gave Lu Dong 100 carnivals? Wang Tingting pestered Xiao Ran to talk for a long time, but there was no progress, so she finally asked directly. The purpose of her coming here was to find out who the big brother was. If not, she wouldn't want to waste any more effort. When Zhao Xian heard the words 100 carnivals, her ears pricked up and she quickly moved closer to Xiao Ran. 2 pairs of eyes were waiting for Xiao Ran to give an answer. What are you thinking? If I had money, I would give it to the female anchor. Why would I give it to him? Xiao Ran directly denied the facts. Wang Tingting had already shown the words fishing for a rich man written all over her face. Could he possibly blow himself up and let her pester him? It would be fine if she had a good appearance, but Wang Tingting's appearance is average, she just has a good figure. As he spoke, Xiao Ran took out his cell phone, turned on Douyin, and a level 1 account appeared in front of the 2 girls. Wrong? Who could it be? Wang Tingting was a little confused. Don't think that my clothes are branded, but they were all bought by someone else. Didn't my high school classmate tell me that? Xiao Ran began to forcefully explain why she wore famous brands. Wang Tingting thought back to what Chen Xiao had said just now, and felt that it made more and more sense. Fortunately, she had added Chen Xiao just now, otherwise she would have suffered a great loss. Wang Tingting felt instantly disappointed when she got the answer she didn't want. She turned to look at Lu Dong, still trying to get some information from him, and picked up the beer on the table and walked over. Xiao Ran looked at the time and it was almost time to leave. He said hello to a few people and left. He picked up his phone and called Bai Yue, preparing to pick her up and go back to Henteing Villa. There was still a busy tone on the other end of the phone, and no message. At this time, Bai Yue and Li Guiqin were sitting in Qin Shui's office. The office is nearly 50 square meters, with a large floor-to-ceiling window on one side, allowing for a perfect view of the bustling streets of Jiangnan City. Qin Shui sat behind a 2-meter-wide desk, on which was placed a computer and a 2-handled vase about 40 to 50 centimeters high. Li Guiqin sat opposite Qin Shui and looked at Boss Qin with a flattering face. Boss Qin, our family's 200,000 foreign debt. She came here today just to negotiate a good price with Qin Shui. She could feel that Qin Shui was very interested in Bai Yue. Maybe I can get more. It was a good decision to follow Bai Yue to school this time. Although Qin Shui is 3 years older than him, she doesn't mind having such a rich son-in-law at all. Bai Yue sat on the sofa at the back with her school bag on her back, looking at the 2 men's ugly faces. She didn't want to come in the first place, but when she didn't come, Li Guiqin threatened to go to her class and make a scene, and if that didn't work, go to the principal's office and make a scene. There was no choice but to follow along for the time being. There's no need to talk about money right now. Qin Shui interrupted Li Guiqin. She was indeed very interested in Bai Yue, and it was worth spending 200,000 just for her looks. But it was impossible for him to give so much at once, especially to Li Guiqin. What if the 2 of them set up a trap, and Bai Yue said that she didn't receive the money, and asked Li Guiqin, who got the money, to accompany him, then he would suffer a great loss. This money must be given to Bai Yue, and it must be given in batches. For this matter, the person involved must talk to me. As a mother, I can't make the decision. I've never heard of any mother talking to her daughter about having a sponsor. Qin Shuyi played with the vase in his hand and kept comparing it with the one on the computer. The mother can definitely make the decision on this matter. In our mountainous area, marriages are decided by parents, not children themselves. Li Guiqin always thought that Qin Shuyi wanted to marry Bai Yue. Hearing this, Qin Shuyi smiled. He could see that Li Guiqin hadn't figured out the situation yet. He turned to Bai Yue and said, "Miss Bai, you have to tell me this in person. Your mother's words don't count." He was sure that Bai Yue knew what he meant. "I'm her mother, why can't I make the decision? Boss Qin, as long as you give me the money, I will give you her household registration booklet." Li Guiqin is still fighting for it, as this is the closest she has ever been to 200,000 yuan. Qin Shuyi smiled and changed the subject. "What do you think of this vase?" Li Guiqin looked at the 2-year bottle on the table, not knowing what Qin Shuyi meant. "It's okay. It's quite big. It looks nice on the windowsill with some plastic flowers." Qin Shuyi smiled, turned the computer monitor around and pointed to the news on it. Li Guiqin took a look and saw that it said a vase was sold at a sky-high price of 150 million yuan, and the pattern on the vase was exactly the same as the one on Boss Qin's desk. "Oh my goodness, it can't be this vase." Li Gui looked at the vase on the table in disbelief. Boss Qin is really capable, and Li Guiqin is becoming more and more optimistic about this son-in-law. Just like this vase, people who like it will spend a lot of money on it, but the money goes to the owner of the vase, not the maker. Do you understand what I mean? Qin Shuyi glanced at Bai Yue and spoke to her. Obviously, Bai Yue's owner is herself now, and only she can make a deal with Qin Shuyi. No one else can do it. Li Guiqin was still pondering Qin Shuyi's words and was unable to react for a moment. At this time, Qin Shuyi's secretary came over and said, "Boss Qin, the car to the Hentang charity dinner is ready. When will we leave?" Qin Shuyi glanced at the time, replied right away, and sent the secretary away. He picked up the vase and walked to Bai Yue. "I have something else to do today. Let's talk another day." Bai Yue looked down at the time. If she took the bus to the charity dinner, she would definitely be late. But she and Xia Ran had already agreed on a time, so she couldn't be late. After hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke. "Boss Qin, can you give me a ride? I also want to go to the charity dinner." Li Guiqin, who was standing next to him, immediately smiled when she heard this. This ungrateful guy was finally agreeing. But Qin Shuyi frowned. He didn't have an invitation to the charity dinner and was only able to get in with the help of Shinshotzi. He wants to bring another woman with him. Can he bring her in? Chapter 43 Admission. Seeing that Qin Shuyi was a little hesitant, Li Guiqin quickly started a conversation. "Boss Qin, we have never been to any banquets. It's a good opportunity for you to take us out to see the world and improve our relationship with Bai Yue." After saying this, the index fingers of both hands tapped each other a few times, suggesting that Qin Shuyi should interact more with Bai Yue. Qin Shuyi was a little embarrassed. It would be fine to take 2 people over to take a look, but he was not sure if they could be brought in. "Boss Qin, just take me there. It's not far from our school, and it's convenient for me to go back to school." Bai Yue spoke again, and her pair of longing eyes made it hard to refuse. Qin Shuyi took a look and his heart melted. Finally, he had to agree to take the 2 of them to have a look. "Okay, I'll take you around. Those who go there are all high-ranking officials in Jiangnan City. Don't cause me trouble, or I'll turn my back on you." Even though he agreed to take the 2 people with him, Qin Shuyi did not forget to give him a warning. Those who could attend the charity dinner were not people he could afford to offend. If this mother and daughter caused trouble, he would definitely not care. Qin Shuyi took the 2 of them into his MPV. He sat in the first row with an unhappy look on his face, looking at Li Guiqin next to him. How dare an old man like that who has no vision sit in the same row with him? Bai Yue sat in the last row holding her school bag. "Boss Qin, why don't you take a BMW? Why take this van?" Li Guiqin was a little unhappy. She had never ridden in a BMW before, and she didn't expect to be riding in a shabby van. "What van?" Qin Shuyi turned his head away and ignored Li Guiqin. He rubbed his hands over the amphora several times, feeling somewhat uneasy. Qin Shuyi's main purpose of attending the charity dinner was to get in touch with Yun Changhe, chairman of Hentang Group. It would be even better if I had the chance to get to know the rich man of Henteing one. The 2-ear bottle in his hand is the prepared gift. I heard that Yun Changha has a hobby of collecting porcelain. But how can ordinary worldly things enter Yun Changha's divine eyes? Fortunately, he saw a piece of foreign news on the internet that an antique double-eared vase was sold for 150 million yuan. He certainly couldn't afford the exact same authentic one, so he bought a similar one in the country. It's true, I compared it with the pictures on the internet and it's almost the same. The person who made it is a master craftsman with impeccable craftsmanship. Soon, the three of them arrived at the venue of the banquet, a clubhouse in Henteing Villa. After getting off the car, Li Guiqin kept looking around. Rows of noble villas and exquisite pavilions all attracted Li Guiqin. The clubhouse in front looks magnificent under the lights. Why is this house so magnificent? Li Guiqin exclaimed sincerely. They all live in the mountains, but she lives in a thatched house while others live in big villas. Okay, just take a look. This is not the place for you to come. Qin Shuyi got out of the car, fixed her makeup, and prepared to enter the club holding the vase. Bai Yue also came down. She looked at the time and found that it was almost time for her appointment with Xiao Ran. Since she had some time, she prepared to change her clothes. The clothes Xiao Ran bought for her were kept in her bag, so she had to find a place to change. Where are you going? Don't try to leave me behind. Seeing Bai Yue get off the car and walk to the side, Li Guiqin hurriedly followed. Country bumpkin. Qin Shuyi saw the two leave but did not stop them. Now he and Bai Yue haven't reached a deal yet, so he can't meddle in their affairs. He glanced at the main entrance of the club, where several men in black suits were responsibly checking everyone's invitation letters. People were coming and going, and many people had already started to enter. Qin Shuyi adjusted his tie and strode in. Li Guiqin followed Bai Yue to a public restroom. You're pretty smart. You know to come to a place like this with Boss Qin. There are so many rich people outside. Some of them look richer than Boss Qin. People who do charity are kind-hearted. If I cry and act pitiful, will they donate money to me? Li Guiqin watched Bai Yue changing clothes. Bai Yue had been keeping the new clothes she had bought yesterday in her bag and only changed into them when she arrived at the venue. So pretty. With looks like this, I'm sure you'll attract a more interesting boss. Seeing Bai Yue changed her clothes, Li Guiqin admired her sincerely. Bai Yue's pure and beautiful appearance is matched with a white dress, her breasts are towering, her waist is slender, and her figure is amazing. The fair skin is crystal clear under the light, and the slender legs reveal the right part, which makes people imagine. I'm going to attend the dinner soon, so you can go back to school first. Bai Yue glanced at Li Guiqin next to her. This. Li Guiqin hesitated for a moment. But he soon agreed. Regardless of whether Bai Yue can enter the club, even outside, she will definitely attract the attention of some wealthy businessmen with her beautiful appearance. By then, Boss Qin won't be the only one who can negotiate, and maybe the price of the bride price can be raised a bit. She looked at herself in the mirror and saw that years of hard work had left deep marks on her face. If she were a few years younger, she would definitely seduce Qin Shuyi herself. Hello, please show me the invitation. Well, I'll wait for someone here. Qin Shuyi felt a little embarrassed when the man in black suit asked for an invitation. He didn't have any invitation letter, so he could only stand aside and look around, checking everything with his little eyes. This Shinshotzi is not reliable at all. Qin Shuyi called him several times but he didn't answer. He had no choice but to stand by and wait. There were also a few people who didn't have an invitation like him standing by the door, each holding a vase in their hands. Just then, a beautiful figure in a white dress appeared. My dears, today I will take you to see the largest charity dinner in Jiangnan. Before the dinner starts, I will take you around outside. Zhang Yuqi is talking to her phone, she is currently live streaming. She is the host of today's banquet and also a live streamer. Before the banquet starts, she broadcasts live to show her fans the world. Chairman Yun, I heard that there is a mysterious guest coming today? Ha, Mr. Wang, are you well informed? The owner of Henteing No. 1 will also be here today. Oh? The man who paid in full for the most expensive villa in Henteing? This man is considered a big shot in Jiangnan. Not only that, he also took the photo of the emperor that caused a sensation abroad a few days ago. What? He bought that 150 million antique porcelain vase. That's really a big deal. You have to find a chance to introduce him to me. Yun Changha from Hentaying Group entered the venue surrounded by a group of people. Listed alongside him is Mr. Wang Manjiang, the owner of the largest department store in Jiangnan. Following behind him were some heads of well-known local companies. Chapter 44, Being a Mistress. Hello, Chairman Yun. When Qin Shui saw Yun Changha and his group coming, he quickly bent his waist and trotted over. Not only Qin Shui, but also several people waiting nearby trotted over. Qin Shui took the lead and came to within a few steps of Yun Changha. It was not that he did not want to go forward, but that he was stopped by his bodyguards. Chairman Yun is truly a great philanthropist in Jiangnan City. He specially organized a charity banquet for children in mountainous areas. He is truly a role model for Jiangnan businessmen. No matter how many holes there are, flattery never wears out. Everyone likes to be flattered. As soon as they met, Qin Shui started to flatter Yun Changha. This is a vase that I found at a high price. I plan to auction it at a charity dinner, and all the proceeds will be donated to children in mountainous areas. Qin Shui was not invited, so he prepared two ways to get into the dinner. One is to rely on Shinshotzi's back door, and the second is to rely on the vase in his hand. Since Chairman Yun likes collecting, then we should cater to his tastes, win his favor, and take the opportunity to enter his circle. Yun Changha was quite pleased with Qin Shui's words. He looked up at the vase and frowned slightly. The style looks exactly the same as the one Xiaoran shot for 150 million yuan. If he hadn't seen the real thing, he would definitely take a look at it. Well, that's thoughtful. Yun Changha spoke and nodded slightly. However, he did not stop, but quickened his pace and walked towards the entrance. Others who presented porcelain received similar treatment, and Yun Changha didn't even look at them. The person who just entered is Mr. Yun Changha, the largest real estate developer in this city and the organizer of this banquet. Zhang Yuqi was doing a live broadcast nearby. Yun Changha and others entered the club one after another, and Qin Shui followed behind, trying to sneak in by pretending to be there. Sorry, you can't enter without an invitation. But he was still stopped by the man in black suit at the door. Why are you stopping me? I'm presenting a gift to Chairman Yun. Didn't you hear him praising me just now? Qin Shui was slightly angry and felt very aggrieved. These guys in black suits didn't know how to make an exception, and he didn't want to come here for nothing. Let me in quickly. If Chairman Yun gets angry, can you afford it? Qin Shui was a little furious, and he couldn't contact Shinshotzi, so this was the only way to get into the club. My dears, the security level of this banquet is quite high. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter. Zhang Yuqi pointed the live camera at Qin Shui, and his embarrassing face was immediately captured. This is also a hot topic, and Zhang Yuqi originally wanted to create some heat with this. But there was no discussion in the live broadcast room, instead there was a burst of wow sounds. She's so beautiful. Whose daughter is this? She's so pretty. She's so pleasing to the eyes. I felt like I was in love. I fell in love at first sight. I thought the anchor was beautiful enough, but I didn't expect there was a girl who was more beautiful than the anchor, especially her figure was much better than the anchor's. Bai Yue arrived at the scene after changing her clothes, but she did not enter the club. Instead, she stood at the door. Qin Shui, who was standing by, saw Bai Yue change her clothes, his eyes widened and drooled all over his face. How could there be such a beautiful woman? He swore to have her. Seeing that Bai Yue had stolen the limelight from the live broadcast room, Zhang Yuqi quickly moved the camera away. Why is it her again? Last time, she stole Xiaoran away, and this time she stole the popularity. Bai Yue was no longer visible in the camera, but the discussion in the live broadcast room did not decrease. Does that beautiful girl just now have an account? Please give me one. I want to see it. Hurry up and move the camera over there. Why are you looking at greasy old men? We want to see beautiful women. Did you notice that the beautiful girl just now was wearing the same clothes as the anchor? Seeing the discussion in the live broadcast room, Zhang Yuqi also discovered this problem. The dress Bai Yue was wearing was the one Xiaoran bought in the mall. Only then did she realize that she was trying on clothes for Bai Yue. Looking at the replica on her body, Zhang Yuqi felt a little jealous. You can't get in without an invitation. It doesn't matter how beautifully you dress. Why don't you come back with me and discuss the 200,000 yuan sponsorship? Qin Shui really couldn't stand Bai Yue's beauty and felt itchy inside. There's melon. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuqi quickly moved the camera back and aimed it at Bai Yue's face. No way, you're dressed so beautifully to find a rich man. Damn it, I don't believe in love anymore. Everything has a price. It's better to be an anchor. At least you can make money with your own hands. Beautiful girl, you should wake up sooner. The live broadcast room started a heated discussion again. Bai Yue seemed to have not heard Qin Shi's words. She stood there quietly, beautiful alone. Boss Qin, this price may not work now. Let's talk about it another day. Li Guiqin walked over with a smile on her face. Only now did she realize the value of Bai Yue. Her beauty alone had already overwhelmed the entire audience. There are so many big bosses here, why should we rely on Qin Shi alone? Why are you here? Can you come to a place like this? Shinxiuzi walked out from the side with a look of disgust on her face. She got angry when she saw Bai Yue. If it weren't for this woman, she and Xia Ran wouldn't have reached this point. Why are all these poor people allowed in? Security, please kick this annoying woman out. Who are you? Why should we leave? Li Guiqin stood behind Bai Yue and questioned Shinxiuzi, who suddenly appeared. Now is Bai Yue's time to exude her charm, she can't leave. Who are you? Since when can the cleaning lady come in? Your words are too harsh, girl. I'm her mother, so tell me if I can speak. Ha ha ha, no wonder. With a mother like you, it's no wonder that you raise a daughter who seduces people. Shinxiuzi sneered. She did not show the slightest respect to Li Guiqin because of her age. Do you know each other? Qin Shi asked as he looked at the two people who were arguing. Brother Qin, this is a little vixen. My previous boyfriend was taken away by her. We had been in love for 3 years, but this little vixen suddenly showed up and stole my boyfriend away by playing the victim and trying to gain sympathy. The most hateful thing is that she actually instigated my ex-boyfriend to sue me. Tell me, is she a bad person? Shinxiuzi completely confused right and wrong, and actually mistook Xia Ran for her ex-boyfriend. He also inexplicably fabricated a story about a mistress stealing her love. Qin Shi was speechless for a moment. What Bai Yue looked like had no effect on him at all. He just wanted her body and nothing else mattered. But Bai Yue does have some skills, no wonder she was dumped by that rich man. It looks like he has a chance to win. Chapter 45. This invitation is fake. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. I've never seduced anyone's boyfriend, and I'm still single. Bai Yue tried hard to defend herself. Single what? You don't want to say that you are single, do you? If Xia Ran heard this, I really don't know what his expression would be, huh? A hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Shinxiuzi's lips, as if she had seen through Bai Yue's thoughts. If Bai Yue was not around, perhaps Xia Ran would change his mind about her. If Xia Ran continues to lick him, Shinxiuzi doesn't mind giving him another chance to be a licker. What are you talking about? My daughter is single, who wants to seduce your boyfriend? At this time, Li Guiqin rushed forward and retorted. She was not trying to help Bai Yue clear her name, she was afraid of affecting Bai Yue's value. Judging from Shinxiuzi's attire, she is just a staff member on site. How could her boyfriend, a poor worker, be such a powerful figure that he is worthy of Bai Yue's seduction? What a good compliment to yourself. Based on her daughter's looks, she must be with a big boss. Spreading rumors here that her daughter is single and seduces ordinary people, isn't that lowering her daughter's value? Li Guiqin will definitely not agree. You all heard it, right? After seducing my boyfriend, you're pretending to be single now. I think you just want to come here to find the boss. How shameless. Shinxiuzi was arrogant and vented all his anger. This Bai Yue has ruined her plans time and again. First, she seduced Xia Ran, and now she even doesn't let her brother Qin go. How could Shinxiuzi let her go? Mom! Stop making trouble. Bai Yue was anxious and angry, and stomped her feet on the spot. Not only did Li Guiqin's words fail to help, but they also solidified her image as a gold digger, leaving her speechless. Get out of here quickly. The guests entertained here are all hentai owners or celebrities. This isn't a place for a mountain dweller like you to come to. Don't make trouble for yourself. Shinxiuzi ordered her to leave. In her eyes, Bai Yue came here just to hook up with rich men, so how could she be qualified to attend the charity dinner? As the host of the dinner, she was also responsible for driving away some irrelevant people. The security guard on the side frowned. They actually had no right to drive anyone away. This is outside the club. Logically, others can stay here if they want. But considering that the two of them were arguing here and the impact it brought was not good, they could only drive Bai Yue away. Excuse me, miss. Two men in black suits came over, stood in front of Bai Yue and made a gesture of invitation. But I'm waiting for someone. Bai Yue felt a little regretful. She shouldn't have quarreled with Shinshotzi just now, otherwise she wouldn't have been driven away. But she had already made an appointment with Xia Ran, and he would be here soon. What if he couldn't find her? Excuse me, miss. The two men in black suits repeated the sentence expressionlessly, determined to make her leave. Or. Qin Shuyi hesitated for a long time and suddenly spoke. If he could help Bai Yue out of the predicament at this time, perhaps he could leave a good impression. He swallowed and prepared to take her away from here first. Cough cough. Brother Qin, do you still want to go in? Shinshotzi said in a low voice. She could see that Qin Shuyi was a sex-hungry man, and he was also bewitched by Bai Yue. There was already the example of Xia Ran before, how could she let such a thing happen again? Shinshotzi quickly pulled Qin Shuyi aside and told him not to meddle in this matter. While several people were pulling each other, Zhang Yuqi on the side saw everything clearly. From their conversations, she roughly understood the relationship between them. This Shinshotzi is the person Xia Ran had licked for 3 years. Zhang Yuqi is confident that she is better than her in terms of appearance, figure, and knowledge. If she could control Xia Ran for 3 years, then Zhang Yuqi would have the confidence to hold Xia Ran for a lifetime. As for Bai Yue, she is even more shameless. She already has Xia Ran, but she actually comes here to seduce rich people. Especially since she was wearing the clothes she had picked for Xia Ran, which made Zhang Yuqi even more angry. She secretly swore that she must snatch Xia Ran away from Bai Yue and never let Xia Ran be hurt by these bad women again. The show was almost over and the charity dinner was about to begin, so Zhang Yuqi prepared to enter. She took out her work ID, walked in, and said something to the security guard before entering. Don't let those with ulterior motives get in. These words were said to Bai Yue, and also to Shinshotzi. In her eyes, these two people are the same kind of people. After finishing it, he walked in with a look of superiority on his face. The man in black suit guarding the entrance also felt that what Zhang Yuqi said made some sense. This was not a vegetable market, and they couldn't let them continue to make trouble. Then several men in black suits took action and forcibly took Bai Yue and her daughter away. At this point Bai Yue had no choice but to take out the invitation letter, which was given to her by Xia Ran. She took it out when she was about to go in together, but she didn't expect that she would take it out and use it before Xia Ran arrived. Wait a minute, I have an invitation. Bai Yue took out a red invitation letter and held it high, waving it in front of the men in black suits. The man in the black suit also paused. You have an invitation? Don't be ridiculous. Qin Shuyi sneered when he saw the red card in Bai Yue's hand. He was a well-known entrepreneur in Jiangnan and a businessman with an annual income of tens of millions, but he was not invited. Bai Yue is a poor student who has no influence on the wealthy business circle, so how could she possibly get an invitation? This invitation must be fake. Give it to me. Let me see it. Shinshotzi moved quickly and snatched the invitation letter. The invitation letter in my hand looks and feels real, especially the seal inside, which is also the anti-counterfeiting mark of the invitation letter. Shinshotzi's face gradually turned ugly. Could this be a real invitation? It's impossible. After a careful look, she found the loophole and a smile appeared on her face again. I have to say that what you did looks very real, but it still can't escape my eyes. This is a fake invitation. How could the invitee be Xia Ran? Although he has a little money, he is neither the owner of Hentang nor an entrepreneur in Jiangnan. How could he be invited? It's ridiculous. After saying that, Shinshotzi raised his hand and tore the invitation letter into pieces and threw it away as garbage. After tearing it, she looked at Bai Yue unscrupulously, as if she was fearless. At this moment, she was very proud. Bai Yue must not be allowed to enter the charity dinner tonight. Chapter 46, Deal with him now. Seeing the invitation letter given by Xia Ran being torn into pieces, Bai Yue felt a huge sense of powerlessness. It was the same thing last time in the parking lot. I went there to help Xia Ran collect debts, but ended up getting beaten up by Shinshotzi. The same thing happened this time when I attended the charity dinner. The invitation was torn into pieces. She is really useless and only causes trouble for Xia Ran. Humph, you're acting pitiful again, get her out of here quickly and stop getting in the way. Shinshotsi turned around and no longer looked at Bai Yue. Oh, why did you tear it up? What a pity. Qin Shuyi looked at the thrown-away invitation letter with regret. From what Shinshotsi said, the one was quite realistic, and if it was slightly modified it might be usable. He came to Bai Yue and prepared to take him away. Well, let's leave here first. Qin Shuyi had an idea. If he could make one, he could make a second one. He could ask Bai Yue to make another fake one and maybe he could sneak in. At the same time, several people nearby who did not receive invitations had the same idea. Several people looked at Bai Yue eagerly, wanting to know where the fake invitation letter came from. That's real. Xia Ran gave it to me personally. He couldn't have lied to me. Bai Yue's eyes were filled with tears and she felt very aggrieved. How could it be a fake invitation? It must be real. Excuse me, miss. You can't leave now. You have to explain the source of the fake invitation. The captain in the black suit stopped Bai Yue. It was a big deal that someone could forge an invitation letter that looked so real. If someone sneaked in, it would be troublesome. He needed to know who made the invitation. For a moment, Bai Yue became the focus of the whole audience, and everyone's eyes were on her. Qin Shuyi and his ilk wanted to take her away so they could find the person who made the fake invitation and sneak in. The men in black suits wanted to keep Bai Yue to prevent new fake invitations from appearing. For a moment, the two parties began to fight for Bai Yue, and the scene became chaotic. Qin Shuyi rushed to the front, stiffening his neck and shouting, "Why won't you let me go?" As a well-known entrepreneur in Jiangnan City, he would definitely be able to get in with an invitation letter that looked so real. Just as the two parties were arguing, a beam of light suddenly appeared, blinding people. The car door opened and a handsome face walked out of the car. It was Xia Ran. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road, so I'm a little late, but fortunately the dinner hasn't started yet. Come on, let's go in. Xia Ran parked his Bugatti in front of Bai Yue, got out of the car, pulled her in front of him, and prepared to take her into the venue. But Bai Yue was about to explain why the invitation letter was torn, but Xia Ran directly blocked her mouth and didn't give her a chance to speak. Get down here. You are such a grown man, why are you covering your car with a sports car? Xia Ran pointed at Qin Shuyi who was kneeling on the front of the Bugatti and said. Just now, when he saw Qin Shuyi reaching out to pull Bai Yue, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. Fortunately, the chassis of the Bugatti was lower, and Qin Shuyi was only kneeling on the front of the car after being hit. If it were any other car, he would have been thrown out long ago. Seeing that the person coming was the rich man, Qin Shuyi didn't dare to say anything more and quickly came down. He can't afford to offend this person. After scolding Qin Shuyi, Xia Ran pulled Bai Yue and walked towards the venue. Stop, what do you think this place is? You can't just barge in. Shinshotsi was furious when he saw the two of them together, and stopped them with a stern face. Brother Qin is here today, so it's a good opportunity to give Xia Ran a warning and let him know how powerful the rich people in Jiangnan are. A good dog doesn't block the road, get out of my way. Seeing Shinshotsi blocking the way, Xia Ran didn't give her any face. Who did she think she was to dare to block the way? You. You are not allowed to enter without an invitation. Xia Ran. I advise you to be more sensible. This is not a place where you can act wild. Shinshotsi gritted her teeth and said that she would stand guard at the gate today and no one could enter without an invitation. She continued to look smug and glanced at Qin Shuyi beside her. It will be Qin Shuyi's turn soon. It's time for him to show his charm and settle the car scratching account. But when she looked at Qin Shuyi, she frowned slightly. What's wrong with Qin Shuyi? Why is he shaking? Qin Shuyi next to him looked at Shinshotsi with horror. It turns out that the rich man's name is Xia Ran, and he is the person Shinshotsi offended. Didn't they say that she broke up with Bai Yue? How the hell are they still so intimate? It doesn't look like they just broke up at all. Brother Qin, this is my former bootlicker who has always been causing trouble for me. You happen to be here today, come and help me deal with him. Shinshotsi pointed at Xia Ran, wishing Qin Shuyi would teach him a lesson right now. All the grievances that Xia Ran had caused her in the past were about to be released, and she would definitely not let Xia Ran off easily today. She had a smug smile on her face and looked at Qin Shuyi expectantly. Hurry up and take action, Brother Qin. Qin Shuyi originally wanted to leave quietly. He had nothing to do here, and he would definitely not offend a wealthy man for the sake of Shinshotsi. But before he could leave, Shinshotsi dragged him into the water and asked him to deal with the rich man by name. How dare he do that? He just stood there with a constipated look on his face, not knowing what to do. After hearing what Shinshotsi said, Xia Ran thought that she had found some powerful person, but it turned out to be Qin Shui, the lecherous old man. Whether in terms of financial resources, physical strength, or appearance, Xia Ran is far superior to this old bitch Deng. He looked at Qin Shui fearlessly, not knowing how he would deal with him. Hurry up, brother Qin, Shinshotsi said coquettishly beside her. Qin Shui fell to his knees at Xia Ran's feet with a thud. The scene was a little awkward for a moment. You want to blackmail me? Xia Ran wanted to laugh. This was how Qin Shui was going to deal with him. I thought he was some powerful person, but it turns out he is a coward. Brother Qin, what's wrong with you? Shinshotsi quickly reached out to help Qin Shui. Why did he kneel down to Xia Ran? It was so embarrassing. This guy is not good at his age. He loses his momentum at the critical moment. As soon as Shinshotsi put his hand on Qin Shui's body, he was pushed away. It's time to draw a clear line between himself and this stupid woman. He doesn't want to be implicated. This super rich man is standing in front of him, he can't even lick him enough, how dare he deal with him? Brother Qin, what are you doing? You hurt me. Shinshotsi was pushed to the ground and stared blankly at Qin Shui, who was kneeling on the ground, unable to guess what he was doing. Is he getting old and confused? He failed at the critical moment. Qin Shui knelt on the ground, took 2 steps forward, grabbed Xia Ran's trouser leg, pointed at Shinshotsi next to him and said, Mr. Xia, this has nothing to do with me. I don't even know this crazy woman. Miss Bai, please say a few good words for me. I really have nothing to do with her. Chapter 47. How could he be the owner? Brother Qin, what are you doing? Xia Ran is just a student who is going to school. Shinshotsi struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Qin Shui, who was kneeling on the ground in disbelief. He is a big boss in Jiangnan City, earning tens of millions a year. How could he kneel down to Xia Ran so easily? Is there some misunderstanding here? It must be a misunderstanding. Qin Shui must have been deceived. It must be that Bai Yo is doing. Brother Qin, he just has a little money. It can't compare to your annual income of tens of millions. Besides, he is just an outsider. He doesn't have as wide a network of local contacts as you do. Shinshotsi pointed out Qin Shui's advantages. A local boss with an annual income of tens of millions would be afraid of a student from another place? Shut up, bitch. Is Mr. Xia a simple student? He is the owner of Henteing One, a real rich man. Qin Shui prostrated himself on the ground, angrily scolding Shinshotsi. Don't take this woman with you if she goes crazy. He's a student from another place with some money. He's a super rich man. Do you know what a super rich person is? Someone who can bring down his business with just a flick of his finger. The owner of Henteing One? Shinshotsi looked at Xia Ran with confusion on her face. Her brain had gone into a state of shutdown at this moment. Get lost and don't delay my dinner. Xia Ran kicked Qin Shui aside and pulled Bai Yue into the dinner party. Hello, sir. Please show me your invitation. The captain in the black suit said with a smile on his face and a gentle tone. Bai Yue on the side slowly lowered her head and whispered, the invitation letter was torn. Oh. Xia Ran responded indifferently and didn't take it seriously at all. He was personally invited by Yun Changhe, how could he be stopped outside? Besides, the 2-eared bottle that Yun Changhe had been longing for is still in his hands, so he has to be invited in even without an invitation. Please inform Chairman Yun that his neighbor has brought him an amphora. This. The captain in the black suit was in a dilemma. Logically speaking, since Xia Ran drives a Bugatti, he should be eligible to be invited, but he doesn't have an invitation letter. His duty is to only recognize invitation letters, not people. As for what bottle to give as a gift, everyone here has a porcelain bottle in their hands. If everyone without an invitation letter says they are sending porcelain to Chairman Yun, can they all be allowed in? Don't listen to him, there's no way he's the owner of Henteing One. If he was really the lord, he wouldn't have come to the dinner with a broken bottle in his hand. Captain, look around and see if anyone holding a vase has an invitation. At this moment, Shinshotsi on the side calmed down and sneered. She had previously had doubts about the fact that Xia Ran was the owner. But when she saw Xiao Ran holding a porcelain bottle in his hand, she suddenly realized. Who brings a vase to a charity dinner? Those were people who wanted to curry favor with Yun Chanhe without an invitation letter. Xin Shuyi was the best example. Is what you said true or false? Xin Shuyi slowly got up. He glanced at the porcelain in Xiao Ran's hand. It was similar to his, except for the size. His was even bigger. Brother Qin, I am the housekeeper of Hentang. How could I not know who the owner of Hentang one is? Shen Xiaozi continued. Xin Shuyi was a little hesitant. After all, he only heard that Xiao Ran sent the things he bought to Hentang number 1, and he was just guessing whether he was the owner. However, he did not take sides easily, but stood aside and watched the situation develop. I also don't think he is the owner of Hentang Villa. I've never seen him in the community. At this time, Xiao Ran's old classmate Chen Xiao came over and took out his invitation letter from his pocket. From his words, we can tell that he lives in the Hentang Villa. Old classmate, why didn't you tell me earlier that you were going to attend the charity dinner? I could have taken you in, and you wouldn't have to bring any bottles. Chen Xiao looked very proud, and was fooled by him again. He looked down at the bottle in Xiao Ran's hand with a hint of disdain. Instead of giving a fake porcelain vase, you didn't give a bigger one. How stingy. Are you Xiao Ran's classmate? Shen Xiaozi asked. Yes, we were classmates in high school. I know everything about him. When he was in high school, he was an ordinary student. Chen Xiao was very proud. What this means is that Xiao Ran could not possibly be the owner of Hentang one. Hearing this, Shen Xiaozi finally felt relieved. Fortunately, Xiao Ran is not the owner of Hentang one, otherwise she would regret it so much. That's not right. Xiao Ran has a sports car, and I saw him transfer 1 million to someone. How could he be an ordinary person? Shen Xiaozi was a little confused. She believed that Xiao Ran was not the owner of Hentang one, but she was unwilling to believe that Xiao Ran had no money. She was even prepared to accept this bootlicker again. What sports car? I saw him taking a taxi this afternoon. Besides, is it difficult to rent a sports car nowadays? Hey, old classmate, I have to give you some advice. Don't take out online loans anymore. You have to pay back the money. Chen Xiao had a look of deep sorrow on his face, and looked at Xiao Ran with eyes that showed concern for his old classmate. I knew it. There's something fishy about where his money came from. How could he suddenly become so rich? Shen Xiaozi's momentum suddenly rose. If Xiao Ran's money was borrowed, then it made sense. She had naively thought that Xiao Ran was really rich. She was so stupid. What are you talking about? Chairman Yun specifically asked me to bring this vase here. How come you think it's a gift to curry favor with someone? I didn't say I was going to give it to Chairman Yun. I just wanted to lend it to him for his appreciation. Xiao Ran was immediately amused. These people are really good at imagining things. Who would give a double-eared bottle that is more valuable than Hentang one as a gift? This is a national treasure vase worth 150 million. Even if it was given to Yun Chanhe, would he dare to accept it? How can you be so shameless? Chairman Yun asked you to bring the porcelain bottle here. How ridiculous. Boy, everyone knows what you're thinking, but you think you're smart. Xin Shuyi also interrupted and pointed at the person behind him. Everyone held a piece of porcelain in their hands, all to curry favor with Chairman Yun. Hey, old classmate, you can't even make up a lie. How can a chairman of such a big company ask you to borrow a vase? If Chairman Yun wants, there's no vase he can't buy. Shen Xiao laughed. Xiao Ran's porcelain vase was only a dozen centimeters long, the smallest among everyone present. And it was held directly in the hand, while others at least had a beautiful box packaging. You can tell at a glance which porcelain vase is valuable and which is cheap. Why don't we just go? Bai Yue hid behind Xiao Ran and gently pulled down his clothes. Several people at the scene stared at Xiao Ran with hostile eyes, and Bai Yue was afraid that he would suffer a loss. Walk? Where to go? You haven't finished forging the invitation yet. You want to meet Chairman Yun with a broken bottle? You're just dreaming. Chapter 48 Arrogant Qin Shui. As soon as Shen Xiaozi finished speaking, several men in black suits stood silently in front of Xiao Ran. Are you sure you don't want to let me in? Or leave? Don't regret it then. Xiao Ran stood there calmly, looking relaxed. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around suddenly laughed. Funny. Young people nowadays are so arrogant that they even dare to say that they will make people in henteing regret it. You have to know that henteing is a leading enterprise in Jiangnan City, and there is almost nothing they can regret. Regret? I think you took the wrong medicine. Shin Xiaozi was very angry. He was filled with rage when he thought about the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Xia Ran a few days ago. She winked at Qin Shui beside her, indicating that it was time for him to come on stage. After receiving the signal, Qin Shui slowly walked out. He was still hesitating about which side to stand on just now, but now he has figured it out. High school classmates and college alumni testified that Xia Ran could not be a super rich man, and he wanted to get back all the face he had lost before. Boy, it just so happens that I have a debt to settle with you. My sister Shin owes you 100,000 yuan for the car damage. I think we should just let it go. Otherwise I will charge you with blackmail, and it will be hard for you to graduate. You might even have to go to prison. Qin Shuyi's face was full of disdain, as if the power of Xia Ran's life and death was in his hands. What kind of car can cost 100,000 yuan for a scratch? Old classmate, we can't do anything illegal. We have to make money the right way. Chen Xiao pretended to be surprised, with an expression that advised people to be kind. That's right. I just touched him lightly, and he asked me for 100,000 yuan. He bullied me as a woman. Seeing that someone was helping, Shin Xiaozi began to perform, avoiding the important issues. This Chen Xiao looks like a rich man, so it would be a good choice to hook up with him. Are you trying to confuse right and wrong? The evidence is irrefutable. There's nothing to say. Just try and see if you dare not return it. Xia Ran didn't want to waste any more words on this matter. He just looked at Shin Xiaozi coldly. Don't be so arrogant. I, Qin Shui, am no pushover in Jiangnan City. I also know a lot of brothers on the street. Let me see what's different about this bottle of yours. As he said that, Qin Shui snatched the 2-year bottle from Xia Ran's hand. Even though this old fellow was very timid when he knelt on the ground just now that he is sure that Xia Ran is not a wealthy man, he is as arrogant as he can be. He actually snatched the 2-year bottle from Xia Ran's hand. After he got the bottle, he looked at it carefully. This 2-year bottle was basically the same as the imitation he had prepared. The only difference is the size. Xia Ran's is obviously much smaller. But this amphora feels soft and gentle to the touch, just like holding the hand of a beautiful woman. Lao Deng, you better hold on to that amphora. If you break it, I'm afraid you won't be able to pay for it. Xia Ran's attention was all on those people, and she didn't notice the 2-year bottle in her hand at all. She was careless for a moment and it was snatched away by Qin Shui. But he was not in a hurry. With so many people watching, how could Qin Shui dare to take it for himself? After Xia Ran said this, and after Qin Shui got the double-eared bottle, he felt that it really felt extraordinary. Although he didn't know much about antiques, he was extra careful and examined it carefully again. Bullshit. My brother Qin earns 100 million or 200 million a year. How can he not afford to pay you for a broken bottle? Do you really think you are holding some kind of rare national treasure? Shen Xiaozi rolled his eyes at Xia Ran. Brother Qin, forget about this broken bottle and quickly get my 100,000 yuan. Shen Xiaozi acted coquettishly, and the biggest thing in her mind now was the taxi fare. Today, I have the opportunity to use Qin Shui's reputation to quickly settle the car scratching debt. But Qin Shui seemed not to hear Shen Xiaozi's words and just looked at Xia Ran's 2-year bottle. The more he looked at the bottle, the more extraordinary it seemed, and the more beautiful it became. Brother Qin, please say something. Shen Xiaozi was anxious and patted Qin Shui. Ah. This slap was not a big deal. Qin Shui, who was concentrating on looking at the 2-year bottle, suddenly had a tremor in his hand and the bottle fell from his hand. Qin Shui hurriedly tried to catch the fallen amphora. Although he tried his best to catch the amphora, he was still a step too late. Xia Ran's 2-year bottle fell to the ground and broke into 2 pieces. Seeing this, Shin Xiaozi quickly dodged to the side. This had nothing to do with her. It was Qin Shui's hands that were shaking. Lao Deng, you dared to break my amphora, you must compensate me. Although a 2-year bottle was nothing to Xia Ran, he couldn't just sit there and watch it get broken. What are you yelling about? It's just a broken bottle. I can buy 8 of these bottles online for 100 yuan. Shin Xiaozi shouted arrogantly from the side. Broken bottle? My 2-year bottle is a national treasure worth 150 million. You can expect to lose everything to compensate me. Xiaoran calmly stated the price of his antique 2-year vase. So many people at the scene can testify that it was Qin Shuyi who broke the amphory, and he couldn't get away with it. 150 million? Ha, I think you are crazy because of poverty. Why are you blackmailing people everywhere? First they extorted 100,000 yuan from me, and now they want to extort 150 million yuan. This is outrageous. Upon hearing the price, Xin Xiaozi's face was full of disdain. He actually said that this bottle was worth 150 million. Who would believe it? What kind of bottle can be worth 150 million? It's not worth it even if it's made entirely of gold. Old classmate, you didn't learn this trick from those old guys who scam people. We live in a society ruled by law now. Blackmailing people is against the law. Shen Xiao shook his head inside. Qin Shuyi, who was standing by, was originally feeling guilty, but when he heard Xiaoran say that this 2-year bottle was worth 150 million, he jumped up suddenly, thinking that Qin Shuyi, Mr. Qin, was a soft persimmon and dared to blackmail him. Boy, if you tell me the truth, maybe I can compensate you with some money. But you actually dared to blackmail me for 150 million. I think you are really bold. Do you really think I'm ignorant? The real amphora was sold abroad for 150 million yuan, but the real thing is abroad. How could it possibly be in your hands? Qin Shuyi gritted his teeth, looking like he was going to eat Xiaoran. Besides, who saw me break your amphora? Who saw me? Qin Shuyi looked around and no one said a word. He is a local boss and Xiaoran is a student from another place. Everyone will choose which side to stand on. No one around spoke, they all watched the excitement silently. Seeing that no one spoke for Xiaoran, Qin Shuyi became more arrogant and complacent. Don't even mention that I won't compensate you for this vase. I won't even compensate you with my sister Shen's money. You can sue wherever you want. I, Qin Shuyi, am not afraid of you. You are so arrogant. Is there no place in Jiangnan where the law is respected? Xiaoran watched everything coldly. I am arrogant, what can you do to me? Qin Shuyi was a little too proud of himself and looked at Xiaoran smugly. Who is so arrogant? Let Yun Changhe see it for himself. Chapter 49, Yun Changhe's distinguished guest. A powerful voice was heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the crowd parting like a tide. Not far away, an old man in a tang suit came walking quickly, followed by 7 or 8 people, all dressed in gorgeous clothes and looking very impressive. They were all his business partners. The old man glanced over, and the majesty and momentum in his eyes made countless people bow their heads, fully demonstrating the pressure of a superior. Then a dozen men in sunglasses and suits appeared and separated the crowd from the old man and his group. Why did Chairman Yun come out in person? A bystander asked. Could it be that the noise outside alarmed the big shot inside? That Xiaoran is going to be in trouble. Chairman Yun will definitely help the local businessmen. No, what he said just now was directed at the arrogant boss Qin. The person who came was Yun Changhe, the chairman of Hentang, and the people around him speculated about the purpose of his visit. Chairman Yun? The moment he saw Yun Changhe, Qin Shuyi's expression immediately changed. He was grinning at Xiaoran just now, but now he is grinning like a lackey. He bent his waist and showed his flattering nature. Chairman Yun, you misunderstood. How dare I be arrogant here? Yun Changhe looked at the person who was speaking, and after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't remember who the person was. He was not famous, but he had a big mouth. He suddenly felt disgusted. Chairman, someone is messing around. Not only did he forge a fake invitation, he also tried to sneak in with a broken bottle. Fortunately, I discovered it in time, otherwise he would have succeeded. Xin Xiaozi quickly squeezed to the front. This was her chance to show off and take the opportunity to get some credit. She glanced at Xiaoran and a sneer appeared on her face. Yes, Chairman Yun, this guy was holding a broken vase and shamelessly said that you asked him to bring it here. I saw through him right away. We are both local businessmen. I was planning to teach this ignorant young man a lesson on your behalf. Qin Shuyi was quite proud of himself, thinking that he would be able to establish a relationship with Yun Changhe now and would never have to worry about lack of business in the future. Chairman Yun, I was the one who figured out this guy's identity. Chen Xiao didn't know Yun Changhe, but when he saw the 2 men fawning on him, he followed suit. Although he might not necessarily gain any benefit, he would feel good to step on Xiao Ran. "Oh, Mr. Xia is my honored guest. Are you targeting him to make things difficult for me?" Yun Changhe looked at the few people coldly, his expression serious and intimidating without even getting angry. After hearing Yun Changhe's words, the faces of several people changed completely. Especially Qin Shiyi, who almost passed away from a myocardial infarction. He now regrets very much why he listened to those two fools. Yun Changhe's distinguished guest, doesn't he that indirectly prove that he is definitely a real rich man? Qin Shiyi was completely dumbfounded. He was finished now. As for Shinshotzi, her eyes went dark and she almost fainted again. She had an ominous premonition in her heart. Xiao Ran actually knows Yun Changhe? How is it possible? You have to know that Yun Changhe is one of the top 10 richest businessmen in Jiangnan City, and all the people around him are business elites. How could he know a student from another place? Chen Xiao stepped forward and tried to explain, "Isn't this a mistake? This Xiao Ran is really just an ordinary person." Yun Changhe was not moved at all. Instead, he smiled apologetically at Xiao Ran and said, "Mr. Xia, I came out to greet you late. I didn't expect that people outside were so ignorant and could cause so much trouble. After saying this, I was really angry." Who is Xiao Ran? The owner of Hentaying One, the largest customer of Hentaying Group, not to mention spending 150 million to buy national treasures and antiques from abroad. How many people in Jiangnan City can do these two things? He was finally invited to the charity banquet, but was almost driven away by these people. How could he not be angry? Just as Yun Changhe was about to get angry, a fat woman next to him spoke first. "What do you want here? Didn't I tell you to stay in the villa?" Shen Xiao was about to open his mouth to refute, but then he heard a pop and felt a burning pain on his face. He looked at the fat woman with a face full of grievance. This fat woman is Yun Changhe's business partner. She points at Yun Changhe while eating. He is angry, and the fat woman will definitely help him vent his anger. "I'm keeping you for fun, not to let you get into trouble." This Chen Xiao was a lover kept by the fat woman and was usually quite favored by her. Seeing that Yun Changhe was getting angry and was about to take action, he took the initiative. It is definitely better for her to teach the lesson herself than for Yun Changhe to do it himself. Yun Changhe watched coldly without saying a word, but looked at Xiao Ran beside him. Xiao Ran looked normal, as if he didn't care about what happened before. "Old classmate, let's have a good chat some other time. I'm busy today, so I won't accompany you." Hearing this, Yun Changhe glanced to the side, and two men in sunglasses and black suits came out, grabbed Shen Xiao and dragged him out. Shen Xiao looked at the fat woman with tears in her eyes, but the fat woman turned her head away. How could there be no price to pay for offending Yun Changhe's distinguished guest? "Who recruited you?" Yun Changhe pointed at Shinshotzi, who was standing aside. Li Yuan trembled when he heard the words and almost fell down. He quickly trotted over from behind. He explained with sweat on his forehead, "This is the part-time job the company is hiring today. From today on, Li Yuan will be demoted 3 levels. I don't want to see this person anymore." Yun Changhe's tone was cold, but it made Li Yuan's heart skip a beat. He immediately stared at Shinshotzi, wishing he could go up and slap her a few times. He was suffering from an undeserved disaster. Hurry up and kick her out. No Hentaying-related industry is allowed to hire her in the future. At this time, Shinshotzi quickly looked at Xiao Ran pleadingly, hoping that he would forgive her again because of their relationship over the past 3 years. Leaving Hentaying is a small matter, but if she is banned, it is estimated that all companies in Jiangnan will not want her. "Wait," Xiao Ran said. These words floated into Shinshotzi's ears. She looked at Xiao Ran with gentle eyes, and a glimmer of hope ignited in her heart again. "I only heard Xiao Ran say word by word, 'This woman still owes me 100,000 yuan. I can't just let her go like this. It's over. It's really over.'" Just as Shinshotzi was about to faint, someone picked him up. "We are best at collecting debts. We will definitely help Mr. Xia for free." Several men in black suits lifted Shinshotzi into the air and looked at her with a smirk on their faces. Xiao Ran is Yun Changhe's distinguished guest, and a lot of people are rushing to help him. Seeing that she could no longer avoid the debt, Shinshotzi looked at her brother Qin with pleading eyes. But at this time Qin Shiyi had no time to care about her. His eyes were evasive, and from time to time he could hear the screams of Chen Xiao, who was being carried away. He doesn't want to offend Xiao Ran again. He can't take a beating. Seeing that the men in black suits were about to use force, Shinshotzi had no choice but to shout, "I'll pay back! I'll pay back!" Online loans are now her only option. After dozens of online loan operations, she finally gathered the money together. After receiving the money, Xiao Ran didn't make things difficult for her. But Shinshotzi was reluctant to leave, and said apologetically, "Xiao Ran, I was wrong, can you?" Xiao Ran didn't want to listen to her nonsense, so she quickly waved her hand. Two men in black suits came up, covered Shinshotzi's mouth, and started to walk out. After dealing with Shinshotzi, Yun Changhe showed a smile on his face and walked quickly to Xiao Ran. "Mr. Xia, I wonder if you have brought the amphora with you?" "I brought it." "Where?" Yun Changhe was very excited. Xiao Ran calmly pointed to a two-ear bottle that was broken into two pieces not far away. "Who did this?" Yun Changhe's anger, which had just subsided, suddenly rose up again. Chapter 50: Qin Shi's bankruptcy. Yun Changhe has always loved porcelain, and his heart broke when he saw the two-eared vase broken into two pieces. He squatted on the ground without caring about his image and carefully picked up the amphora. His hands couldn't stop shaking as he picked up the amphora, and he shouted again, "Who did this?" These few simple words sounded like thunder in the sky to Qin Shi's ears. My already tense mood fell to the bottom again. His legs softened uncontrollably and he fell to his knees. Could it be that the bottle that Yun Changhe valued so much was really worth 150 million, as Xiao Ran said? He didn't dare to think further. Seeing Qin Shi suddenly kneel down, Yun Changhe also knew the culprit. "You are so arrogant that you dared to smash a two-ear bottle worth 150 million. Why didn't I notice that there was such a person like you in Jiangnan City before?" Yun Changhe gritted his teeth and wished he could tear Qin Shi to pieces on the spot. "This is a national treasure, and it has been ruined like this." "Don't be angry, Chairman Yun." Xiao Ran was very calm. It was as if what was dropped was not his. Seeing Xiao Ran so calm, could it be that the item she dropped was a replica? Yun Changhe looked over with a questioning look. "Don't doubt it. This is the authentic piece worth 150 million. It can be authenticated by anyone. It's just broken. Just pay the price." "Chairman Yun, don't get too angry. It's not good to get hurt." Xiao Ran said it easily. I thought I would get some good news, but when I heard Xiao Ran's words, Yun Changhe felt a headache. It was such a pity that such a good thing was broken. Qin Shi, who was kneeling on the ground, was frightened when he heard this. Really 150 million? Then he would be bankrupt. Why is she so unlucky? It's all Shinshotzi's fault. She can't be forgiven easily. He quickly knelt down and crawled forward 2 steps. And her. She also had a hand in breaking the amphora. Qin Shi pointed at Shinshotzi, who was being carried out, and shouted a few words. Shinshotzi, who was still struggling to return to Xiao Ran, suddenly felt dilated after hearing these words and regretted not leaving earlier. "It's none of my business. The two-ear bottle has been in Qin Shi's hand the whole time. I didn't even touch it." Shinshotzi was thrown back and knelt on the ground with a pale face. "How come it has nothing to do with you? If you hadn't suddenly slapped me, would I have been able to drop the bottle?" Qin Shi gritted his teeth and argued that he couldn't bear this matter alone and had to find someone to take the blame. The two of them argued back and forth, their faces turning red. "Okay, stop arguing." Xiao Ran was a little fed up with the two people's clownish behavior. "Mr. Xia, I was wrong. I was really wrong." Qin Shi apologized repeatedly, feeling extremely fearful. Snap. 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 Qin Shi even started to beat himself, trying to beg for forgiveness through self-mutilation. "Mr. Xia, I was wrong. I was blind and didn't recognize the real man. Please don't treat me like that." Qin Shi kept apologizing, hoping to be forgiven. Compensation of 150 million is too big. "Xiao Ran, please forgive me once, for our 3 years of relationship." On the other side, Shinshotzi also took action, hugged Xiao Ran's thighs, and began to cry and beg for mercy. "I don't want to say anything more. Just a few slaps and a few words of begging for mercy, and you want to be exempted from compensation? There is no such good thing in the world." Xiao Ran said without question. Now no matter how Qin Shi and Shinshotzi begged for mercy, it was useless. "Forgive me." Shinshotzi was in tears and still begging desperately. "Wait, I have an idea. I wonder if Mr. Xia would like to listen to it." Yun Changha stood up and said that the charity dinner was more important and they couldn't let these two people continue making trouble. Chairman Yun, please speak? Xia Ran leaned sideways to listen. Although this amphora was broken, the damage was not serious. It may still be repaired. I know an expert in this field. Hearing this, Qin Shi seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and quickly nodded, yes, it should be able to be repaired. Yun Changha ignored it and continued. Although it can be repaired, its value will definitely be much lower than before. Why don't you transfer this bottle to me at the market price after repair? It can be seen that Yun Changha likes this bottle very much, and he still wants to have it even if it is broken. Qin Shi was confused when these words were spoken. What did this mean? Was Chairman Yun going to be merciful and help him settle the matter? Just as he was about to step forward to express his gratitude, he heard Yun Changha speak slowly. After the deduction for the repair of the amphora is deducted from the 150 million, I will ask Qin Shi for the remaining money on behalf of Mr. Xia. Yun Changha's suggestion can be said to be very reasonable. Xia Ran received 150 million in compensation and got the repaired two-ear vase, while Qin Shi got more than 100 million in debt. Moreover, Yun Changha was very considerate and took on the debt collection job. After all, the amount is so huge, and Xia Ran is weak locally, so it would be difficult for him to collect the debt in a short period of time. Qin Shi's heart sank immediately when he heard this. The original debtor was Xia Ran, and he had to pay the money and get a bottle left behind. But now that Yun Changha has intervened, the 150 million yuan may not be enough to reduce the compensation, and even the bottles cannot be left behind. Sure, I'll leave it to Chairman Yun to make all the arrangements. This would not do any harm to Xia Ran, so he readily agreed. Seeing Xia Ran's satisfaction, Yun Changha also laughed. He quickly instructed Li Yuan. Li Yuan, I'll give you a chance to atone for your sins. Bring the amphora for a thorough appraisal. Also, keep an eye on Qin Shi. Tomorrow, I will take people to take inventory of the properties under his name and make sure to sell them for a good price. Remember, you must protect Mr. Xia's interests. Li Yuan nodded and said that he would get the matter done as soon as possible. I am familiar with Qin Shi. I know what fixed assets he has. I can help him. I am willing to take over Qin Shi's company. I can offer a good price. As for me, if it's some equity or debt, I can take it too. When the people around heard that Qin Shi's property was going to be disposed of, they all raised their hands to express their willingness to take over. Some of his competitors even said they could swallow up his company. Qin Shi felt like the sky had fallen. The company he had worked hard to build for half his life would soon belong to someone else. He hated Xia Ran, Yun Changha, and everyone who was there to take advantage of the situation. But he was powerless to fight back, he had no way out. He looked at Shinshotsi beside him. It was all this woman's fault. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have ended up like this. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and finally he vented his anger on Shinshotsi and started to fight. Here, Shinshotsi was in a state of dismay, her eyes full of regret. She looked at Bai Yue beside Xia Ran, whose face was filled with happiness. That position should have been hers. She was just a little bit away from becoming a wealthy lady. Just as she was feeling regretful, she was suddenly beaten by Qin Shi, which immediately aroused her anger. If anyone bullies me, I will fight you. Shinshotsi vented all his anger on Qin Shi. The two men started fighting in public and were evenly matched. Xia Ran shook her head and turned away without looking at the two people. Take these two guys aside and beat them up. Don't disturb my banquet. Yun Changha quickly ordered his attendants to take the two men away. Mr. Xia, let's go in. There's someone I want to introduce to you. Chapter 51 Ownership of Leisure Residence. After dealing with the incident caused by Qin Shi and Shinshotsi, Xia Ran was about to enter the club surrounded by several people. But then I heard a woman's voice from behind. Son-in-law, there's me. Li Guiqin was seen outside the door, waving frantically at Xia Ran, hoping to take her in. Seeing this, Yun Changha turned to look at Xia Ran and asked for her opinion. Don't try to make connections. Xia Ran said coldly, I don't know this person. Chairman Yun, please get rid of him for me. Yun Changha relaxed his brows, waved his hand, and continued to invite Xia Ran in. The banquet officially began after Xia Ran entered. He was arranged to sit in the front row next to Yun Changha. On the stage, Zhang Yuqi pushed the banquet process forward gracefully and occasionally glanced in the direction of Xia Ran. At the beginning of the banquet, some guests gave speeches. Xia Ran was not interested, so he looked around. The interior of Henteng Club is very luxuriously decorated with ingenuity everywhere, and it is obviously of very high standard in Jiangnan. Looking around, the hall was brightly lit and filled with well-dressed upper-class people. Yun Shanghe introduced various people to Xia Ran one by one, but he was not very interested and just had a brief chat with them. See? To expand your network, you need to be thick-skinned. You have to approach and chat with people whether you know them or not. Xia Ran said to Bai Yue, who was standing beside her. Originally I brought her here to see the world, but her personality is totally incompatible with others. Mr. Xia, let me introduce someone to you. Yun Shanghe smiled mysteriously and pulled Xia Ran aside. Bai Yue wanted to catch up, but stopped. You also feel the gap between you two, right? He is like the sun, shining wherever he goes, while you are just an inconspicuous star. The two of you are simply from different worlds. Zhang Yuqi came to Bai Yue with a wineglass. Although she was the host of the banquet, there was still a big gap between her status and that of the people present. Invisibly, a number of small circles gathered in the field. They gathered together to chat with each other about the future and policy trends of various industries in Jiangnan, and might decide tens or even hundreds of millions of business deals silently. People like Bai Yue and Zhang Yuqi are completely unable to participate and can only watch the fun from the sidelines. Bai Yue looked at Xia Ran, who was being admired in the distance, and was a little dazed. This is my granddaughter Yun Ziyao. She just came back from abroad. You are about the same age, so you should move around more often. Yun Shanghe introduced with a smile. Yun Ziyao was wearing a black evening dress. She was 25 years old, tall, fair-skinned, and very beautiful. Nice to meet you, Xia Ran. Yun Ziyao took the initiative to extend her white hand. Me too. Xia Ran responded. Yun Shanghe looked at the two of them with a smile, and just as he was about to help them again, a young man came over. Grandpa Yun, I wonder what you think of my father's proposal? Today we will only talk about charity, not business. Yun Shanghe's expression changed slightly. Yao Yao, I haven't seen you for a year. You've become more beautiful. The young man turned the topic to Yun Ziyao. Thanks for the compliment, but Chen Feng, I don't think we are familiar enough to call each other by our nicknames. Like Yun Shanghe, Yun Ziyao also didn't like Chen Feng very much. But Chen Feng didn't care and still stood by with a smile. The scene fell silent for a while. You young people can chat. I'm going to go talk to Mr. Wang over there. Yun Shanghe glanced at Chen Feng and left. The three people left in the venue looked at each other, feeling awkward for a moment. Yun Ziyao was about to speak to break the silence, but she heard a soft female voice. Xia Ran, I have something to do, so I want to leave first. Bai Yue came up with a pair of eyes full of apology. She really didn't fit in here. Okay, I'll take you there. It just so happened that Xia Ran didn't want to stay here any longer, so he turned and looked at Yun Ziyao. Sorry, I may have to leave first. Please say hello to Chairman Yun for me and tell him thank you for the hospitality. Yun Ziyao thought for a moment and nodded. I'm sorry for the poor hospitality. I'll compensate you separately another day. Xia Ran smiled and nodded, then left the banquet with Bai Yue. Watching the two people walking away, Chen Feng said, Yao Yao, who is this person? It seems like Grandpa Yun is very polite to him. Yun Ziyao rolled her eyes, said nothing, and quickly left. She walked to Yun Shanghe and whispered something. Yun Shanghe thought for a moment and pulled Yun Ziyao aside. Yao Yao, what do you think of this Xia Ran? Yun Ziyao lowered her head and frowned. If my family needs it. Yao Yao, this matter depends on your own wishes. I will not interfere. The real estate industry has been declining in recent years, but fortunately Henteng made a lot of money in the past few years and can temporarily withstand the temporary decline. But in the long run, it needs to transform and save itself, and at this time it urgently needs external funds to save its life. Yun Shanghe then came up with the idea of introducing Yun Ziyao to Xia Ran. If they could tie up this wealthy man, Yunding would definitely be able to overcome the difficulties. I'll find another chance to get in touch with him. After thinking about it, Yun Ziyao said seriously. Okay, remember that Grandpa won't use your happiness as a bargaining chip. Yun Shanghe nodded with satisfaction. On the other side, Xia Ran drove Bai Yue back to school. In the car, Bai Yue said nothing, just lowered her head, wondering what she was thinking about. Xia Ran didn't say anything, and the two of them drove back to school in silence. 10 minutes later, Xia Ran parked the car in front of the school gate. Bai Yue got off the car and walked towards the school with a disappointed look on her face. Come back, just leave like that? Xia Ran pulled Bai Yue in front of him. What do you want? Bai Yue whispered. Let me collect some interest, come and give me a kiss. Xia Ran looked at Bai Yue affectionately. When their eyes met, Bai Yue lowered her head shyly, pouting her lips slightly, waiting for Xia Ran's action. After a few seconds, instead of getting the result she wanted, she heard a loud roar. Xia Ran had already driven away from the school. Bai Yue's face immediately flushed. What was she expecting just now? When we returned to the villa, it was exactly 0 o'clock. Xia Ran started signing in immediately. Sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Obtained 100% ownership of Jiangnan City's top restaurant, Yuranju. The ownership will take effect immediately after signing the acquisition agreement. Note, the funds used to purchase the restaurant are completely legal and compliant. All personnel are willing to trade. There is absolutely no forced behavior. Please rest assured. Yuranju is a famous top-notch restaurant in Jiangnan City. It has a constant stream of customers, with the average per capita consumption being around 1,000 renminbi. The estimated value of this restaurant may be in the tens of millions. Xia Ran looked at the acquisition agreement that suddenly appeared in his hand and signed his name without hesitation. Chapter 52, Book a Restaurant. The next morning, Xia Ran drove to Delong Plaza, where Yuranju was located. Yuranju is located on the top floor of Delong Building and is one of the top restaurants in Jiangnan City. The restaurant has 3 floors. The first floor is the area for individual customers, and most people who come here to eat on this floor. The second floor is a private room, and reservations usually have to be made a week in advance to get a seat, and only gold members with an annual consumption of 6 figures are eligible to make reservations. The top floor of the restaurant is a banquet hall, which is usually divided into 3 halls. There are floor-to-ceiling windows all around, overlooking the entire Jiangnan City. The glass under your feet is also made with special technology and can project different environments. Those who dine here are all diamond members, and only those who spend 1 million a year are eligible to come here. Xia Ran came to the door and looked at the plaque. He had never passed by such a place before. A meal here would cost at least 1,800 yuan, which was simply beyond his reach. I'm sorry, sir, we are closed today. As soon as she entered the door, Xia Ran was stopped by the receptionist. Tell your manager that Xia Ran is here. Xia Ran was not angry and spoke calmly to the receptionist. Having just become the owner of Yuranju, he was in a good mood. Please wait a moment. The receptionist hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed, then turned to find the manager. At this time, the manager gathered all the restaurant staff in the lobby and waited anxiously for someone. Early in the morning, the manager received a call from the former owner and was told that Yuranju had been sold. All of their work will have to wait until the new boss arrives, who will come in the morning. The manager was a little confused. The business of Yuranju was booming, and it was sold so suddenly. He didn't know if he would be able to keep his position after the new boss came in. As he was pacing back and forth, the receptionist at the door came trotting over. Manager, there's a guy named Xia Ran at the door who wants to see you. The receptionist only knew that something big had happened in the restaurant, but he didn't know what it was exactly, as the manager didn't say. As soon as he heard Xia Ran's name, he abruptly stopped what he was doing, turned around and ran towards the door. The former boss had already told him the name in advance, which was Xia Ran. The manager was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Zhou Lide. He was not as pot-bellied as most other people but was rather neat and tidy. He wore a formal suit and looked like a noble butler. When I arrived at the door and saw Xia Ran, I couldn't help but exclaim in my heart, this boss is too young. He looks about 20 years old. Being so young, he was able to easily acquire Yuranju. The new boss's strength is quite terrifying. Mr. Xia, you're here? Zhou Lide walked up to him and leaned forward slightly. Xia Ran nodded and walked into the restaurant on her own. Zhou Lide followed behind, not daring to speak loudly. Walking into the hall, Xia Ran saw dozens of people standing in the hall and glanced at Zhou Lide. This is? I gathered them here. Are they waiting for your lecture? Forget it, just do what you need to do. Xia Ran doesn't know much about running a restaurant and doesn't plan to interfere too much, so he wants to keep things the same as before. After walking around the restaurant and seeing everything, Xia Ran went to the general manager's office. Zhao Lide followed carefully behind and served, not daring to say a word. I bought this place on a whim, and I hope everyone can continue to work as usual. Seeing that Zhao Lide was still frightened, Xiao Ran spoke to comfort him. Hearing this, Zhao Lide finally felt relieved and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Don't worry, boss. I will work hard in the future and Yuranju will definitely reach a higher level. Xiao Ran nodded, emptied the third floor in the next few days and decorated well. I'm going to hold a birthday party. This was also a sudden idea of his. When Zhao Lide introduced the restaurant's business just now, one of the items was hosting birthday parties. It just so happened that Bai Yue's birthday was in 5 days, and he planned to hold a party here. No problem. Do you need anything special arranged? Zhao Lide must definitely meet the boss's requirements. Find some good violinists and have some music while we eat. Xiao Ran thought about it and made a simple request. After discussing some details, Xiao Ran left. Zhao Lide personally sent Xiao Ran out and stood at the door watching him leave. Foreman Li Hao ran to Zhao Lide and asked, Manager Zhao, who is that? Xiao Ran said that in order to prevent business risks, it would be best not to tell the public that Yuranju had changed its owner for the time being. I didn't see you at the assembly just now, and now you come here to talk. I had diarrhea this morning and just went to the bathroom. Li Hao scratched his head. Starting today, the third floor will be closed and will be set up as a birthday party venue. Manager Zhao did not reveal the boss's identity. Most birthday parties are held in the private rooms on the second floor, and the entire third floor was only used for a banquet once. That was 3 years ago. The son of the richest man in Jiangnan City proposed to his wife here. It caused a huge sensation at the time. I don't know how many women were envious to death. The key point is that this time it is even more grand than 3 years ago. They even decorated it a few days in advance for the birthday. You know, 1 day less of business would mean hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue. Li Hao felt distressed when he thought of this, but then he thought again that there was some room for maneuver here, and a smile appeared on his face when he thought of this. Soon the young girls in the restaurant learned the news, and all of them showed infatuated expressions. I wish I could find a rich man to book the third floor of a restaurant for me someday. How happy that would be. I don't know how lucky I am. How many people will be envious this time? Hurry up and work. You can only think about this kind of thing in your dreams at night. Seeing the waiter being infatuated, Zhao Lide said disdainfully. The news that someone had booked the third floor for a birthday party was soon leaked by the waiter, causing quite a stir in Jiangnan. After all, it caused a sensation 3 years ago, and this time it will definitely make countless women envious. On the other side, the girls' dormitory of Jiangnan University. Shin Xiaozi was lying on the bed with a look of regret on his face, and there were some bruises on his face from being beaten. Xiaozi, where did you fall last night? You were so careless. Zhao Manman asked with concern. Shin Xiaozi did not reply. Her mind was in a mess. Not only did she owe an online loan, but the most important thing was that she had misjudged Xiao Ran. Ding-a-ling. Hello, what's the matter? Shin Xiaozi answered the phone. The call was from Li Hao, one of her bootlickers. Birthday? You said you would book 3 floors of Yuranju for me to celebrate my birthday? Shin Xiaozi was a little excited. She knew Yuranju very well and had always wanted to go there to have a meal and post something on WeChat Moments, but she had no chance in 3 years. Today, she actually went there, and to the most luxurious third floor. But her birthday was fake. In order to receive gifts from her fans, Shin Xiaozi made up a lot of birthday dates, and sometimes she herself couldn't even remember them. Li Hao's call just reminded her that she could once again use her birthday as an opportunity to make some money and relieve some stress. After hanging up the phone, Shin Xiaozi was thinking about who to invite. Zhao Manman on the side suddenly became excited. She held up her mobile phone and pointed at the short video on it. Someone has reserved the third floor of Yuranju again. I heard it's for a girl's birthday. I wonder which rich kid is behind this. Chapter 53 Birthday. Shin Xiaozi snatched the phone and watched the video carefully. The person who shot the video is a waiter of Yuranju, and the content of the video is the decoration of the third floor of Yuranju. The caption of the picture reads, "The happiest thing in life is to celebrate my birthday on the third floor of Yuranju." Seeing this, Shin Xiaozi recalled a day 3 years ago when the son of the richest man in Jiangnan proposed to her and she was nearby. It was there that she met Li Hao. With her beauty, she easily captured Li Hao's heart and became her bootlicker. The two often chatted online, and Li Hao would occasionally prepare gifts for her, but due to work reasons they did not meet very often. But this was exactly what Shinshotzi wanted. As long as the gift arrived, it didn't matter whether the person saw it or not. Shinshotzi suddenly sat up from the bed. He took out his cell phone and kept watching the video, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. After a while, Li Hao called again, but Shinshotzi didn't answer it. She was not suitable for a video call at the moment. She put her phone aside, went to the dressing table and started dressing. On the other side, Li Hao looked at the phone anxiously. I just talked to Shinshotzi and told him that he wanted to help her celebrate her birthday. I could clearly feel that the attitude on the other end was much better than before. At this time, you must seize the opportunity and strike while the iron is hot to enhance your relationship. After all, the restaurant was temporarily closed, so he didn't have many opportunities to take advantage of this opportunity to bring people in, so he had to make good use of it. This is a good opportunity. He doesn't have to spend any money and can pick up girls. Why not do it? Besides, he really liked Shinshotzi. Her figure and face attracted him deeply. Hurry up and answer the phone. Li Hao was really anxious and called the video again and again. There is one more thing that needs to be made clear. He couldn't go up to the third floor that day, otherwise his job would be at risk. He couldn't bear to give up the foreman's monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan. He came to the third floor, which was very quiet and suitable for talking. After about 10 minutes of video calls, the call was finally connected. Xiao, you are so beautiful, hee. As soon as the video was connected, Li Hao was mesmerized by Shinshotzi's beauty. Brother Hao, I just went out to pick up takeout. What's the matter? Shinshotzi pretended to have just come back from outside. Oh, it's about your birthday. I'm afraid I didn't make it clear just now. I've booked a private room for you at Yuranju in 5 days. You must come. Li Hao wiped the saliva from his mouth. Private room? Shinshotzi was a little confused. Didn't the person on the phone just now say the third floor? Did she hear it wrong? But when she looked at the background behind Li Hao, she smiled knowingly. Isn't that the floor-to-ceiling window on the third floor of Yuranju, the same as the one in the video? Yes, a private room. You must remember this. Li Hao saw Shinshotzi's eyes looking at the floor-to-ceiling window behind him, and quickly blocked it with his body. I see. I understand what you mean. The corner of Shinshotzi's mouth curled up. You want to give him a surprise? Then give him a chance. The two talked sweetly on the phone for a while before Li Hao reluctantly hung up the video. As soon as the video was cut off, Zhao Man came over. What's going on? Li Hao just said he would celebrate your birthday at Yuranju. Yeah, I didn't want to go at first, but he insisted so much that I had no choice but to agree to him. Shinshotzi's face was filled with joy and smile, completely different from the previous depressed mood at the charity dinner. Could it be that the third floor of Yuranju mentioned in the video was booked just for you? Zhao Man looked a little unhappy. She is so jealous. Well, those men are just stubborn and always want to surprise me. They say it's a private room, but they are actually setting up the venue for me on the third floor. Shinshotzi was a little proud. She knew the little thoughts of these lickspittles best. They always liked to play surprises. The third floor is also a private room, but it's a more upscale one, so there's nothing wrong with that. Zhao Man also felt that this was a surprise prepared for Shinshotzi. I think what you said makes sense. Just assume that he booked a private room. Man, you must go when the time comes. I'll ask him to introduce you to someone. In addition to Zhao Man, Shinshotzi plans to invite more people to attend her birthday party and receive some gifts. It's a pity that she can't notify other dogs to participate, otherwise she would have received more gifts. Shinshotzi took out a notebook from the drawer, turned to a page and began to read carefully. This book records the information of all her bootlickers. She needs to look through Li Hao's information carefully to avoid any mistakes. Li Hao, 28 years old, has a potential level of 1 star, which is the same level as Xia Ran before. The two of them met once every 1 or 2 months, always at Delong Plaza. The gifts they exchanged were all worth several thousand yuan. I had never seen him drive and didn't know what job he did. Looking at the information, Li Hao's financial resources were average, but Shinshotzi did not let his guard down. Having already misjudged Xia Ran, she doesn't want to misjudge the second one. Maybe this Li Hao is also a hidden rich man like Xia Ran. As he watched, Shinshotzi couldn't help but laugh. This Li Hao was too much like Xiao Ran. There was a 99% chance that he was a hidden rich man. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Ran and Bai Yue met at Yong Ji's fried noodle stall. This is where they first met. I haven't tasted this flavor for a long time. Xiao Ran had just finished devouring a bowl of fried beef noodles. Bai Yue started her part-time job again, and was so busy that the two of them only had time to meet in the evening. Do you know Yu Ran Ju? Xiao Ran took the initiative to speak. I heard about it while I was working in the afternoon. My part-time colleagues have been discussing it recently. I heard it is a very high-end restaurant. Bai Yue didn't look up and was still working hard to eat. She rarely watches short videos and didn't know that someone had booked Yu Ranju to hold a birthday party. Xiao Ran thought about it and decided not to tell her everything, thinking of giving her a surprise. In 5 days, I'm going to treat you to a big dinner. Why? Bai Yue's clear eyes revealed innocence. You don't even remember your birthday, do you? I've seen your ID card. Last time in the hospital, Xiao Ran clearly saw Bai Yue's ID card, and her birthday was 5 days later. I haven't celebrated my birthday yet. Bai Yue lowered her head. From childhood to adulthood, she has never celebrated her birthday or eaten cake. When she was little, she envied her peers for celebrating their birthdays with their families. As she grew up, she gradually got used to not celebrating her birthday. I have been living like this for the past 19 years. I have never held a birthday party nor attended other people's birthdays. This is your first birthday, so it should be grand. Xiao Ran became interested. No, let's just have something simple to eat. Bai Yue was already very satisfied to be able to celebrate her birthday. She was not picky and was afraid of troubling Xiao Ran. Leave everything to me. Just dress nicely when the time comes. I'll let you know the location when the time comes. Chapter 54. If it's not on the 3rd floor, can it really be a private room? Then it's settled. I'll celebrate your birthday in 5 days. You can also invite some friends over. It will be more lively with more people. Xiao Ran deliberately did not say that the venue was Yuranju, so that she could give Bai Yue a surprise. Bai Yue nodded and silently thought about which friends she could invite over. After they finished eating the fried noodles, Xiao Ran sent Bai Yue back to the dormitory. Squeak! Bai Yue pushed open the dormitory door and walked in cautiously. It was nearly 11 o'clock in the evening, and her 3 roommates were sitting together watching TV series. In the past few days, Li Guiqin has been squeezed into the same dormitory with Bai Yue. Due to their different living habits, her roommate was very dissatisfied in the past few days. Fortunately, Li Guiqin had gone somewhere these 2 days and was no longer squeezed with her, which eased the relationship between her and her roommate a little. After thinking about it, Bai Yue decided to invite her 3 roommates to her birthday party, which could also be used as compensation. She came up to her 3 roommates. Is there something? Roommate Li Yuan noticed Bai Yue approaching. I'm sorry, my mother disturbed everyone the other day. Are you saying sorry now? You're not alone in the dormitory. I hope you can bring your mother to live out in the future. After all, this is a student dormitory. Li Yuan said in a bad tone. The other 2 roommates remained silent, assuming that Li Yuan's words were correct. I'll pay attention next time. Bai Yue bowed and said sorry again. Anything else? Seeing that Bai Yue did not leave after apologizing, Li Yuan became a little impatient that she had delayed her from watching the show. After thinking it over again and again, Bai Yue finally said, It's my birthday in 5 days, I want to treat everyone to a meal together. Hearing this, Li Yuan and the other 2 looked at each other. I'm sorry, Yue. I have something going on at home in 3 days, so I'm afraid I won't be able to attend. I'll wait until next year. The other 2 roommates also found an excuse to reject Bai Yue's invitation. Okay, let's wait until next year. Seeing that the invitation was not accepted, Bai Yue returned to her seat somewhat disappointed. It was normal for several roommates to refuse. Since entering college, she had been working part-time outside except for attending classes. I was a nobody in the class, and the people I interacted with the most were my roommates, and we only stayed together when we were about to go to bed at night. Bai Yue didn't think about it, picked up the basin, went out to wash up and prepare for bed. Ha ha ha. As soon as Bai Yue left, her 3 roommates burst into laughter. This person is really interesting. She never attends other people's birthdays, but she wants others to attend her birthday. She wants to get gifts for free. That's right. She's from the mountains. What can she treat us to? It won't be some cheap restaurant. Don't let her get sick again. I guess she saw the video of booking a birthday banquet at Yuranju and wanted to join in the fun. Several roommates were talking about Bai Yue behind her back. Do you know who was the heroine of the birthday party at Yuranju? Li Yan smiled mysteriously and looked at her two roommates. Anyway, it's not Bai Yue. Don't you know? The two roommates grabbed Li Yan's arms and waited expectantly for her answer. She's from my hometown, a senior from high school. She asked me to discuss the procedures for her birthday party tomorrow. Li Yan felt a little proud, her nostrils raised to the sky. Really? Can you take us to see the world? The two roommates were very excited. The third floor of Yuranju was not a place that ordinary people could go to, so they had to seize the opportunity. I'll discuss this with my senior tomorrow. If you guys perform well, I'll consider it. After Li Yan finished speaking, her two roommates immediately began to show their courtesy, one massaging her shoulders and the other pounding her legs. The next afternoon, in a milk tea shop near the school. This is a place where many college students relax and chat. In the sofa area by the window, Shinshotsi and four others were chatting, including Li Yan. After receiving the news yesterday that Li Hao was going to celebrate her birthday at Yuranju, she notified everyone one by one. The people notified today are all her fellow villagers and high school alumni. Several of them met in the Jiangda alumni group. Although they didn't see each other much, it couldn't stop Shinshotsi from sharing his joy. Senior, is the third floor of Yuranju really booked for you? Li Yan asked. I didn't say that. Someone just booked a private room for me. Shinshotsi pretended to be mysterious and denied Li Yan's words verbally, but his expression seemed to be saying, how could this really be a private room if it's not on the third floor? I think so too. With senior sister Shun's looks and figure, even the third floor is not worthy of her temperament. Another fellow villager of Shinshotsi said. It's not that simple. We'll know once we try it. After saying this, the three of them looked at Shinshotsi. Try as you like, what's fake can never become real. Shinshotsi is very confident. Another fellow villager, Wang Shui, took out his phone, found the phone number of Yuranju on the internet and called it. Hello, I want to ask if there will be any private rooms at Yuranju in 4 days? A magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm sorry, we are closed for the next few days. The specific business hours will be notified later. Hearing this, the little girls suddenly became excited. What does it mean if it is closed? Someone has booked the entire Yuranju for the past few days. And their senior even invited them to celebrate her birthday together. It was obvious that the person booked the restaurant just for Shinshotsi. Shinshotsi leaned back on the sofa smugly, raising her sexy calves. Remember, this is a private room, otherwise there will be no surprise. The three of them nodded frantically, but with a smile that said I understand on their faces. Someone wants to please Shinshotsi and deliberately creates a surprise for her, and others cannot ruin the atmosphere. Senior sister, you are really amazing. This man can book the entire Yuranju, he must be very powerful. Sister, when you become successful in the future, please don't forget us. Li Yan flattered him, and several others echoed her. Don't worry, I'll open a company in the future and you can be my secretaries. Shinshotsi said half seriously. She will be a wealthy lady in the future and will definitely have her own career. Thank you, senior sister. I will definitely have you as my strong support. Li Yan quickly took over the conversation. At this moment, Shinshotsi saw a face she didn't want to see. Why do I keep running into her everywhere? What a bummer. This person was none other than Bai Yue, who worked part-time in the milk tea shop. Li Yan said, Senior, do you know my roommate? Shinshotsi hadn't expected that the two of them could be related. Your roommate? Yeah, but we don't know each other well. Seeing Shinshotsi's face full of disgust, Li Yan quickly distanced herself from him. This person is very shameless. Stay away from her in the future. Shinshotsi rolled his eyes. Chapter 55. What if I confess my feelings? Seeing that Shinshotsi seemed a little dissatisfied with Bai Yue, Li Yan wanted to show it off. Waiter, here. Li Yan deliberately raised her voice and waved at Bai Yue. Hearing the call, Bai Yue saw the people sitting there hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. Li Yan picked up the order in a pretentious manner. Why is it you? I feel bad asking you to take our order. Bai Yue just smiled and didn't say much. I saw Li Yan leaning back on the sofa with her head turned to the side. Where did senior sister Shen say she was going to celebrate her birthday? After saying that, she blinked at Wang Shui. Wang Shui, who was sitting next to him, immediately understood what he meant. Ah, why do you have such a bad memory? Didn't I just say that? Senior sister Shen booked the entire Yuranju to hold her birthday party. Yuranju is one of the top restaurants in Jiangnan. Wang Shui sneered. Look at my memory. I can't even remember that I'm about to go to a top restaurant for dinner. Hey, Bai Yue, aren't you going to celebrate your birthday too? Have you chosen a restaurant? Why don't you choose Yuranju? It's really nice there. Li Yan gently covered her mouth with her hands and made a laugh. Yan, you are going too far. It's just a birthday party. It doesn't matter where you eat. Don't compare these things. Shin Xiuzi on the side spoke, seemingly teaching Li Yan a lesson, his eyes always fixed on Bai Yue. That's right, what kind of place do you think Yuranju is? Do you think anyone can go there? Wang Shui on the side chimed in. Wang Shui, you are right. Some people don't deserve to celebrate their birthdays. Li Yan glanced at Bai Yue's expression. Bai Yue blinked hard to hold back her tears, and said in a trembling voice. Excuse me, do you need to order anything else? If not, I'll be busy now. Seeing that no one responded, Bai Yue was about to leave, but saw Li Yan's hand suddenly tremble. A whole cup of milk tea was knocked over, and the milky white tea spilled all over the table and the floor. Ouch, my hand shook, sorry. Li Yan raised her eyebrows at Shin Xiuzi next to her, as if taking credit. Bai Yue bit her lip and had no choice but to squat on the ground and start wiping the milk tea on the ground. Let's go, this place is too dirty, let's go somewhere else. Shin Xiuzi walked past Bai Yue and said softly. You're acting pitiful again. You celebrate my birthday too. Can you please stop imitating me all the time? Last time, she finally came up with the idea of scratching the car, but in the end it was Bai Yue who enjoyed the benefits, which made her very unhappy. If you have the ability, let Xiao Ran book Yuranju to celebrate your birthday this time. Oh, I forgot. You can't book Yuranju just because you have money. You have to be a diamond member. After saying this, Shin Xiuzi left with a proud look on his face. Bai Yue was wiping the floor with her head down when two hands holding rags reached out from the side. Then, two smiling faces came into view. We'll help you. Two young sisters who were also part-time workers came over and quickly cleaned up the floor. Thank you. You're welcome. We are all colleagues and it's only natural for us to help each other. The three of them are part-time students, so there is a sense of familiarity among them. That? Bai Yue hesitated to speak. What? If you have anything to say, just say it openly. The two little sisters saw Bai Yue's hesitation. My birthday is in 4 days. Can you come to my birthday party? You don't need to bring gifts, just come. Bai Yue quickly added. Sure, we just happen to want to eat cake too. The two agreed readily. 4 days later? Isn't that the same time as the birthday party at Yuranju? Could it be you? One of them, named Li Tong, joked that she was a junior student at Jiangnan University and was in the same class as Xiao Ran. No, no. Bai Yue quickly denied. It's just a joke, don't take it so seriously. The two men stepped forward and took Bai Yue's arms. We can eat anywhere. We are not picky. Several of them are part-time workers, their family conditions are average, and they don't demand to eat anything particularly good. Hey, I don't know who is so lucky to be able to book the entire Yuranju for his birthday. I'm really envious. Li Tong said subconsciously. After finishing speaking, he suddenly realized that something was wrong and quickly added. Yue, don't take it personally, I'm just envious, nothing else. It's okay. I didn't choose the restaurant this time. Although it's not as good as Yuranju, it shouldn't be too bad. Bai Yue didn't mind at all. Which girl wouldn't envy holding her birthday at Yuranju? That Shin Xiuzi found a good man, she also sincerely wished her well. It wasn't your choice? Li Tong heard the hidden secret here. Who chose it? Was it your boyfriend? Hey, Bai Yue is so beautiful and has a great figure, it's not normal for her to find a boyfriend. Another little sister Joia said from the side. No, he is. After a long while, Bai Yue finally came up with a name. Obviously, she is not Xia Ran's boyfriend yet. We understand. It's an ambiguous relationship. It's just a matter of time before it's broken. Maybe after this birthday party, I'll confess to you. Li Tong smiled crookedly and squinted his eyes at Bai Yue. Since he helped to organize the birthday party, he must be interested in Bai Yue. How could he not take the opportunity to confess his feelings? Wait a few days, and we'll help you take a look. You're so innocent, you can't let anyone fool you, huh? Hearing this, Bai Yue blushed and looked forward to the birthday party even more. On the other hand, Shinshotzi notified all the sisters around her, and everyone knew that she was going to book the entire Yuranju to celebrate her birthday. At this moment, she was very excited. This was the most glorious moment in her life. She opened her closet and kept looking through the clothes inside. Li Hao has seen these clothes before. Will he get tired of wearing them again on his birthday? She set her eyes on Zhao Manman's wardrobe. Xiao Ci, why are you rummaging through my closet? Zhao Manman wondered. I've worn all my clothes. I want to see if you have anything I can wear. After looking through it for a long time, she found that it was not as good as her own. She wanted to buy some clothes, but she didn't have a penny in her pocket. She had spent all her money on paying for scratches on her car. She sold all the luxury goods given by other bootlickers and the bags given by Qin Shui, and still owed 50,000 yuan in online loans. I had to live frugally and couldn't even afford new clothes. I have to buy some nice clothes. When we go to eat at Yuranju, we have to dress decently, otherwise we won't be worthy of eating there. And wow, do you think Li Hao will want to confess his love to you after dinner? Zhao Manman tilted her head and looked at Shinshotzi. It was such a big fuss, it couldn't just be about having a meal, maybe something else would happen after the meal. Chapter 56 Li Hao. This question stumped Shinshotzi, as she had never thought about this question before. She thought Li Hao was just inviting her to dinner. Confess to me? Shinshotzi said to himself. Yes, don't forget, the son of the richest man in Jiangnan proposed there 3 years ago. Maybe Li Hao wants to follow suit this time. Zhao Manman was certain that this would definitely happen. Agree or not? Shinshotzi thought about it carefully. Of course I agreed. Being able to book Yuranju and close it for a few days would cost several million. For someone who can spend millions on her birthday, why would he still consider whether she will agree to his confession? Now he can even think about what to name his child. Man, how about going shopping for clothes with me? Since Li Hao might confess his love to her, she must prepare for it in a grand manner and dress up nicely. Zhao Manman was actually a little hesitant. She knew that Shinshotzi didn't have much money on him, and he must have asked her to pay when he asked her to go. She could consider eating, drinking and having fun together, but she would have to think carefully about spending her money. Just as he was hesitating, Shinshotzi's phone rang. It was Li Hao calling. Brother Hao, how come you are so free today? Shinshotzi said gently. Normally, the two of them would contact each other at night or on Mondays. Li Hao rarely took the initiative to contact her during the day. Xiao Ci, I happen to be on vacation these few days. I wonder if you have time to go out for a walk with me. Yuranju has suspended business these days, and Li Hao finally has a holiday, so he thought about asking Shinshotzi to go out and play. I want to go out, but I only have one set of clothes left to wear, and I was thinking of wearing it to you on your birthday. This is a good opportunity. Just when I was thinking about buying clothes, someone delivered them to my door. Then let's go shopping at Delong Plaza. If we have time, I can also take you to the 3rd floor of Yuranju, hee. Li Hao discovered that as long as he brought up the topic of the 3rd floor of Yuranju, Shinshotzi would become unusually enthusiastic. They have known each other for 3 years, and their relationship has been heating up very quickly recently. Maybe I can take advantage of this birthday party to completely win her over. He is a foreman of a famous restaurant, earning more than 10,000 yuan a month, which should be more than enough for a college student. Okay, I'll be there right away. Shinshotzi agreed immediately. Delong Plaza is a high-end shopping mall, and the clothes there must be very beautiful. What's more, you will have the chance to visit the 3rd floor of Yuranju. When you post it on your moments, I'm sure many people will like it. After the two agreed on the time and place, Shinshotzi hung up the phone. Are you going to Yuranju? Take me with you. Zhao Manman hurried forward. She has never been to Yuranju and wants to see it in advance. Shinshotzi was going on a date, so what was the point of bringing a light bulb with him? The news that Yuranju was booked became more and more heated on the internet. Since the male and female protagonists have not been revealed, many people have become extremely curious about this matter. Some people even speculated which rich young man was so generous as to book 5 days just to celebrate a birthday. However, after those single wealthy young men in Jiangnan refuted the rumors one by one, the matter was shrouded in even greater mystery. At Jiang University, it was no surprise that the news that Shinshotzi was the hostess of the banquet spread. Many students were discussing this matter after dinner, which greatly increased Shinshotzi's popularity and also moved up several places on the school beauty list. Many people were showing off that they had received Shinshotzi's invitation and would attend the grand birthday party in a few days. However, Shinshotzi soon refuted the rumor in the school forum in a lengthy post of several hundred words. She did not directly deny that she had booked the entire Yuranju for her birthday, but she made it clear that she is still single. She can show off this kind of thing, but it cannot affect her single image. What if those lickers stop licking her? Everything should be known only between girls, and it's best to keep it low-key. Look! This is the birthday gift I prepared for Senior Shin, a set of LSY makeup gift box. It cost me 2 months' living expenses. Li Yaoan felt a little painful, but when she thought about being able to attend her birthday party at Yuranju, it was all worth it. Maybe she could take this opportunity to meet some rich young men, and maybe she would be the next one to book the whole place at Yuranju to celebrate her birthday. Yaoan, this is the gift I prepared. It cost me nearly 3,000 yuan. And mine, I spent a lot of money on this. I'll probably have to eat pickled vegetables and rice for the remaining 2 months. Li Yaoan's 2 roommates were also invited by Shinshotzi. Of course, this was all thanks to Li Yaoan. Why bother eating pickled vegetables and rice? Maybe after attending this banquet, you can all find the right person. Li Yaoan looked indifferent. They don't have many opportunities to meet rich people, and this is the best opportunity. Senior Shin's boyfriend will bring his friends too, so he can't just go alone. Don't talk nonsense, isn't he Senior Shin's boyfriend? Li Yaoan said. Wow! Even though they are not in a relationship, they are willing to spend millions on your birthday. How much love does this mean? I'm so envious. When can I find true love like this? Yes, it's so enviable. This is definitely true love. Senior Sister Shin is so amazing. Li Yaoan's 2 roommates were acting like crazy and intoxicated, fantasizing that someone could treat them like this. Look at Senior Sister Shin's circle of friends. Her dress is so beautiful. And this is the 3rd floor of Yuranju, right? It's so luxurious. Why did you withdraw again? Are you so low-key? Shinshotzi posted several photos of his visit to Yuranju on his moments, but quickly removed them. A feeling of trying to cover up something that only makes it more obvious is self-evident. Squeak! The dormitory door was pushed open, and Bai Yue returned to the dormitory after finishing work. Li Yaoan rolled her eyes and walked to Bai Yue with her cell phone. Look at how grand and extravagant other people's birthdays are. Unlike some people who celebrate birthdays just to join in the fun and choose those tacky restaurants. Li Yaoan is now on the same front as Shinshotzi. Since Shinshotzi dislikes Bai Yue, she must find fault with Bai Yue. Don't mention it. I think it's nice to have a birthday party at Yunga Fried Noodles. It has its own unique flavor. Ha ha ha. Several people burst into laughter. Bai Yue had no choice but to take her wash basin and walk silently to the bathroom to wash up. She hadn't seen Xiao Ran for a day and didn't know where she had gone today. She felt a little nervous. What the part-time sisters said during the day made sense. What if Xiao Ran really confessed to her? It seems that accepting it is a very good thing. Thinking of this, all the grievances Bai Yue had suffered before disappeared. The corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted up.